Chapter 26, Tested by the White Fang. Kaizen and Kakashi wasted no time. They immediately rushed towards Sakumo, engaging in taijutsu. As Sakumo observed Kaizen and Kakashi during the initial clashes, he couldn't help but be struck by the stark contrast in their approaches. Kakashi, his son, led with swift and precise taijutsu strikes, each movement fluid and well-practiced. Yet, there was a softness to Kakashi's technique, a lack of true killing intent that, while understandable for someone his age, would be a hindrance in a real battle. He's technically proficient, but his strikes lack the necessary edge, Sakumo thought, observing Kakashi's attacks. He doesn't yet grasp the reality of battle, the need to commit fully, to strike with the intent to end a fight decisively. On the other hand, Kaizen moved with a cold, calculated efficiency that belied his young age. Every movement was deliberate, aimed not just to hit, but to severely wound or kill. It was clear to Sakumo that Kaizen already possessed the mindset and mentality of a seasoned shinobi, an understanding that the ultimate goal in combat was to neutralize the opponent by any means necessary. Kaizen's movements are different, Sakumo reflected. He has the mentality of a true shinobi even at this age. Each step, each strike, is made with the clear intention of taking me down. His understanding of combat is far beyond his years. Sakumo felt a pang of concern for Kakashi. Kakashi is the same age as Kaizen, but their minds are on completely different levels. My son still sees sparring as practice, while Kaizen approaches it with the seriousness of a real fight. If Kakashi doesn't adapt, doesn't harden his resolve, he might be left behind. As he continued to parry and counter their attacks, Sakumo's mind raced with thoughts of how to guide both boys. He knew Kakashi needed to develop a tougher mindset, one that matched his technical skills. Kaizen, meanwhile, needed to balance his lethal efficiency with the understanding that not every situation required such an extreme approach. I need to teach Kakashi the importance of intent in his actions, Sakumo decided. And I must ensure that Kaizen learns when to temper his aggression. Both paths are crucial, and both boys have the potential to become exceptional shinobi. Sakumo continued to defend against their combined assault for a couple more minutes, carefully observing their techniques. Kakashi's strikes were quick and fluid, but there was a hesitation in his movements, a reluctance to fully commit. Kaizen's attacks were relentless, exploiting every opening and working to create new ones. He saw Kakashi as a distraction, and used him to set up his own more decisive blows. Once Sakumo decided he had enough information, his eyes narrowed as he shifted to the offensive. With a sudden burst of speed, he intercepted Kakashi's punch with a precise deflection, his arm moving like a blur. Using Kakashi's momentum against him, Sakumo twisted his wrist slightly, redirecting the force and causing Kakashi to stumble forward. In one fluid motion, Sakumo dropped low, his legs sweeping out in a powerful arc. The sweep connected with Kakashi's ankles, causing his legs to be swept out from under him. Kakashi hit the ground hard, the air rushing out of his lungs with a gasp. Sakumo didn't waste a moment. He pressed his knee against Kakashi's back, pinning him firmly to the ground. With one arm twisted behind his back and the other immobilized, Kakashi was effectively incapacitated. "Kakashi, you're out," Sakumo declared, his voice calm but firm. He eased off slightly, allowing Kakashi to breathe but maintaining enough pressure to keep him subdued. Just as Sakumo finished speaking, Kaizen seized the opportunity. With rapid movements, he launched a barrage of shuriken at Sakumo, targeting not only him but also his potential escape routes. The shuriken flew through the air, their sharp edges glinting in the sunlight, creating a deadly net around Sakumo. Sakumo's keen senses picked up the incoming threat immediately. He released Kakashi and sprang into action. Sakumo's sharp eyes tracked the shuriken as they flew through the air, each one aimed with deadly accuracy. He drew a kunai and deflected them with remarkable skill, his movements a blur as he maneuvered through the onslaught. Each deflection was met with the familiar clang of metal on metal, a testament to his years of experience and combat mastery. But Kaizen's strategy was more than just a straightforward attack. As Sakumo focused on the shuriken, Kaizen prepared his next move. Channeling chakra into his muscles, he felt the familiar surge of energy amplify his strength and speed. With a calculated breath, he launched a kunai at an extreme speed, aiming for Sakumo's blind spot. The kunai cut through the air with a whistle, its speed and trajectory designed to catch even the most vigilant shinobi off guard. Sakumo, in the midst of deflecting another shuriken, sensed the kunai's approach a fraction of a second too late. His eyes widened in surprise as he twisted his body, narrowly avoiding a direct hit. The kunai grazed his shoulder, tearing through fabric and leaving a shallow cut. Sakumo landed gracefully, his hand instinctively moving to the wound. He glanced at Kaizen, a mixture of admiration and caution in his eyes. "Impressive, Kaizen," he said, his voice steady despite the sting of the cut. "Your accuracy and strategy are exceptional. You're thinking several steps ahead, which is exactly what makes a true shinobi." Kaizen remained focused as if he didn't hear a word. His eyes were sharp, and his stance was unyielding. Sakumo couldn't help but feel a surge of pride at the sight. Despite the intense pressure, Kaizen maintained his composure and demonstrated a level of skill and determination that was incredibly rare for someone so young. Sakumo adjusted his stance while putting the kunai away, ready for the next move. "Show me what else you've got," he said, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Kaizen, without a word, pressed his attack on Sakumo, his strikes becoming even more aggressive. Sakumo parried a series of rapid punches from Kaizen, noting the ferocity behind each one. "This boy fights like a seasoned warrior," he thought, impressed. Kaizen's movements were fluid yet unpredictable, a mix of traditional techniques and unorthodox tactics. When a handful of dirt suddenly flew into his face, Sakumo had to quickly sidestep, blinking away the debris. "You fight without honor," Sakumo commented, his tone approving rather than reprimanding. "Good." Kaizen didn't respond verbally, but his eyes glinted with fierce determination. He continued his relentless assault, forcing Sakumo to utilize his superior reaction time to dodge and block. As they circled each other, the air was tense with anticipation. Kaizen launched himself at Sakumo with a flurry of attacks. Each strike was aimed to break through Sakumo's defenses. Sakumo deflected and dodged, his movements smooth and calculated. After each strike defended, he countered with swift jabs, hooks, and a variety of kicks, each one meticulously testing Kaizen's defenses. Through his strikes and observations, Kaizen finally noticed an opening and went for it, aiming a punch at Sakumo's midsection. Sakumo sidestepped and brought his elbow down on Kaizen's arm, redirecting the force. Kaizen spun with the motion, using the momentum to launch a spinning kick. Sakumo blocked the kick with his forearm and countered with a punch aimed at Kaizen's head. Kaizen ducked just in time, feeling the rush of air as Sakumo's fist passed inches from his face. He followed up with an uppercut, but Sakumo leaned back, avoiding the strike by a hair's breadth. Kaizen pressed on, not giving Sakumo a moment to recover. He threw a series of strikes, forcing Sakumo to retreat a few steps. Sakumo's eyes glinted with approval as he deflected Kaizen's strikes. "Your technique is impressive, Kaizen. But let's see how you handle this." With a sudden burst of speed, Sakumo closed the distance and delivered a powerful kick to Kaizen's side. Kaizen barely managed to block it, the impact sending him sliding back. Sakumo followed up with a barrage of punches, each one precisely placed and powerful. Kaizen blocked and dodged, but the force of Sakumo's attacks was becoming difficult to handle. Kaizen felt the strain on his muscles, but he refused to back down. He met Sakumo's attacks and countered with equal ferocity, their movements becoming difficult to follow. Sakumo feinted a punch and aimed a kick at Kaizen's legs. Kaizen saw through the feint and jumped, using the momentum to deliver a spinning kick to Sakumo's shoulder. The kick connected, but Sakumo rolled with the impact, coming back with a low sweep aimed at Kaizen's legs. Kaizen leapt over the sweep and countered with a downward punch. Sakumo caught Kaizen's fist. With a twist, he threw Kaizen to the ground, but Kaizen rolled with the momentum and sprang back to his feet. Upon noticing that Sakumo was starting to become comfortable with his speed and strength, Kaizen decided to change tactics. Drawing from his MMA techniques in his previous life, he launched a series of quick, deceptive jabs to test Sakumo's defense. When Sakumo anticipated another high kick and prepared to sidestep, Kaizen shifted his strategy, aiming to eliminate Sakumo. He feinted a high kick, causing Sakumo to raise his guard. In that split second, Kaizen channeled chakra into his legs, enhancing his speed and agility. He instantly dropped low and delivered a swift low kick to Sakumo's knee, aiming to cripple him. As Sakumo instinctively shifted his weight to alleviate the impact on his knee, Kaizen immediately executed a swift spinning wheel kick. He again enhanced his leg with chakra, boosting the speed and power of his rotation. The spinning wheel kick targeted Sakumo's right temple, a critical point. The strike landed with a resounding impact, propelled by the chakra-infused acceleration. Sakumo was forced to step back, genuinely taken aback by the intensity and skill of the final move. Sakumo quickly regained his composure. Rubbing his temple lightly where the kick had made contact, he looked at Kaizen with a new level of recognition and respect. His thoughts raced as he assessed Kaizen's performance so far. He was incredibly impressed by Kaizen's strategic mind and advanced chakra control. Enhancing one's physique with chakra was a skill typically learned by shinobi only after they had become chunin. By that time, most ninjas would have honed their chakra control to a level where they could circulate chakra throughout their muscles without risking injury. Kaizen's strategic approach is remarkable, Sakumo thought, replaying the encounter in his mind. His ability to feint and switch tactics mid-battle, combined with the precision of his chakra enhancements, is beyond his years. He recalled how Kaizen had launched a series of quick jabs setting up for the final, devastating strikes. When Kaizen feinted the high kick and quickly dropped to deliver a low kick to his knee, it had been a masterful display of tactical deception. The spinning wheel kick, enhanced with chakra to increase its speed and power, had been executed perfectly, targeting his temple with lethal precision. The way he integrated chakra into his taijutsu was flawless, Sakumo continued to reflect. Most shinobi his age would struggle to control their chakra at all, yet Kaizen performed a more advanced application effortlessly. He has not only demonstrated exceptional physical abilities but also a deep understanding of combat strategy. Sakumo rubbed his temple once again, where Kaizen's kick had landed, feeling the residual ache. This boy is not just talented, he has the mindset and mentality of a seasoned shinobi. He's already thinking several steps ahead, and his chakra control is on par with much older, more experienced ninja. Kakashi, for all his skill, still has a lot to learn about the true nature of combat and the level of control required to be a top-tier shinobi. Sakumo's respect for Kaizen grew with each passing moment. This boy has the potential to become one of the greatest shinobi of his generation. Very clever, Kaizen Sakumo acknowledged, a slight grin breaking through his serious demeanor. Your ability to integrate chakra into your taijutsu is incredible for your age. I clearly underestimated you. Undeterred by the compliment, Kaizen pondered how to press his advantage. He was fully aware that Sakumo was holding back the vast majority of his strength and speed. Despite this handicap, Kaizen knew that even one mistake could end the fight for him. As they resumed their combat, both fighters began using chakra to enhance their muscles, increasing their speed and strength to new heights. The air became filled with the sharp crack of their blows. Although Kaizen practiced against opponents utilizing chakra enhancement during his lucid dreams, he began struggling to keep track of Sakumo's movements the longer the fight progressed. Despite his best efforts, he began to feel the sting of Sakumo's strikes more frequently. Small injuries started to pile up: bruises on his arms, a cut on his cheek, a sharp pain in his ribs. But none was enough to eliminate him from the fight, as he continued with a neutral expression that belied his pain. Sakumo, while impressed by Kaizen's resilience and skill, was not about to let up. He could see the boy's resolve and knew that this spar would require something special to end it. Sakumo moved with grace, his attacks both fast and powerful, breaking Kaizen's defenses and forcing him to react on instinct. It didn't take long before Kaizen felt himself nearing his limit. He knew he needed a strategy to turn the tide. He had been carefully observing Sakumo's attack patterns as much as he was able to see, searching for a momentary lapse or an opening he could exploit. As the battle appeared to be coming to an inevitable close, Kaizen's mind raced through possible strategies. He quickly discarded several options, aware that Sakumo's skill and experience would easily counter them. Instead, he devised a plan that relied on exploiting Sakumo's expectations. Kaizen began by deliberately showing signs of fatigue, allowing his breathing to become labored and his stance to weaken slightly. This subtle deception was designed to lure Sakumo into thinking he had the upper hand. Kaizen knew that Sakumo would not miss an opportunity to end the fight decisively if he believed his opponent was vulnerable. As anticipated, Sakumo surged forward, aiming to deliver the final blow. Kaizen's eyes sharpened with focus, his mind clear and resolute. He funneled his remaining chakra into his legs. At the critical moment, Kaizen executed a flawlessly timed sidestep, pivoting smoothly on his heel, dodging Sakumo's attack. In the same fluid motion, he channeled chakra into his arm as he drew a hidden kunai with frightening speed. Utilizing his enhanced agility, he slashed upward in a controlled arc, aiming for Sakumo's neck. However, Sakumo's instincts and experience kicked in immediately. As Kaizen sidestepped his attack, Sakumo twisted his body, redirecting his momentum. With a rapid adjustment, Sakumo's fist came from a different angle, aiming to counter Kaizen's movement. The two attacks connected almost simultaneously, Kaizen's kunai leaving a shallow cut on Sakumo's neck just as Sakumo's fist struck Kaizen's midsection. The force of the blow sent Kaizen flying backward, crashing to the ground. Despite the searing pain in his abdomen, Kaizen managed to steady his breath. His eyes focused on Sakumo, who stood with a shallow cut on his neck, a testament to Kaizen's tactical brilliance. The cut was not deep enough to cause significant harm, but it was a clear indication of Kaizen's calculated strike. He had not only lasted against a vastly more experienced and powerful opponent, but had also managed to land strikes of his own, demonstrating his exceptional combat skills. Sakumo straightened, touching the wound on his neck with a look of genuine surprise. He looked down at Kaizen, who was struggling to get back on his feet, and nodded with approval. "Well done, Kaizen. You've proven your skill and your resolve today." Kaizen, breathing heavily, managed a weak smile. "Thank you," Sakumo, Kaizen managed to say between gasps for breath. "But it doesn't matter, as I would have died in a real battle," Kaizen concluded with that same smile. Sakumo began to chuckle at Kaizen's words, which then developed into a deep, genuine laugh that echoed throughout the training ground. "You're right, Kaizen. But remember, the true mark of a shinobi is not just surviving, it's learning from each battle and growing stronger. And you've shown today that you have the potential to become a very formidable ninja." He then turned to Kakashi, who had been watching the exchange with wide eyes. "Kakashi, go get one of the clan's medics to come and assess Kaizen's injuries," Sakumo instructed. Kakashi nodded, his usual stoic demeanor replaced by a mixture of awe and concern as he dashed off. As Kakashi disappeared from view, Sakumo walked closer to Kaizen, who was now sitting on the ground, trying to regulate his breathing. Sakumo knelt down, his expression serious yet filled with respect. "Kaizen, I have something I'd like to ask you." Chapter 27, Kaizen's response. Kakashi sprinted toward the clan's clinic, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. As he ran, he replayed the fight in his head, analyzing every detail. The quickness of his elimination stung deeply, a reminder of the gaps between his skills and the harsh realities of true combat. "I thought I was ready," Kakashi mused, frustration gnawing at him. "But my strikes lacked the edge needed to end a fight." Kaizen, he fought with such ruthless efficiency, like every move was designed to kill. He couldn't help but feel a mix of admiration and envy. Watching Kaizen go toe-to-toe with his father had been both inspiring and disheartening. Kakashi prided himself on his taijutsu, but seeing Kaizen's calculated and ruthless approach highlighted just how much further he had to go. Kaizen's technique and strategy are incredible, Kakashi reflected. He's already thinking several steps ahead, and his chakra control. It's almost unreal. I've trained hard, but he's on a different level. His ability to integrate chakra into his taijutsu so seamlessly, it's something I haven't even begun to grasp. As he neared the clinic, Kakashi's thoughts became more focused. He knew he needed to improve, not just for his own sake, but to be a better comrade. I need to learn from this. I can't let Kaizen pull too far ahead. This experience, it's a lesson. I need to harden my resolve and commit fully, just like Kaizen does. Reaching the clinic, he quickly informed one of the clan's medics about the situation. The medic grabbed a kit and followed Kakashi back to the training ground. As they traveled back, Kakashi's mind continued to analyze the fight. He remembered how Sakumo had skillfully countered both his and Kaizen's attacks. The way his father had shifted from defense to offense with such ease was something Kakashi aspired to learn. Father's control and mastery. It's something I have to strive for. And Kaizen's ability to adapt in the middle of a fight, that's what I need to emulate. While Kakashi was retrieving the medic and thinking about the fight, Kaizen was curious to hear what Sakumo wanted to ask him. Kaizen looked up, curiosity mingling with the pain in his eyes. Yes, Sakumo. Sakumo paused for a moment, as if weighing his words carefully. Your techniques, your strategic mind, and your control over chakra at such a young age, it's unlike anything I've seen before. You have the mindset and mentality of a seasoned shinobi, far beyond your years. Where did you learn all of this? And what drives you to push yourself so hard? Kaizen hesitated, considering how much he should reveal. After a moment, he decided on a measured response. One of my earliest memories is of a story told to us in the orphanage about the brave shinobi protecting Konoha. Growing up without parents, I've always seen the village as my home and its people as my family. Hearing that story ignited something within me. It made me realize that I wanted to be like those shinobi, to be a protector for those I cherish. Kaizen's eyes shone with the memory. The tale of shinobi standing firm against overwhelming odds, risking their lives to protect the village, filled me with a sense of awe and inspiration. I felt an incredible sense of duty, knowing that the world wasn't peaceful like Konoha, that we had brave men and women putting their lives in danger to protect our peace. I knew then that I wanted to dedicate my life to becoming a shinobi, to defend the dream of Konoha. He continued, some of my greatest passions are reading and learning new things. In the orphanage, there was a library full of books, and I would read anything and everything related to shinobi, starting with the absolute basics. Those books became my world. I devoured information about the history of shinobi, their techniques, their battles, and their philosophies. I studied the will of fire, the principles that drive us to protect our comrades in the village. Each book, each piece of information, felt like a building block to help guide me. I knew that I would not only need the strength to protect, but also the wisdom to make the right decisions. Kaizen paused, his expression thoughtful. Reading and learning became my refuge. Whenever I had time, I would bury myself in those books. They taught me not just about techniques and strategies, but also about the values and mindset of a true shinobi. I learned about some of the great shinobi who came before us, their sacrifices, and their unwavering dedication to Konoha. It strengthened my resolve to become stronger. Sakumo listened intently, his eyes never leaving Kaizen's face. Kaizen took a deep breath before continuing. When it came to the development of my mind, I knew I would need to be well-rounded if I wanted to provide the most benefit to the village. Aside from reading, I enjoy puzzles, shogi, and problem-solving. These activities challenge my mind and serve to hone my ability to think several steps ahead. Once I started to become proficient in those activities, I then attempted to relate those skills to the books I read regarding shinobi, as well as the combat skills I was teaching myself. He added, in shogi, every move has consequences and every piece has its role. I applied this thinking to my training, understanding that in combat, every decision and every movement could determine the outcome. I would visualize battles, strategize different scenarios, and figure out the best ways to counter various techniques I read about. This helped me develop a tactical approach to fighting, even in real-life situations, despite my lack of experience. When I developed techniques or fighting styles, I would think about the weaknesses they have or how they could be countered. Through this method, I've been able to increase my proficiency in my taijutsu. After saying this, he then looked up at Sakumo. There appeared to be a hint of desperation and sadness in Kaizen's eyes. This caught Sakumo off guard, as he had not seen nor expected such an expression from Kaizen. Kaizen then spoke. Most of all, I heard about the horrors of the Second Shinobi World War from people around me. The immense casualties, families torn apart, comrades killed in front of each other, the untold destruction as well as the assaulting, kidnapping, imprisoning, torturing, and killing of civilians. Crimes against nature itself. Hearing these stories broke my heart. These horrible stories served to ground me in reality and forced me to understand what it would take if I truly wanted to become a shinobi capable of protecting our village. My drive to better myself increased exponentially from that point onwards. As Kaizen finished with his answer, Sakumo observed him closely, his mind racing with thoughts and emotions. This boy, who had taken on such a heavy burden and channeled his resolve into becoming a shinobi, was unlike any other young ninja he had encountered. Sakumo felt a deep sense of admiration and a hint of sadness for the immense responsibility Kaizen had placed on his own shoulders at such a young age. The boy's wisdom, determination, and understanding of the shinobi path displayed an incredible level of maturity. As Sakumo took a deep breath as he prepared to respond to Kaizen's heartfelt story, "Kaizen," he began, his voice carrying a weight of sincerity and respect, "your dedication, wisdom, and determination are extraordinary for someone so young. The motivations you've shared, growing up in the orphanage, finding inspiration in the tales of Konoha's protectors, and learning about the horrors of war, have shaped you into a remarkable individual. Your ability to channel all that resolve into becoming a protector of Konoha is nothing short of inspiring." He paused for a moment, his eyes reflecting a deep sense of empathy. The path of a shinobi is not an easy one, and it's clear that you've taken on challenges that many adults would struggle to overcome. Your tactical mind, your relentless pursuit of knowledge, and your understanding of the will of fire are attributes that will serve you and our village well. Sakumo leaned closer, his expression serious yet kind. "Never lose sight of what drives you, Kaizen. The desire to protect those you cherish and the commitment to your comrades are what make a true shinobi. You have a rare gift, and with your mindset and abilities, I have no doubt that you will become one of the greatest protectors Konoha has ever seen." He placed a hand on Kaizen's shoulder, a gesture of reassurance and support. "Remember that it's okay to feel the weight of your responsibilities and the sadness of the world's injustices. Use that to fuel your determination, but also take time to find moments of peace and joy. Balance is essential for a shinobi's heart and mind." Sakumo's eyes softened as he continued. "And know that you are not alone. You have friends, comrades, and mentors who believe in you and are here to support you. Lean on them when you need to. Together we are stronger." As he recalled Kaizen's heartfelt story, Sakumo couldn't help but reflect on his own journey as a shinobi. He remembered the countless battles, the sacrifices, and the heavy toll that the life of a ninja could take. Like Kaizen, Sakumo had been driven by a strong sense of duty and the desire to protect those he loved. Hearing Kaizen speak with such passion and conviction reminded him of his own younger self, eager to prove his worth and make a difference. Sakumo also thought about his son Kakashi and the similar burdens he carried. Both boys were striving to live up to the high expectations placed upon them, though in different ways. Kaizen's motivation stemmed from a deep-seated desire to protect and serve, molded by the stories of heroism and the harsh realities of war he had learned about. This dedication resonated deeply with Sakumo, aligning perfectly with the will of fire that guided Konoha's shinobi. Sakumo also noted that Kaizen had a unique ability to absorb and apply information extremely quickly, a trait that was rare and invaluable. His analytical approach to combat, combined with his emotional depth and unwavering resolve, set him apart from his peers. He realized that Kaizen's values and mindset were strikingly similar to his own. This young ninja had the potential to become a great protector of Konoha, and Sakumo felt a strong desire to nurture that potential. He saw in Kaizen not just a skilled warrior, but a kindred spirit who understood the true essence of being a shinobi. Thinking up to this point, Sakumo smiled warmly as he came to a decision. He then reached out a hand to help Kaizen to his feet, his expression turning more serious. "Kaizen, I've been deeply impressed by you today, both in battle and in spirit. Would you be willing to become my student?" Kaizen's eyes widened in shock, the weight of Sakumo's offer sinking in. For a moment he was speechless. He then regained his composure, letting out a genuine smile. "I would be honored to." Sakumo-sensei. Chapter 28, Celebration and Turning Points. As Sakumo prepared to offer Kaizen the chance to become his student, Kakashi and the medic arrived just in time to overhear the conversation. They had hurried back, worried about Kaizen's condition. Kakashi led the medic, a seasoned woman with years of experience, through the training grounds quickly and with purpose. Just as they came within earshot, they heard Sakumo's voice rich with sincerity. "Kaizen, I've been deeply impressed by you today, both in battle and in spirit. Would you be willing to become my student?" Kakashi stopped in his tracks, his eyes widening in surprise. The medic, a veteran who had seen many things, was equally astonished. They both knew that Sakumo had never taken on a personal student before. Praise from him was rare enough, but this offer was unprecedented. Kaizen looked up with a mix of surprise and respectfulness. "I would be honored to, Sakumo-sensei." Kakashi and the medic exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring each other's disbelief. Sakumo's reputation was one of high standards and reserved praise. For him to extend such an offer meant that Kaizen had truly made an impression. Kakashi's mind was racing, almost unable to keep up with the series of events unfolding before him. He struggled to reconcile the image of his father, a man whose approval was hard-won and sparingly given, with the sight of him extending such an offer to Kaizen. The weight of the situation pressed on him. His father had never taken on a student, not even hinting at such an intention. For Kakashi, this meant Kaizen was not just talented but exceptional in character. The pressure and awe mixed within him, causing his heart to beat faster. The medic, a woman named Osawa Hatake, stood in stunned silence. She had known Sakumo for years, often tending to his wounds after missions. His stoic nature and the quiet strength he exuded were hallmarks of his character. Sakumo's rare moments of praise were treasured by those who received them, and Osawa could count on one hand the times she had witnessed such moments. For Sakumo to offer to take Kaizen under his wing was monumental. She recalled the many times she had seen Sakumo return from missions, his body battered but his spirit unbroken. His high expectations and reserved demeanor were born from the countless battles and sacrifices he had endured. As Osawa processed this unexpected development, she couldn't help but feel a deep curiosity about Kaizen. What had this child done to earn such a rare and significant opportunity? The air around them felt charged, the weight of Sakumo's decision hanging heavily. She could see the signs of strain and injury on Kaizen, but his demeanor remained composed and resilient. This alone spoke volumes about his character. As Sakumo turned to address them, his smile was warm, yet his eyes held a seriousness that conveyed the gravity of his decision. "You two heard everything, right?" he asked, his voice steady. "This calls for a celebration. Osawa, please check Kaizen's injuries while Kakashi informs the clan to prepare the hall for a celebration later today." Hearing his father speak, Kakashi snapped out of his reverie, nodding sharply before dashing off to relay the message. Osawa watched him go, her thoughts still swirling. She then approached Kaizen, her professional instincts kicking in. As she began her examination, she couldn't help but be impressed by the severity of his injuries and his endurance of pain. "You're quite the fighter," she remarked, her tone a mix of admiration and curiosity. Kaizen's injuries were serious for his age. "Severe bruising on your arms, legs, and abdomen," she murmured, her voice laced with concern. "A laceration on your cheek, and multiple strained muscles across your body. You've taken quite a beating." Kaizen retained a neutral expression throughout her assessment. The medic's eyebrows raised slightly in surprise. "You seem to be handling the pain remarkably well," she remarked, her tone tinged with genuine admiration. "Most would be wincing, or worse with injuries like these." She then applied a potent healing salve to his cuts and bruises, carefully bandaging the more severe areas to prevent further damage. "You'll need to rest for a few days," she advised, her tone firm yet compassionate. "But I'm confident you'll recover swiftly." Kaizen nodded, grateful for her care. "Thank you for taking care of me." With Kakashi off to relay the message, and the medic having finished up her work, Kaizen took a deep breath and turned to Sakumo. "Sakumo-sensei, I have a question." Sakumo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Go ahead, Kaizen." Kaizen hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I met with Principal Kamiko from the academy earlier this week, and she mentioned wanting to discuss my training plans when individual training began. I'm not sure what to tell her now that I'll be training with you. I don't want to seem disrespectful." Sakumo's eyes softened as he considered Kaizen's words. He remembered Principal Kamiko well from his own academy days, a kind woman who had a knack for recognizing talent. If she had taken an interest in Kaizen, it was likely that the third Hokage was also aware of the boy's potential. "Don't worry about that," Kaizen Sakumo said with a reassuring smile. "I know Principal Kamiko quite well. I'll speak with her tomorrow and explain the situation." Kaizen sighed in relief, his shoulders relaxing visibly. The tension seemed to lift from him. Sakumo noticed this and felt a surge of admiration for Kaizen's good nature. With Sakumo's reassurance, Kaizen felt more at ease, even though he knew his true feelings were still hidden. The interaction had gone as smoothly as he could have hoped. Kaizen didn't know how Principal Kamiko would feel about this development, but she never provided the same offer to him as Sakumo, so he imagined that it shouldn't be too large a problem. If anything, it might be beneficial to him, given Sakumo's reputation throughout the ninja world. While Kaizen was thinking about the implications of this result, Sakumo addressed him and Osawa with a brighter expression. Now, let's prepare for the celebration. Kakashi will handle informing the clan. Osawa, please help Kaizen get somewhere to rest for now, and I'll help see to the preparations. Before Sakumo could leave, Kaizen hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Sakumo-sensei, would you be willing to show me the difference in our power? Something that could give me an idea of your strength. Turning back, Sakumo grinned and nodded. He picked up a fist-sized rock from the ground and tossed it lightly toward Kaizen. Catch, he said, still smiling. Kaizen watched the rock arc through the air toward him. As it was about to fall into his hand, a white light flashed, and the rock turned completely into powder, sifting through his fingers like sand. Kaizen blinked, astonished. He hadn't seen Sakumo move at all. The entire sequence had happened in an instant. Thank you for humoring me, Sakumo-sensei, Kaizen said, his voice filled with genuine appreciation. Sakumo waved off the gratitude with a smile. Get some rest, Kaizen. With that, he turned to leave. After Sakumo left, the medic helped Kaizen to a more comfortable spot and couldn't help but glance at him occasionally with curiosity and respect. What exactly did you do to impress Sakumo so much, she asked, her tone light yet inquisitive. Kaizen shrugged modestly. He challenged Kakashi and I to attack him with the intent to kill. I believe his purpose was to gauge our baselines as well as current top levels of performance. I'm not sure exactly, but I suppose he saw something in me that I didn't even know was there. The medic chuckled softly. Well, whatever it was, it certainly worked. Sakumo doesn't give praise lightly, let alone take on a personal student. I'm honored by the opportunity. I'll make sure not to let him down. Meanwhile, Kakashi sprinted towards the clan's main hall, his mind racing with thoughts about the day's events. The fight, his quick elimination, and witnessing Kaizen go toe-to-toe with his father had left a profound impact on him. He couldn't help but feel a mix of admiration for Kaizen's abilities and a burning desire to improve his own skills. He yearned to receive the same level of praise from his father. Reaching the main hall, Kakashi quickly found the clan members responsible for organizing events and relayed his father's instructions. We need to prepare the hall for a celebration, he told them, his voice steady despite the whirlwind of emotions inside him. My father has taken on his first personal student, and he wishes to celebrate this occasion properly. The clan members looked at him with both surprise and excitement, quickly getting to work on the preparations. As Kakashi watched them move, he began to feel that this would be a turning point, not just for Kaizen but for him as well. As the preparations for the celebration got underway, the air buzzed with excitement. Clan members moved swiftly, arranging decorations, setting up tables, and preparing food. Kakashi stood to the side, watching the flurry of activity with a thoughtful expression. As the day progressed, the clan hall was transformed into a vibrant space filled with laughter, conversation, and the delicious aroma of food. Clan members gathered to celebrate the momentous occasion of Sakumo taking on a personal student. The atmosphere was lively, with everyone eager to congratulate the student and bear witness to a piece of history. After all, Sakumo was not just their clan head but a legendary shinobi, feared and respected across all nations. With the Second Shinobi World War ending recently, everyone was still feeling the gloom of its after-effects. This announcement, however, lifted their spirits and served to reignite a fire within their hearts, symbolizing the potential for a brighter future. When everything was prepared and the event was ready to begin, Sakumo entered the hall, introducing Kaizen, who was greeted with genuine cheers and deafening applause. The support and warmth of the clan members were overwhelming, filling him with a deep sense of belonging. As he stood beside Sakumo, Kaizen felt a strange mix of emotions. He understood the ideas of family, friends, and love, but he had never experienced them in his previous life. Were these the experiences and feelings he had missed out on all those years? the warmth and creeping happiness that unconsciously brought a smile to his face. While he couldn't say for sure, he felt motivated to find the answer with the new life he had been given. After a while, Sakumo raised his hand to quiet the crowd, his voice filled with warmth and pride. Today, we celebrate not just Kaizen's induction as my student, but also the spirit of growth and unity that defines our clan. Let this serve as a reminder that we are all here to support one another as we strive to become stronger together. The hall erupted in cheers once more, and Kaizen felt a profound sense of connection. Surrounded by this heartwarming clan, he realized that moments like these were worth fighting for. As the celebration continued, the atmosphere was filled with joy and camaraderie. Clan members shared stories, laughter, and the warmth of community. Kaizen found himself at the center of attention, receiving congratulations and well wishes from everyone. It was a rare and cherished moment for him, feeling accepted and valued in a way he had never experienced before. Kakashi, standing nearby, watched the scene unfold with a mix of happiness and contemplation. He couldn't help but reflect on the day's events. Although he had a few selfish thoughts about his own capabilities, he was genuinely happy for Kaizen, knowing that he had no sense of family like he was blessed to have. Kaizen's own efforts and talent pushed him to this point without anyone to rely on. This thought alone filled Kakashi with respect for his friend. Kakashi was seen across the clan and perhaps the entire village as a golden boy of sorts, an unparalleled prodigy as the only child of Konoha's white Fang. Whatever he needed in life, it was provided for him, and he never had to struggle up to this point. Understanding this, Kakashi decided to use these events and his friendship with Kaizen to humble himself, paving the way for steady improvement free of feelings like jealousy or frustration. As the night wore on, the celebration gradually wound down. Clan members began to disperse, leaving Sakumo, Kaizen, Kakashi, and a few others in the hall. The sense of festivities in the clan united lingered in the air, a testament to the bonds forged throughout the Hatake clan. Kaizen approached Sakumo, who was speaking with some of the elders, and waited patiently for a moment to speak. When Sakumo noticed him, he excused himself from the conversation and turned his full attention to Kaizen. Sakumo-sensei, Kaizen began, his voice steady and respectful. I just wanted to thank you again for this opportunity. I don't know where my potential lies, but I can promise that you will always receive my best efforts. Sakumo placed a reassuring hand on Kaizen's shoulder, his expression one of understanding. I have no doubt about that, Kaizen. You've earned everything yourself, and you becoming my student is a testament to your efforts. So long as you do your best, I will have no complaints. I understand, Sensei. Sakumo smiled. Good. We will wait to talk about a training schedule until I speak with Principal Kamiko tomorrow. For now, just focus on school and healing from your injuries. I'll get Kakashi to let you know about any updates. Kaizen bowed slightly, showing his gratitude and respect. Thank you, Sakumo-sensei. After their conversation, Sakumo asked Kakashi to walk Kaizen back to the academy due to his injuries. The moonlight illuminated their path back to the academy, casting long shadows and adding a serene beauty to the village. The night air was cool and refreshing. Kakashi broke the silence first. Today was something else, wasn't it? He said, his tone reflective. Kaizen nodded. It definitely was. Kakashi glanced at Kaizen, his expression thoughtful. My father has never taken a personal student before. He sees something special in you. Honestly, I'm still trying to process it myself. Kaizen chuckled softly. Trust me, so am I. But at least we will be able to train together more frequently. Progress is often sparked by heightened competition. Kakashi nodded, a small smile forming on his lips. That's true. After seeing you fight today, I've got a lot to learn from you. Thanks, Kakashi, Kaizen replied. But we both have a lot of things to learn. I'm confident that not too long from now, there will be several things that you are much better at than I am. Although Kaizen was trying to boost Kakashi's confidence, he also knew just how insanely talented Kakashi was from the Naruto series. There were also many unknowns about this world, and its differences from what he read in his previous life, so he couldn't say for certain what the future held or how fast his progress would be. They continued walking in silence for a few moments, each lost in their thoughts. The village was quiet in comparison to the day, with only the occasional sound of a passing shinobi or the distant murmur of late-night conversations. "So, what do you think about the quiz tomorrow?" Kaizen asked, breaking the silence. Kakashi sighed. "I've been so focused on training that I almost forgot about it. But I think we're ready. The material this week wasn't anything too advanced." Kaizen nodded. "Yeah, I can never be too sure myself until I see how he asks questions. There is a large difference between multiple choice, true, false, select all that apply, and short answer questions." Kakashi looked over in mild surprise. "You've taken exams before." Kaizen chuckled, realizing his error. "When I was still preparing for the academy, some of the textbooks at the orphanage would have practiced questions which varied in how they were asked." "Fair enough. Though, I didn't expect anyone would willingly study on their own time. Well, I've always enjoyed learning new things. And besides, learning information now means I'll be better prepared in the future." Kakashi nodded in agreement before glancing back at him with a smirk. "You know, after everything that happened today, a quiz seems almost trivial." Kaizen laughed. "True, but we still need to do well. I'm not sure how the class rankings or grades work, but I imagine there is a chance for us to go to Class B or lower if our performances are not sufficient." As they approached the academy gates, Kakashi's expression turned serious. "In that case, let's ace that quiz tomorrow, and then focus on our training. We've got a lot of work ahead of us." "Sounds good. I'll see you tomorrow." With a final nod to each other, they parted ways. As Kaizen made his way back to the dorm, he couldn't help but think about medical ninjutsu. His injuries were an inconvenience and he intended to have tough training in the future, so being able to heal himself would become essential. He briefly thought about trying to do it now, but decided against it. Despite his vast medical knowledge, he didn't know the specifications for applying chakra to heal in this world. Kaizen knew information about it from his past life, but he would feel better after confirming it with a book from the library. After all, everything he read thus far was in much greater detail than the series would have indicated anyways. It would most likely be the same with medical ninjutsu as well. I imagine it would still primarily be a usage of yang release, but I don't even know how much talent I have with that or if I can even access it. I should be on the right track regarding chakra control and definitely have a mastery over the academic portions. Amen. I'll have to visit the library again at some point and see what books they have on the topic. It would be nice for me to compare my past knowledge with this world and see what is the same and what is different. Kaizen's thoughts also drifted back to the fight with Sakumo. I now have a rough understanding of the difference in power, as well as what can be achieved in this world. I tried my best to kill Sakumo, and he essentially tanked or dodged everything, even with him heavily restricting himself and underestimating me. Not to mention, his physique made it impossible to use any form of grappling. I even doubt a rear naked choke would do anything to him with my current level of strength. Now, I can understand why everyone considered him a monster in the manga. Deciding that he would just continue taking things step by step, he began looking over his notes for the quiz tomorrow before finally going to sleep. Chapter 29, Test of Knowledge. Kaizen found himself in the familiar landscape of his lucid dream. The environment had a calming effect, allowing him to navigate his ideas with ease. His first action was to will away his injuries. At some point, he hoped to be able to perform a similar feat in the real world, but that would require patience, research, and training. With his injuries healed, Kaizen focused on replaying the fight with Sakumo. He willed the dream to show the scene from a third-person perspective, and the scene changed to reveal the training ground. There he was, facing Sakumo, their movements captured with uncanny accuracy. As he watched himself engage in the intense bout, he could see the fight with an entirely new perspective. Kaizen's expression was one of deep concentration. He analyzed each encounter, noting the moments when his attacks were deflected or when his defenses were penetrated. Muttering to himself, Kaizen critiqued his stance, the timing of his strikes, and the choices he made during the fight. I should have followed up with a lower sweep here, he whispered, observing a particular exchange. And here, I left my right side too exposed. After replaying the fight several times, watching both his and Sakumo's actions, Kaizen decided to move to the next step. He conjured a replica of Sakumo, crafted with remarkable fidelity to the real person. He integrated the fighting style Sakumo, used in the figure he willed into existence. Ready to test his adjustments, Kaizen launched into a series of attacks, testing different strategies and refining the techniques he used. They sparred repeatedly, continuing without need for rest, Kaizen's mind showcasing an endless pursuit for perfection. Despite his efforts, Kaizen found it challenging to gain the upper hand. This Sakumo mirrored the real one's prowess, forcing Kaizen to push his limits. He tried different angles of attack, varied his chakra-enhanced strikes, and even incorporated more unorthodox tactics. Yet, each bout ended with him either narrowly escaping defeat or being outmaneuvered entirely. However, rather than frustration, Kaizen felt a growing excitement. This was the strongest opponent he had faced thus far, and each round was a lesson in itself. The thrill of the challenge, combined with the opportunity to refine his skills, filled him with motivation to continue learning. Eventually, daylight streamed through the window and Kaizen awoke with a start. The transition from his intense dream training to the real world requiring him to adjust. He lay still for a moment, feeling the residual effects of his mind working in overdrive. He normally prepares himself to wake back up, but he got too carried away in his battles that he woke up, while still in the middle of a spar. As he stretched, the dull ache in his muscles reminded him of the injuries from Sakumo. His body protested with each movement, but he knew there weren't any serious injuries. After going through his morning routine, without the physical exercises, Kaizen made his way to the medical ward after breakfast. Like always, the academy was already bustling with activity, students hurrying to their morning classes. The familiar sounds and smells, laughter, chatter, the scent of fresh breakfast, created a lively backdrop as he walked. Entering the medical ward, he was greeted by one of the medics. After some conversation, she directed him to sit on one of the examination tables and began her assessment. "You've really done a number on yourself, Kaizen," she remarked, her tone a mix of concern and admiration. "You have several deep bruises, strained muscles, and a few minor lacerations. You'll need to rest for a few days to allow your body to heal properly." Kaizen nodded, accepting the diagnosis. She handed him a written excuse from physical activities, her expression thoughtful. "Just make sure to take it easy." "Okay," he thanked her, taking the excuse note and heading out. Kaizen entered the classroom and noticed Hiroshi-sensei reviewing some papers. Approaching the teacher's desk, Kaizen handed over the excuse note. Hiroshi-sensei raised an eyebrow as he took the note and read it. His expression shifted from curiosity to surprise. "Kaizen, what happened?" he asked, looking up from the note. Kaizen shrugged nonchalantly. "I had a sparring session yesterday." Hiroshi-sensei's eyebrows shot up inquisitively, but he didn't press further. "Well, be sure you follow the medic's advice and rest." Kaizen nodded, appreciating the concern. "I will, sensei. Thank you." Soon, the bell rang signaling the start of the quiz. The remaining students quickly settled into their seats. The atmosphere grew tense with concentration. Hiroshi-sensei handed out the quiz papers, and Kaizen focused his mind on the task ahead. The questions covered various topics, each designed to test their understanding of the lessons taught so far. Short answer. Describe the primary uses of chakra in advanced elemental ninjutsu. Explain the strategic advantages of different formations in a 3-man cell. What are the key differences between genjutsu and ninjutsu, and how can one identify a genjutsu trap? List the characteristics of the 5 main chakra natures and their elemental weaknesses. Detail the role of a medic nin on the battlefield and the protocols they must follow in a combat scenario. True/false. The Second Shinobi World War ended with the signing of the Treaty of Reconciliation in the Land of Fire. The Chunin exams are held every year in the Hidden Leaf Village. Essay. Describe what the ninja way means to you. What is your ninja way? Explain. Kaizen read through each question carefully, ensuring there were no tricks to any of them. His answers were detailed, perhaps going beyond what was required. However, Kaizen wanted to achieve the highest grades possible. Given the opportunities he's been afforded so far, he can't say for certain there isn't a hidden benefit to being ranked number 1 in the class. Considering the current layout of the academy, it was certainly a possibility. As Class 1A was taking their quiz, Sakumo Hatake walked through the familiar grounds of the academy, greeted by nods and respectful bows from the staff and students alike. As he approached the principal's office, memories of his own academy days flooded back, reminding him of the time he spent under Principal Kamiko's guidance. The door to the principal's office stood ajar, and Sakumo knocked lightly before entering. Principal Kamiko looked up from her desk, her face lit up with a warm smile as she recognized her visitor. "Sakumo, it's been too long," Kamiko greeted, rising to her feet. "Please come in." Sakumo returned the smile, inclining his head in respect. "Thank you, Kamiko-sensei. It's good to see you again." They exchanged pleasantries, reminiscing briefly about the past before settling into the chairs opposite each other. Kamiko's office was filled with books and scrolls, a testament to her love for learning. Sakumo leaned forward slightly, his expression thoughtful. "Kamiko-sensei, I'm here to discuss one of your students, Kaizen. I've had the opportunity to meet with him recently, and I must say, his talent is remarkable." Kamiko's eyes gleamed with interest. "Kaizen, you say? I have indeed been keeping an eye on him. His performance at the academy has been nothing short of exceptional, but for you to take a personal interest, that speaks volumes." Sakumo nodded. "His abilities are very impressive, but it's his mindset and determination that truly stood out for me. He reminds me of some of the great shinobi from our past, those who had the potential to change the course of history." Kamiko listened intently, picking up on the subtle hints in Sakumo's words. "It sounds like you have plans for him, Sakumo." He smiled slightly. "I believe he has the potential to achieve great things, but he needs the right guidance. I would like to mentor him personally, to help him reach that potential." Kamiko's eyebrows rose in surprise, but she quickly nodded in understanding. "That would be a rare honor, indeed. Kaizen is fortunate to have caught your attention." She paused, then continued, "I have a meeting scheduled with the Hokage later today to discuss Kaizen's future. Your involvement could be pivotal. Would you join us for that meeting?" Sakumo agreed, seeing the value in aligning their efforts. "I would be honored, Kamiko-sensei. I'll join you in the Hokage later today." With that, she informed him of the time and concluded their discussion. Sakumo had some work to handle before the evening meeting, but the future seemed promising. As Sakumo exited her office, Principal Kamiko leaned back in her chair, deep in thought. The prospect of Sakumo mentoring Kaizen was both exciting and significant. She had always known Sakumo to be a man of discerning judgment and high standards. For him to see potential in Kaizen meant the young boy was indeed extraordinary, like she surmised. Kamiko recalled Kaizen's impressive academic and practical performances. His intelligence, coupled with his drive, set him apart from his peers. Yet, the idea of Sakumo taking a personal interest in him suggested that Kaizen's capabilities went beyond what was visible on the surface. She wondered how the Hokage would react to this news. Hiruzen was always looking for the next generation of shinobi who could lead Konoha into a brighter era. With Sakumo's endorsement, Kaizen's path could be shaped in ways that few others experienced. Kamiko stood and began to organize the papers on her desk, preparing for the meeting with the Hokage. She knew the discussion would have far-reaching implications not only for Kaizen but potentially for the entire village. Sakumo's involvement indicated a level of mentorship that could only benefit Konoha. She glanced at the clock, noting the time. It was almost time for the afternoon classes to begin, and she had a few more tasks to handle before the evening meeting. Back in the classroom, Kaizen focused intently on the lessons being taught. He listened to the lectures intently, absorbing information on various shinobi techniques, village history, and tactical strategies. Once classes finished for the day, Kaizen headed to the academy library. The scent of old books and the quiet rustle of pages created a calming atmosphere. He browsed through the sections, selecting texts on anatomy and physiology, biology, chemistry, biochemistry, and medical ninjutsu basics. He figured it was time to not only learn about medical ninjutsu, but to also compare his past life's knowledge with this one. The more quickly he could make adjustments to different information or confirm what he already knew, the faster he could increase his strength. While selecting books, Kaizen noted the absence of more advanced materials and deduced that these must be housed in a more specified or restricted section on higher floors. He resolved to gain access to those texts in the future once he solidified his foundational knowledge. He spent the next few hours immersed in his studies, occasionally jotting down notes and cross-referencing information. The intricate details of the human body and chakra pathways fascinated him as always, providing more insight into how biology operated in this world. Noting the time, Kaizen decided to check out several of the books, ensuring he adhered to the current borrowing limit. He made sure to return his previous books when he arrived today so that there wouldn't be any issues. Once he gathered the books, Kaizen organized his notes and planned his evening study session in his dorm, eager to continue learning these principles. Kaizen approached the librarian's desk, balancing a small stack of books. The librarian, an older woman with sharp eyes and a gentle smile, scanned the titles with mild curiosity. "You've got quite a selection here, young man," she commented, her voice a soothing murmur amidst the library's hush. Kaizen nodded politely. "I'm trying to expand my knowledge in these areas." The librarian nodded approvingly as she took note of each book and his information. "These should keep you busy for a while. Remember, you can always come back for more once you finish these." "Thank you," Kaizen replied, taking the books and slipping them into his bag. As the evening sky darkened, painting the village in shades of twilight, Kaizen made his way back to his dorm. Kaizen entered his room and set the books on his desk. He changed into more comfortable clothes and settled down to continue his studies. The room was silent, except for the soft rustling of pages, as he immersed himself in the material. Unbeknownst to Kaizen, a significant discussion was about to take place in the Hokage's office. Principal Kamiko and Sakumo Hatake were already on their way, prepared to discuss Kaizen's future. The third Hokage awaited them, curious and thoughtful about the promising student whose name had reached his ears. Kaizen, unaware of the meeting concerning his future, continued to read in his dorm, his eyes fixed on the pages, his mind absorbing every detail. Chapter 30: Konoha's Emerging Phenomenon. As the afternoon sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows over the village of Konoha, Principal Kamiko stepped into the office of the third Hokage. Standing with her was Sakumo Hatake. "I hope you don't mind, Lord Hokage. I thought Sakumo's presence would help our discussion," she said, her voice steady and clear. Hiruzen looked up with a slight raise of his brows. Though surprised, his face soon softened into a welcoming smile. "Of course, Kamiko. It is always wise to have varied perspectives." "Sakumo, it's a pleasure to have you join us," he responded. Once seated, the trio delved into the core of their meeting. Hiruzen passed a couple neatly organized dossiers to them to look through, containing detailed reports and all known evaluations of the young prodigy named Kaizen. The documents were filled with charts, scores, and teacher comments, outlining his academic prowess and practical skills within the Ninja Academy. It also contained all known information about him from the orphanage. Hiruzen began informing the two of them about his findings. Earlier this week, Hiroshi Senju, the teacher for Class 1A, gave his report on the class. He specifically made sure to mention Kaizen and his incredible performances. The level of talent mentioned was sufficient enough for me to look into his background and acquire all the known information about him and compile it into a document. I also had some people go question his caretakers at the orphanage as well. He was found at the steps to the orphanage when he was just a newborn. Some tests confirmed he was born on the same day he was found at the orphanage, making his birthday December 31st. DNA tests were conducted, but they didn't match anyone from our medical registry. Due to the suspicious nature of his appearance at the orphanage, several more thorough tests were run on him to determine if there was anything abnormal about him. At the mention of tests being conducted, Principal Kamiko raised an eyebrow at Hiruzen, to which he began to justify their reasoning. Although it might seem over the top for a baby, it is important to note that he was born while the Second Shinobi World War was still ongoing. An unknown child being delivered to the orphanage at such a time would logically spark concern and suspicions. However, despite all the tests conducted, the baby was found to be completely normal, with no known lineage associated with him. His DNA was even cross-referenced on our more restricted database, which contained DNA of shinobi and civilians from other nations and villages collected via missions or battles. In the end, he was found to be a completely normal human boy. With every possibility explored, he was given to the orphanage to raise. They gave him the name Kaizen and believed that he might be adopted at some point as he grew older to acquire a surname. Although it seems the caretakers were not expecting him to be talented enough to get accepted in the ninja academy at such a young age. They did mention that he was very athletic, kind, smart, and studious, but they weren't aware that he was as talented as we've come to learn. Sakumo, flipping through the pages while he listened, raised his eyebrows in visible astonishment. "These performances are remarkable," he said, scanning the quantitative data and narrative assessments that painted a picture of a student performing far beyond his peers. Especially for someone so young. His practical scores are nearly unprecedented. From what I can see here, Kakashi's scores beat his during a few of the physical portions of the entrance exam, so that means he was either holding back, or he has been improving exponentially. Given the rest of the context, I would lean towards the latter, which is Sakumo trailed off. Kamiko nodded in agreement, her eyes reflecting a mix of pride and serious contemplation. Indeed, Kaizen has shown an exceptional grasp of both theoretical knowledge and combat skills thus far. His progress has been profound, raising both opportunities and challenges for his future training, she explained. Hiruzen rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his gaze lingering on a comment about Kaizen's leadership during a team exercise. His rapid development might set a new precedent. It's not just about managing a gifted ninja, but guiding him to grow in a way that benefits all of Konoha. He mused aloud, the responsibility of his position clear in his contemplative demeanor. It might seem a bit much to look so far into the talent of a single student after a week of performance within the academy, but the accumulated experience between Hiruzen and Kamiko led them to take the context into account. Even someone like Sakumo, who was nearing his mid-30s, could grasp the significance of Kaizen's achievements within such a short amount of time. That is, if you are only taking into account the current information Hiruzen has available. He still is unaware of Kamiko's meeting with Kaizen, as well as Sakumo's spar with Kaizen. When students with incredible potential like Sakumo Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Dan Kato, Fugaku, Kushina, or Minato are discovered, it is important to take proper measures to ensure they are guided properly. Despite the saddening loss of Dan during the war, he and the others have proven to be massive assets to Konoha. Regarding Minato, even though he is only 15 years old at this moment, his talent and potential are unquestioned. Kushina need not be questioned either, considering she is now the host of the Nine Tails. Before we move on, I wanted to provide some new information about a meeting I had with Kaizen earlier this week. It was initially about the fight he had with the older students, but it was also a way for me to understand his thoughts and intentions. During our meeting, Kaizen demonstrated an exceptional level of insight and maturity. He provided a detailed analysis of the confrontation, breaking down each movement and decision with remarkable clarity. His ability to assess and react to threats is far beyond what it should be at his age. I even posed to him the question revolving around the king and shogi. Much to my surprise, he identified the children of the village as the king, demonstrating his understanding of the deeper responsibilities of a shinobi of Konoha and the will of fire. Hiruzen's eyes twinkled with approval. That is indeed a profound answer, one that reflects a deep understanding of our village's core values. Kamiko nodded. It was an answer that surprised me, even given his previous performances. His intelligence, combined with his drive and leadership qualities, marks him as a unique talent. I believe his future development must be guided with great care. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. That is quite the commendation. What did he generally end up saying about the fight with the older students? Kamiko recounted Kaizen's explanation. Essentially, he said that he attempted to resolve the situation peacefully, but then it quickly escalated. His focus at first was on incapacitating rather than harming. Only when they pulled out weapons and attempted ninjutsu did he begin using violent moves aimed at ending the encounter as quickly as possible. Like I mentioned, his actual explanations were much more detailed on the encounter, but they lined up with what Hiroshi reported. Sakumo leaned forward, his eyes narrowing, He was deep in thought as he considered what Kamiko said carefully. "And when did you say this incident occurred again?" Adopting a puzzled expression at Sakumo's seriousness and reasoning for asking, but she still replied, "The incident occurred on the first day of class, last Monday." Hearing this, Sakumo's eyes widened in shock and perhaps a bit of horror as well. Seeing the seemingly perpetually stoic Sakumo adopt such an expression was confusing to both Hiruzen and Kamiko, who had both known Sakumo for the majority of his life up to this point. If the incident happened last Monday, then that means Kaizen not only learned how to enhance his muscles with chakra in a week, but he learned it to such a degree that he could spar with me using it as well. Wait a second. That kunai he threw at me after the barrage of shuriken was much faster than his current physique would be capable of. Then when he landed the kicks on my knee and temple, the speed of his movements were not uniform, as if he selectively applied chakra to the specific muscles required for the movements he wished to perform. What's wrong? Is there a problem with something, Sakumo? Hiruzen and Kamiko asked respectively. Please allow me a moment. I am just connecting some dots about an encounter I had with Kaizen yesterday. You will both naturally understand why I reacted in such a way once we get to the information I have to offer, Sakumo answered respectfully. Nodding, they both gave Sakumo a few moments to think. If my conclusions are correct, then I still underestimated Kaizen's potential. Enhancing muscles with chakra is usually something learned after a shinobi becomes a chunin, with the rare exception of genin learning how to do it. However, when they learn the skill, it is through the enhancement of all muscles uniformly throughout their body. Sakumo rubbed his chin as he looked down, continuing to consider the possibilities. Both Hiruzen and Kamiko shared a look, wondering what got Sakumo to be in such a state. Hiruzen just shrugged, continuing to smoke his pipe, and Kamiko read back through the dossier that Hiruzen provided. Learning it still requires a more advanced application of chakra control, but it is also considered to be the standardized approach for most shinobi. Trying to enhance specific muscles not only requires a much higher level of chakra control, but also a detailed knowledge of human anatomy, physiology, and biomechanics. Otherwise, significant injuries can occur if these requirements are not met. Enhancing the entire body uniformly doesn't require a fraction of the academic knowledge or nearly the same level of chakra control. However, one of the major downsides to the standardized method is the increased chakra drain by comparison. Due to the higher requirements for the more specified approach, anyone who is capable of learning it usually takes several years and is either at least a medical nin or a tokubetsu jonin. There are some older elite chunin who manage to learn it, but that's after a decade or more of experience after becoming chunin. Even the top geniuses that learn this method are at least chunin when they learn it, much less being able to apply it effectively in combat. I myself learned the standardized approach as a genin and the specified method after I became a chunin. I can't believe this is even a possibility, but it seems to be the most likely scenario at this point. Kaizen at 4 years old managed to not only learn, but perfectly apply an incredibly advanced application of chakra control during combat against me within a week. Given what we know about him, he hasn't chosen to hide anything, which means he most likely didn't have the knowledge, or at least the ability to apply the enhancement of chakra to his muscles against the older students. If he could, then he would have been able to easily incapacitate them without such injuries. Looking back up at Hiruzen and Kamiko, Sakumo thought, I wonder what expression these two will have once they come to the same conclusion. There was of course another possibility that Sakumo didn't consider, which would be that Kaizen intentionally wanted to find a reason to injure the older students. However, given Kaizen's friendliness, leadership, genuine nature, incredible acting, and strong will of fire, Sakumo didn't think that a 4-year-old Kaizen would have any malicious intentions towards Konoha or its people. Thus, this was the conclusion he made, and it also happened to be the correct one. Kaizen truly didn't know how to enhance his muscles with chakra during that encounter. Regaining his composure, Sakumo said, "All right, I am ready to continue. I apologize for causing any concern. As I mentioned, once we get to the information I have to offer, you will naturally understand my reaction." The discussion then shifted towards the implications of Kaizen's talent at a young age, with each participant weighing in from their unique perspectives, Hiruzen from the standpoint of village security and future, Kamiko from educational and developmental angles. and Sakumo from the sharp end of ninja operations and warfare. Eventually, the conversation naturally segued into Sakumo's personal observations of Kaizen. Leaning forward, his expression serious yet filled with a rare hint of excitement, Sakumo began to share his recent decision regarding the young ninja. "I have recently offered Kaizen the opportunity to become my personal student," Sakumo announced, his voice carrying a blend of pride and solemnity. "He accepted." Hiruzen's eyes widened slightly at this revelation. Sakumo was known throughout Konoha for his discerning nature and exceptionally high standards. "That is indeed surprising," Sakumo, Hiruzen responded, his tone mixed with admiration and curiosity. "You've never taken on a student. What did you see in him that prompted this decision?" Sakumo paused, reflecting on the moment he made his decision. "It was a combination of factors such as his character as well as the spar against me yesterday," he explained. Kaizen displayed not only exceptional skill but an innate understanding of combat seen from only the most seasoned of shinobi. Kamiko, always keen to understand the nuances of such dynamics, leaned in, her interest piqued. "Could you elaborate on that spar? What specifically about his performance struck you?" Sakumo nodded, clearing his throat slightly as he prepared to dive into the specifics. "The spar involved my son and Kaizen against me. I restricted my speed and strength and only used taijutsu, intending to offer them a sense of fairness, comparing technique against technique. I also told them to come at me with the intent to kill so that I could understand their skills, mindsets, and combat effectiveness. It was intended as a routine exercise, but it quickly became apparent that Kaizen was in a league of his own." He continued, his voice laced with a mix of respect and disbelief. "The match started with me observing the two of them and countering for a while until I felt I understood their strengths and weaknesses. My son was then quickly knocked out of the spar, leaving just Kaizen and I left," Sakumo said, his eyes narrowing as he recalled every moment. He began to detail the match from memory, letting Hiruzen and Kamiko imagine it in vivid detail. They listened intently, each registering the significance of Sakumo's words. His understanding of movement and technique is exceptional. Even with the physical disparity, his strategy and adaptability nearly bridged that gap. The way he utilized his surroundings and the limited resources he had, like the shuriken and kunai, was not just effective, it was ingenious. The atmosphere in the room shifted as Sakumo reached the crux of his observations. While I consciously held back in certain areas, it was clear that Kaizen's technical skill in taijutsu surpasses mine. He completely caught me off guard towards the latter half of the spar, through the utilization of chakra to enhance his muscles. My earlier reaction was due to figuring out that he also used chakra to enhance specific muscles during some of his attacks. Overall, if the conditions were perfectly equal in that spar, same physique, speed, strength, and reflexes, I am convinced he could have killed me. Hiruzen, mid-drag on his pipe, choked on the smoke as he processed Sakumo's admission. The smoke billowed around him, a visual echo of his surprise. "Do fucking what?" he yelled, the shock evident in his voice. Principal Kamiko was no less astonished, with her mind blanking at the statement made by Sakumo. Her eyes widened, a rare loss of her usual controlled demeanor. "That's," she murmured, her mind racing with the ramifications of such a revelation. Both Hiruzen and Kamiko understood what it meant to even receive praise from Sakumo, much less what he just admitted. Not to mention, they instantly understood why Sakumo had such a bizarre reaction earlier. It was truly too monstrous to think about. Sakumo nodded solemnly, his expression serious. "Everything we've discussed is precisely why I believe Kaizen is not just a prodigy. He is a phenomenon. His ability to predict and strategize, to turn apparent disadvantages into tactical advantages, it's almost like he's playing a game of shogi, always several moves ahead." The room fell silent as the weight of Sakumo's words settled over the occupants. Hiruzen leaned back, puffing thoughtfully on his pipe, while Kamiko's face was etched with contemplation. Kamiko and Hiruzen exchanged glances, their thoughts mirrored in each other's eyes. Kaizen was not just a gifted student. He was a potential master of his craft, a mind that could one day shape the very fabric of ninja tactics and warfare. The profound revelations about Kaizen prompted a strategic pivot in the conversation. Hiruzen, his elder statesman demeanor returning, stroked his beard thoughtfully. "This changes everything. Kaizen's capabilities, if nurtured correctly, could redefine much of our village's future," he noted. the gears of his mind visibly turning as he considered the implications. Principal Kamiko nodded in agreement, her keen mind already mapping out possible educational trajectories. It's essential we craft a path that challenges him without overwhelming him or pushing him towards darker inclinations. His training must be meticulous, encompassing not just physical prowess but also ethical grounding and mental resilience. She then gave a strict look to Hiruzen. That means he must have absolutely no contact with Danzo. I understand you believe his actions to be in the village's best interest, but this point should be non-negotiable. Don't you agree? Hiruzen completely agreed, not minding her look. She was his elder in age, and also earned the respect of all the higher-ups within the village. She has been guiding the younger generations through the academy for decades. If she wanted to speak up for anyone, there would be no arguments. I will ensure that Danzo is kept away from Kaizen for the foreseeable future, Hiruzen replied. Sakumo, listening intently, added, I intend to guide Kaizen personally, not only in the arts of combat but in understanding the deeper responsibilities that come with such power. He will learn to use his skills for the good of Konoha. Although given what I know about him so far, I think that it won't be too much of an issue to accomplish that. Hiruzen appreciated the thoughtfulness behind Sakumo's words. Indeed, the balance of power he could wield is immense. We must ensure his growth is balanced with a strong moral compass. It's not just about making him a powerful ninja, but a wise one. They discussed specific training regimens, potential mentors in various ninja arts, and the psychological support Kaizen would need to handle the burden of his talents. We'll need to monitor his progress closely, Kamiko suggested. Regular assessments, not just of his skills but of his psychological well-being, will be crucial. Hiruzen agreed, noting, his unique abilities might set him apart from his peers, which can be isolating. We must ensure he remains connected to his fellow students in the village to foster a sense of belonging. To this point, Sakumo mentioned the conversation he had with Kaizen after the spar. Kaizen truly sees the village as his family and is very grateful for the position he is in, as well as the things he has been given. Sakumo also mentioned Kaizen's motivations behind his drive to become stronger. Hearing this, Kamiko and Hiruzen felt even more reaffirmed in their decisions to wholeheartedly support Kaizen's growth, feeling extremely hopeful for the future of Konoha. As the strategic session drew to a close, the trio outlined a preliminary plan, integrating advanced training modules with regular evaluations and a support system that included not only teachers but also peers. Just as moonlight began to bathe the Hokage's office, the meeting drew to a close. Each leader understood the weight of the decisions made that day. We'll proceed with our plan. I will also send some Anbu to begin spreading rumors, along with confirmations of you taking on your first and only student. Even without me doing so, it will soon be widely known that Kaizen has become your student. At least with this, we can control how people perceive him, Hiruzen concluded, his voice imbued with a mixture of resolve and anticipation. Kaizen's journey is ours as well. We guide him, and in turn, perhaps he will redefine what it means to be a shinobi. Sakumo nodded, a determined gleam in his eye. Kamiko smiled slightly, her mind already on the next steps, and I'll arrange for the necessary resources from the academy. He won't lack for support or challenges. As the meeting ended, each participant carried away a sense of gravity and purpose. They were not just shaping a young ninja's future, but potentially the future of Konoha itself. In the quiet that followed their departure, Hiruzen lingered at his window, gazing out over the village. He pondered the coming days with a sense of foreboding and excitement. Training a ninja like Kaizen always felt like taming a storm, fraught with peril, but filled with potential. Kamiko, on her way back to the academy, felt a spark of exhilaration. Nurturing a mind like Kaizen's would be a rare challenge, one that might even elevate the standards of their training programs. And Sakumo, walking through the village's bustling streets, considered the path ahead. It was uncharted territory for him, but he was ready. He smiled gently as he thought of his son and the rivalry he would share with Kaizen going forward. Chapter 31 Quiz Results. Kaizen woke with the first light of dawn filtering through his small window. He got out of bed and performed some light stretches before deciding to meditate, which lasted for an hour. Once he finished meditating, a smile appeared on his face. Kaizen finally finished mentally mapping out all 361 Tenketsu points throughout his chakra network. This was huge for someone like him who wished to continually improve his understanding and control over chakra. Although Kaizen wasn't sure how fast his progress was compared to others, he figured it taking him around a week wasn't too bad. Now that I've achieved that milestone, I can work on consciously circulating my chakra throughout every Tenketsu point, creating a full cycle of my chakra. That can wait for later, though. I've spent enough time meditating and still need to take a shower, eat breakfast, and get another medical checkup before class. Quickly accomplishing those tasks, Kaizen was pleasantly surprised when he visited the medical ward. They performed another round of healing and informed him he should be able to do some light exercise today, but it might be best to wait until tomorrow. Although they said this, the medics were a bit taken back at Kaizen's recovery speed. Even if Kaizen's injuries weren't too serious, it was still a fraction of the recovery time normally required, indicating that Kaizen might have a naturally higher vitality than others. Feeling better after the treatment, Kaizen approached the academy. As he did, Kaizen noticed a group of his classmates gathered outside the classroom. Their animated conversations and occasional glances toward a wall hinted at the topic of discussion. He quickened his pace, curiosity grabbing him. Kaizen called Hiroto Uchiha, his sharp eyes catching sight of him. Hiroto's voice was filled with excitement. "Come over here. The scores from the quiz are up." Kaizen weaved through the throng of students, returning greetings and nods as he went. Eiko Hyuga greeted him with a warm smile, her eyes twinkling with anticipation. "Good morning, Kaizen. The scores are posted on the wall over there." His eyes quickly scanned the large parchment bearing the results, finding his name at the very top. Kaizen 100A+, Kakashi Hatake 96A, Hiroto Uchiha 93A-, Eiko Hyuga 92A-, Rina Morioka 90A-. Further down, the scores began to taper off, with some students clearly struggling more than others. Ryu Yamanari 67D+. Kaizen's thoughts shifted from his own success to the broader picture. He noticed the range of emotions on the faces around him: relief, pride, disappointment. Hiroto slapped Kaizen on the back, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Well, looks like someone's been burning the midnight oil. What's your secret, Kaizen? Bribery? Blackmail?" Kaizen chuckled, shaking his head. "Nah, just good old-fashioned studying, a healthy dose of insomnia, and a pinch of luck." Kakashi raised an eyebrow. "Humble as always, Kaizen, but we both know luck had nothing to do with it." Yeah, Kaizen waved off the compliment. Eiko nudged Kaizen playfully. "Just don't let it go to your head. Genius boy. We mere mortals still need to believe we have a fighting chance." Kaizen laughed. "It's just the first quiz. I imagine the rankings will be shifting quite a bit." After some more banter, the bell rang, signaling the start of the day's lessons. The students began to file into the classroom, each lost in their thoughts about the scores and what they signified for their current standings. Inside the classroom, the atmosphere was charged with a blend of pride, relief, and apprehension. Kaizen took his seat, glancing around to gauge the reactions of his classmates. Some, like Kakashi and Hiroto, appeared confident, while others, like Ryu Yamanari, seemed to be struggling with their emotions. As the last few students settled into their seats, Hiroshi-sensei walked in, his presence commanding attention and silence. He carried a stack of papers and paused at the front of the room, surveying the class with a keen eye. "Good morning," Hiroshi-sensei began, his voice calm but firm. "I trust you've all had a chance to see your test scores. Let me start by saying that while some of you have performed admirably, others have a lot of work to do." Kaizen felt a twinge of empathy for those who had not fared well. His gaze drifted to Ryu, who sat at the back, staring down at his desk. Hiroshi-sensei continued, "This quiz was designed to assess your current level of knowledge. It is not the final measure of your abilities but a checkpoint. Those who excelled should not become complacent, and those who struggled shouldn't lose hope." Kaizen exchanged a brief, encouraging glance with Hiroto, who nodded slightly. They both understood the importance of continuous improvement. Hiroshi-sensei then began to walk the class through a review of the questions, explaining the correct responses and common mistakes. He emphasized the key points they needed to grasp, ensuring everyone understood where they went wrong and how to improve. Kaizen listened intently, taking detailed notes. The review reinforced his understanding of the material and provided insights into areas he could refine. He noticed Kakashi doing the same, their silent competition driving them both to absorb every bit of information. At one point, Eiko Hyuga raised her hand, her voice steady yet curious. "Sensei, could you go over the chakra control question again? I think a lot of us found that one particularly tricky." Hiroshi-sensei nodded, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "Certainly, Eiko. Chakra control is a fundamental skill that many overlook. Let's break it down step by step." As Hiroshi-sensei explained, Kaizen noticed Rina Morioka furiously scribbling notes, her brow furrowed in concentration. The room was filled with the quiet sounds of pens on paper and the occasional murmur of understanding. During a brief pause, Eiko leaned over and whispered to Kaizen, "I'm glad we're going over this. I thought I understood everything, but there were a few tough questions." "Me too," Kaizen whispered back. It's good to see what answers he was looking for. Rina, sitting next to Eiko, nodded in agreement. "Yeah, this review is really helpful." As the review session came to an end, Hiroshi-sensei addressed the class once more. "Remember, this was just one quiz. Learn from your mistakes, support each other, and strive for excellence." As Hiroshi-sensei concluded his remarks, the classroom buzzed with a mix of subdued murmurs and hushed conversations. Kaizen's attention was drawn to Ryu Yamanari, who sat hunched at his desk, his shoulders slumped. The weight of his score seemed to be pressing down on him heavily. Kaizen decided he would reach out to Ryu after class, but for now, he focused on the overall mood in the room. Eiko Hyuga and Rina Morioka were whispering to each other, their expressions a blend of relief and determination. "I'm glad we managed to stay in the A range," Rina said quietly, her voice carrying a note of lingering concern. "But I'm worried about keeping up." Kaizen leaned over and joined their conversation. "You both did great. Now that we know how he wants questions to be answered, it should be a bit easier. We'll help each other out." Eiko smiled appreciatively. "Thanks, Kaizen. Your support means a lot." Nearby, Taro Akamichi was fidgeting with his pencil, clearly troubled. "I don't think it was right to post our scores like this," he muttered, his voice just loud enough for those around him to hear. "It's embarrassing for those who didn't do well." Hiroshi-sensei, who had been organizing his papers, looked up sharply. "Taro," he said, his tone firm but not unkind. "If you cannot handle the public display of your performance, you should reassess your goal to become a shinobi." Taro's face turned a shade paler, and he lowered his head, clearly affected by the reprimand. Some students exchanged sympathetic glances, but none spoke up, understanding the harsh realities of their training. Kaizen decided to step in, sensing the need for some encouragement. "Taro, it's tough, but the outside world is incredibly cruel and unfair. The Academy is attempting to prepare us for that world, and things like publicly posting our scores is one of their introductory ways to create a competitive atmosphere, as well as hold us accountable for our actions. Nobody is looking down on each other, so you should try to view it as a benchmark for how to improve yourself going forward." Taro looked up, his expression softening slightly. "Thanks, Kaizen. I'll try to see it that way." Suki and Shiro added their voices of support, and soon a small group of students was engaged in a discussion about how to prepare for the next quiz. As the bell rang, signaling the end of the class, Hiroshi-sensei addressed everyone once more. "Before you all leave," Hiroshi-sensei began, his voice cutting through the murmurs, "I want to once again address any concerns that were raised about posting your scores publicly." The room fell silent, and all eyes turned towards their teacher. "This is not a civilian school," Hiroshi-sensei continued. "Here we train shinobi who must be prepared for the harsh realities of our world. Transparency and accountability are crucial. If you cannot handle your scores being posted, how will you handle the scrutiny and pressure of a real mission, where each decision can mean life or death?" The gravity of his words settled over the students, many of whom shifted uncomfortably in their seats. Taro Akamichi, in particular, looked visibly affected. Hiroshi-sensei's expression softened slightly as he addressed the class. This is not about embarrassing you, but about preparing you. Each of you has the potential to excel, but that requires hard work. However, it is important for me to go ahead and inform all of you that those who continue to score below an 80 will be moved out of Class A. This news was shocking. Most of Kaizen's classmates didn't expect such a thing to be possible. This is not meant to be a punishment, but a result of the competitive environment within the academy. It was created for the purpose of the most talented rising to the top and subsequently garnering the resources needed to help them grow more quickly. The village spends a large amount of money and resources on ensuring that the students here receive the best education and training possible. Students from classes B through Z would want nothing more than to take the seats you have in this class. Keep this in mind as you are, ultimately, responsible for your own performances and their subsequent consequences. Hiroshi-sensei's gaze flickered briefly to Kaizen and Kakashi, acknowledging their performances. It was a subtle reminder that high scores brought their own set of expectations and responsibilities. Remember, Hiroshi-sensei added, his voice carrying a final note of encouragement, this academy is here to mold you into capable shinobi. Use every challenge as a stepping stone to grow stronger. Hiroshi-sensei gave a final nod, signaling the end of his address. Class dismissed. As the students began to leave, Kaizen approached Ryu Yamanari, who was still seated, staring blankly at his test paper. Hey Ryu, he said gently, I noticed you had a tough time with the test. I'm organizing a study session in the library after school tomorrow. Would you like to join us? We can work on the areas you're struggling with. Ryu looked up, surprise and gratitude evident in his eyes. You'd help me? Really? Of course, Kaizen said with a reassuring smile. Ryu nodded slowly, a flicker of hope lighting up his face. Thank you, Kaizen. I'll be there. Kaizen patted Ryu on the shoulder and moved on to speak with other classmates. Some, like Taro Akimichi, initially seemed reluctant but eventually agreed to join, appreciating the offer of support. Others, like a quiet girl named Yumi, accepted eagerly, their eyes lighting up at the prospect of improving their skills. Kaizen provided the details of the study session to each of them. We'll meet in the library at 4 p.m. I'll reserve a study room so we have a quiet place to focus. We'll go over today's lesson and any other topics. Hiroto caught up with Kaizen at the door. Hey Kaizen, would you like to train after the study session tomorrow? Sure, that sounds good, Kaizen replied. We'll make sure to cover everything we need in the study session and then head to the training grounds. Cool, sounds like a plan, Hiroto said with a nod. Chapter 32, Unexpected Showdown. The following day after class, Kaizen arrived at the library early to prepare for the study session. He reserved a quiet room in the corner, away from the usual hustle and bustle. The room was well lit, with large windows that let in the soft afternoon light, and a round table surrounded by comfortable chairs. He set up his notes and textbooks, organizing them neatly on the table. As he waited for the others to arrive, he reviewed some of the more challenging aspects of the previous day's lesson, making sure he was ready to help his classmates. The door creaked open, and Eiko Hyuga was the first to arrive, her eyes scanning the room before settling on Kaizen. Hi, Kaizen, she greeted with a smile. Thanks for organizing this. Hey, Eiko. No problem at all. I think we'll all benefit from studying together, Kaizen replied warmly. Eiko took a seat across from Kaizen, pulling out her own notes and textbooks. I have to admit, I'm struggling a bit with the latest lesson. I hope you can help me make sense of it. Kaizen grinned. Of course. I'll do my best to explain it in a way that doesn't put you to sleep like Hiroshi-sensei's lectures. Eiko laughed. That's a tall order, but I have faith in you. The door creaked open again, and Hiroto Uchiha and Rina Morioka entered, followed by Ryu Yamanari, Taro Akimichi, and a few others. The room gradually filled with the sounds of greetings and the rustle of papers being laid out. Hiroto gave Kaizen a nod. Thanks for setting this up, Kaizen. I could use the extra practice. No problem, Hiroto. Some of the material was pretty challenging, so I figured this would help, Kaizen replied, his tone genuinely encouraging. Once everyone arrived, Kaizen stood up, drawing the group's attention. Thank you all for coming. I'm glad we could get together to go over the material from class. Let's start with the chakra control techniques that many of us found challenging. He then launched into a detailed explanation, breaking down the concepts in a way that was easy to understand. As he spoke, he encouraged questions, ensuring that everyone was following along. Eiko chimed in with her own insights, adding to Kaizen's explanations and providing examples from her own experience. Remember to visualize your chakra flow, she suggested. It helps to create a mental image of how the energy moves through your body. Rina nodded, her brow furrowed in concentration. That makes sense. I've been struggling with that visualization part. Kaizen smiled, appreciating the collaborative effort. Exactly. Let's practice a few exercises to reinforce the concept. The group worked through the exercises together, with Kaizen and Eiko offering guidance and tips. Ryu, initially hesitant, gradually became more confident as he received positive feedback and encouragement. Taro, who had been quiet at first, began to open up, sharing his own difficulties and asking more questions. Naruto added his own perspectives, occasionally sparking friendly debates about the best techniques. The room was filled with a sense of collective effort, each student contributing to the shared goal of improvement. As the session drew to a close, Kaizen stood up again. Great work, everyone. I think we've made some good progress today. We'll meet again on the days we previously discussed. Keep practicing, and don't hesitate to reach out if you need some more help. The students began to pack up their things, chatting animatedly about the session and their plans for further practice. Eiko and Rina thanked Kaizen for organizing the study group, and Ryu expressed his gratitude as well. As the group dispersed, Kaizen lingered for a moment, reflecting on the success of the study session as well as what improvements he should make for the next one. Afterwards, Kaizen went to go train with Hiroto like they agreed upon yesterday. Hiroto mainly wanted to compare notes in taijutsu, as he felt completely outclassed every time he and Kaizen sparred against each other. Kaizen helped him while also asking the occasional question about his Sharingan, phrasing it in such a way that he would appear to be helping Hiroto find ways to utilize it more efficiently. Overall, the explanation of the Sharingan appeared to be more or less the same as he remembered reading about, at least for the single tomo version. Something that caught his attention, however, was its inability to copy or memorize things. Hiroto explained that it doesn't automatically memorize things, but it does allow for incredible perception. It also allows him to retain the memory of the movements for a short period of time, replaying it in his mind. So, in theory, if one is talented enough, the Sharingan would be a very useful tool in helping someone memorize information or techniques. Interesting. So the Eye of Insight still retains its incredible perceptive abilities, but it isn't so broken that it gives the user a photographic memory. The user must have the appropriate skill to make the most of its abilities. It makes sense. Otherwise, Hiroto should be making 100s on exams. I suppose he hasn't learned about the Eye of Hypnotism yet, or at least he didn't mention it. After some time of sparring with Hiroto and pointing out his mistakes, they parted ways as Kaizen then made his way to his favorite training ground, a more secluded area nestled within a small grove of trees on the outskirts of the academy. The serenity of the location provided the perfect environment for him to focus on his training. The soft rustling of leaves in the breeze and the distant chirping of birds created a calming backdrop. He dropped his bag at the base of a tree and began his warm-up exercises, feeling the tension in his muscles gradually ease. Kaizen moved through his basic training routine, no longer feeling the effects of his prior injuries. As he transitioned into more complex exercises, he heard footsteps approaching. Turning, he saw Rina Morioka standing at the edge of the grove, her expression a mix of curiosity and determination. Her hair, tied back in a practical ponytail, caught the light, and her eyes reflected her focus. "Hey, Kaizen," Rina called out, stepping closer. "I hope I'm not interrupting. I was wondering if I could join you. I need some extra practice with some of the techniques from class." Kaizen smiled, appreciating her commitment. "Of course, Rina. I'm glad you came. Let's work on it together." They spent the next half an hour practicing side by side, Kaizen offering tips and corrections as Rina worked through various techniques. Her work ethic was evident, and she quickly absorbed Kaizen's feedback, her movements becoming more confident and controlled. "That's it," Kaizen encouraged, watching as Rina executed a more difficult maneuver flawlessly. "You're getting the hang of it." Rina beamed, a light sheen of sweat on her forehead. "Thanks, Kaizen. Your advice really helped." As they continued their training, Eiko Hyuga appeared, drawn by the sounds of their practice. "Mind if I join in?" she asked, a friendly smile on her face. "I could use some extra training too." "Absolutely," Kaizen replied, welcoming her into the fold. The more, the merrier. The three of them trained together, their synergy growing as they supported and challenged one another. Kaizen found that teaching and training with his peers not only helped them but also reinforced his own understanding of the concepts discussed in class. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the grove, they paused to catch their breath. The air was cooler now, and the scent of evening dew was beginning to fill the air. "Thank you both for joining me," Kaizen said, looking at Rina and Eiko. "I should be thanking you," Rina said, grinning. "I feel like I've learned more in the past hour than I have in the last week of classes." Eiko nodded in agreement. "Seriously, Kaizen, you're a natural teacher. Have you ever considered becoming an instructor?" Kaizen chuckled, shaking his head. "Me? An instructor? I don't know about that. I'm just happy to help where I can." "Don't sell yourself short," Rina insisted. "You've got a gift for this. I bet you could give our current instructors a run for their money." "Yeah. And then he'd have to deal with all of us as students," Eiko teased. Poor Kaizen would never get a moment's peace. Kaizen laughed, holding up his hands in mock surrender. "Yeah, I'll stick to being a student for now. I wouldn't want to miss out on the fun." "And here I thought you were just afraid of a little competition," Rina retorted, rolling her eyes playfully. "Competition? From you two?" Kaizen scoffed jokingly, a mischievous glint in his eye. "Please, I could take you both on with one hand tied behind my back." Eiko raised an eyebrow, a smirk tugging at the corner of her mouth. "Is that so? Care to put your money where your mouth is, hotshot?" Rather than speaking further, Kaizen adopted his friendly smile as he put one of his hands behind his back and got into a fighting stance. Rina's eyes widened, a mix of surprise and amusement dancing across her features. "Oh, you are so on, Kaizen. Prepare to eat your words." Eiko cracked her knuckles, a wicked grin spreading across her face. "I hope you're ready to have your butt handed to you, mister. One hand behind my back." Kaizen chuckled, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Big talk from two people who were just begging for my help. Let's see if you can back it up. With that, Rina and Eiko launched into action, their movements graceful as they attacked from both sides. Kaizen, true to his word, kept one hand firmly behind his back as he dodged and parried their strikes, his footwork impeccable. "Is that all you've got?" he taunted, ducking under a high kick from Rina. "I thought you two were supposed to be challenging me." Eiko growled, redoubling her efforts. "Just you wait, Kaizen. We're just getting warmed up." The trio danced across the grove, their laughter and banter intermingling with the sounds of their sparring. Despite the playful nature of their fight, there was no denying the skill of the two girls. As the impromptu match wore on, Kaizen found himself impressed by the girls' tenacity and teamwork. They worked in tandem, their attacks becoming more coordinated. "Not bad," he acknowledged, evading a well-timed strike from Eiko. "Looks like you two have been holding back on me." Rina smirked, her ponytail whipping behind her as she spun into a roundhouse kick. "Don't underestimate us, Kaizen. We're full of surprises." Eiko laughed, her eyes glinting with determination. "And maybe even take you down while we're at it." Kaizen feinted to the left, causing Rina to overcommit, then spun around to block a strike from Eiko. "Take me down? That's a tall order, even for you two." "We'll see about that," Eiko retorted, redoubling her efforts. "You can't keep this up forever, Kaizen." "Watch me," he shot back, his grin never wavering. As the match stretched on, Kaizen used Chakra to recover from the fatigue of his muscles, enabling him to keep dodging and parrying with little to no exhaustion. In contrast, Eiko and Rina were beginning to show signs of fatigue. Their breathing became labored, and their movements, though still skilled, lost some of their sharpness. "Come on," Kaizen, Eiko panted, wiping sweat from her brow. "Stop dodging and fight back." Rina nodded in agreement, her face flushed with exertion. "Yeah, Kaizen. Show us what you've got." Kaizen grinned, a playful yet determined look in his eyes. "All right, you asked for it." With a swift and fluid motion, he switched from defense to offense. His strikes were controlled, ensuring he incapacitated them without causing injury. He caught Rina's wrist mid-punch and twisted gently, bringing her to the ground in a controlled sweep. At the same time, he sidestepped Eiko's kick. Then, with a deft movement, swept her legs out from under her as she fell. He used his other hand to guide her to the ground safely, pinning her down with a firm but gentle hold. Both girls hit the ground, breathless and stunned by the sudden shift in the fight. Kaizen stood over them, offering a hand to each, his expression a mixture of concern and amusement. "You two did great," he said, helping them to their feet. "But I think I've proven my point." Eiko laughed, shaking her head in disbelief. Okay, we surrender. You're way too good." Rina rubbed her wrist, a sheepish grin on her face. "Yeah, no kidding. You're like a ninja machine or something." Kaizen chuckled, releasing their hands. "Just a student like you two. We all have our strengths." Eiko rolled her eyes at his unwavering humility. "Well, whatever you are, remind me not to challenge you again anytime soon." Rina nodded, a twinkle of admiration in her eyes. "You definitely live up to the hype, Kaizen." Kaizen smiled warmly, appreciating their praise. "Thanks, but remember, we're all here to learn from each other. The stronger we become, the better equipped we are to protect the village." The girls nodded, their expressions a mix of admiration and determination. As they caught their breath, Eiko's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Next time we'll get you for sure, Kaizen. Just you wait." Kaizen just laughed to himself as he shook his head. "You know," Rina said thoughtfully, "maybe you really should consider becoming an instructor someday, Kaizen. You are very helpful." Maybe one day." After gathering their things, they made their way back to the main grounds of the academy before parting ways with promises to continue their joint training sessions, the bonds between them strengthened by their shared efforts. Now that I think about it, how did they even find where I was training? Did they follow me? I guess it would be possible if Eiko used her Byakugan. Well, whatever, they didn't appear to be malicious anyways. Kaizen made his way back to his dorm. The training session with Rina and Eiko had proved an interesting distraction from his usual relentless training schedule. However, he knew that he needed to keep getting stronger as quickly as possible. The next war should be happening within a decade, and his body still wouldn't be fully grown by that time. Kaizen knew he would need to gain every tactical advantage he could to not only survive, but also be capable of protecting his newfound comrades. Loss would be inevitable, but the amount could very well be dictated by his level of strength at that time. Chapter 33. Exploring Konoha. Kaizen's week continued with a comforting routine. Each morning he woke at dawn, his mornings dedicated to a rigorous training regimen, blending physical exercises, chakra control, studying, and meditation. He felt his strength and stamina begin to increase a little, noting slightly more defined muscles as well as a small height increase. After training, he would eat breakfast as normal. To his surprise, some of his classmates began to join him in this routine. They would talk about the day ahead and their various degrees of progress with techniques or study material. Classes at the academy were the same blend of academic learning and physical training. Kaizen was beginning to find himself outpacing the class's curriculum. It was something he expected, although perhaps not so quickly. One of the notable events during the week was the distribution of school uniforms. The excitement was palpable as Class 1, they gathered to receive their new attire. The uniforms were a symbol of their status as Year 1 Academy students, and the pride in the room was tangible. The past 1.5 weeks had the first-year students watching upperclassmen in envy, as they already had their cool-looking uniforms. Another significant moment came when Kakashi approached Kaizen after class one day. Kakashi relayed a message from his father, Sakumo. "My father wants to discuss your training plans this Sunday," he said, his eyes steady and voice calm. Kaizen nodded, feeling a bit of curiosity. Everything seemed so secretive when mentioned in this way. It made him miss the cell phones and ease of communication from his past life. On Saturday, Hiroshi-sensei gathered the class for an important announcement. At the end of the month, there will be a taijutsu tournament. The results could affect your class placement, so I expect everyone to give their best effort. This announcement sparked a buzz of excitement and anxiousness among the students. First academics, now class-to-class competitions. Some of the already stressed students sank further into their chairs upon hearing this. Kaizen felt indifferent. He didn't expect to find any challenges in combat until aspects other than taijutsu became involved. However, this tournament was a chance to further prove himself. Even though he gained the recognition of Sakumo and the principal, there were still the clan heads, upper management of the village, and the Hokage himself. Kaizen wouldn't be doing so out of something as diminutive as pride, but for something else entirely. It's nothing more than a continuation of his plans, where recognition of talent and character garners respect, and where respect comes opportunities. It is to be expected that there will be those who look down on Kaizen, or become jealous. He wouldn't even be surprised if people plan to target him in the future, whether in a childish manner like bullying, or in more sinister ways like Danzo or Orochimaru's methods. As mentioned before, his plan is a calculated risk. There will always be uncertainties in a world like this regardless of the path chosen. Circumstances and possibilities can change as often as the weather in a world ruled by superhuman ninjas. At least my plan has achieved some level of success so far. Becoming a student of Sakumo should prove useful. However, if this world follows a similar timeline of events as the official series, then Sakumo would take his own life in the next 2 or 3 years. Just when I want to consider my own happiness, I need to take care of others first. I'll need to try and figure out a way to prevent that event from happening. It has too many negative implications for the future. At the very least, I should have a heads up of the events surrounding it since I am his official student now. Sunday soon came as the day appeared clear and bright. A perfect opportunity for exploration. Kaizen wouldn't be traveling with Kakashi this time, so he left the academy early, eager to take in more of the village before his meeting with Sakumo. As he stepped onto the bustling streets of Konoha, he was once again struck by the village's sheer size and the vibrancy of its people. Other than the lacking technological aspects, this place has the feel of a modern city with its taller buildings, busy streets, and immense populace. If other hidden villages are similar to this, it would make for a pretty easy way to hide or blend in. I would just need to develop counters to commonly used sensing techniques. Why am I even thinking about that kind of thing right now? Old habits die hard, I suppose, but I'm not even anywhere near ready to perform my past occupation within this world. Kaizen sighed. There were so many things to accomplish, and he didn't know if he would be ready for the events ahead. He could only appreciate the time he was afforded and do his best, living with the results that followed. While he was exploring, it appeared that everywhere he looked, there was something new to see. Vendors shouted from their stalls, offering a variety of goods ranging anywhere from fresh produce to intricate weapons. He found the dichotomy to be a bit comical, as a smile formed on his face. Such an interesting world. Makes me want to explore outside the known continent at some point in the future. Surely there is much to discover. The aroma of street food filled the air, a tempting mix of savory and sweet that almost made Kaizen want to eat a second breakfast. He suppressed such desires as he navigated through the crowd, absorbing the sights and sounds, feeling a sense of awe at the liveliness around him. Kaizen's footsteps led him through several districts, each with its own unique character. Some of the residential areas were calm and orderly, with neat rows of houses and well-tended gardens. Children played in the streets, their laughter echoing through the alleys. In contrast, the commercial districts were a flurry of activity, with shops and stalls crammed together, each vying for attention. As he wandered, Kaizen couldn't help but think about the destructive power of top-tier shinobi like Pain. He remembered the devastation depicted in the manga, and wondered how such destruction could be possible here. The village seemed so vast, so full of life, that imagining it reduced to rubble was almost beyond his current comprehension. The only equivalent he could relate it to would be nuclear weaponry, but it still felt completely foreign to him, for an individual to be capable of wielding such power themselves. As he reflected on the strength of the combatants in this world, he recognized that his understanding of their abilities would most likely be incomplete. At least he would be best served to operate under that assumption. Lost in thought, Kaizen realized that he had barely scratched the surface of Konoha, even after half an hour of exploring. The village was far more extensive than he had imagined from reading the manga. It was a sobering reminder of the scale of the world. He sighed once again, contemplating the timeline of events he knew from the manga. There were roughly 22 years until the beginning of the original story, a period filled with some critical events that could shape the future of the village and its inhabitants. Despite this introspection, Kaizen decided to remain grounded in the present. All of these are assumptions at this point anyways. Given the differences I have witnessed thus far, I am not so sure the characters will be as incompetent as they were in the story. With that being said, there is no author here to provide plot armor to different characters. Everything here will be determined by skill, circumstance, and a bit of luck. Deciding he had explored enough for now, Kaizen turned his steps towards the Hatake clan estate. As he made his way there, he couldn't help but notice the friendly interactions among the villagers, the sense of community that pervaded the air. It was a sharp contrast to the solitary life he had known before, and it filled him with a sense of warmth and hope. It also impressed him, considering the war that only recently concluded. Other than the increased shinobi patrols and police presence, you wouldn't really be able to tell that there had been a war. To Kaizen, this spoke volumes of the village's leadership, being able to effectively control narratives as well as their ability to both foster and maintain a sense of peace and hope among civilians. Continuing to make observations as he traveled, Kaizen's journey through the village eventually brought him to the gates of the Hatake clan estate. The entrance was marked by a simple yet elegant archway, flanked by meticulously tended gardens. The shinobi guarding the entrance both recognized him and welcomed Kaizen with a smile, offering him a handshake and well wishes. He smiled back, speaking a few pleasantries with them, showcasing a genuine and caring personality for their well-being. After some small talk, he stepped through the gate and was greeted by a tranquil ambience that pervaded the entire estate. The paths were lined with smooth stones, and the air was filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the soft chirping of birds. Members of the Hatake clan moved about their daily routines, offering Kaizen warm smiles and polite nods as he passed. The atmosphere here was one of quiet respect and discipline, a common theme that Kaizen noticed with this clan. He felt a sense of peace settle over him as he made his way towards the training grounds. The sound of training soon reached his ears before he saw the source. The rhythmic thud of practice weapons and the sharp exhalations of breath indicated a rigorous session underway. As Kaizen approached, he caught sight of Sakumo Hatake, the white Fang of the leaf, guiding his son Kakashi through a series of drills. Chapter 34, Silent Moon and Eclipsing Fang. Sakumo provided clear instructions to Kakashi, who mirrored his father's movements with remarkable skill. Kaizen stood at the edge of the training ground, watching silently. He knew better than to interrupt, understanding the importance of focus during such sessions. Instead, he observed, taking mental notes of their techniques and the subtleties of their interactions. So that must be Sakumo's Kenjutsu style. I don't recall it ever receiving a name, unless White Light Chakra Saber technique is the intended one. Looks like he is just guiding Kakashi through some of the fundamentals. I imagine such a famous style isn't easy to learn. As an assassin, although I tried to avoid the need to use a sword in combat, it was still one of the myriads of weapons that I trained with extensively. Of course, I highly doubt I would measure anywhere near Sakumo when it comes to Kenjutsu. As Sakumo brought the current drill to a close, he turned his attention to Kaizen, acknowledging his presence with a nod. "Good morning, Kaizen," he called, his voice carrying a hint of a smile. Returning the nod with a smile, "Good morning, Sakumo-sensei. It seems I am late." "Not at all. Kakashi just wanted to get a head start on the day's training." So, how was the walk to the estate? I'm sure the village must have been busy around this time of day. There were some large crowds, but nothing troublesome. The two engaged in some light conversation, while Kakashi continued to perform drills. By the way, I spoke with the principal, and we came to agreement. You are my official student, but Principal Kamiko will also assist me in guiding you. She has been doing this for decades, whereas you are technically my first ever student. Even though I teach Kakashi the basics and help to hone his foundational skills, I also expect him to learn from those around him as well. I would expect the same from you. As my student, I plan to teach you to the best of my abilities without holding back. But I am not arrogant enough to believe I know everything. What is most important to me is that you and Kakashi become shinobi capable of defending yourselves, your comrades in Konoha. Kaizen listened intently as Sakumo spoke, praising Sakumo in his heart for his humility. I understand, Sensei, but wouldn't it be seen as disrespectful if I learned from others? When Sakumo heard this, he burst out laughing, as if he heard some funny joke. That's not something for you to worry about. Since I said it is okay, then it is okay. I am happy that you are considerate of such things, but my utmost priority is the safety of our village. Something like pride would only hinder you and Kakashi's future growth. Besides, who is to say what area the two of you will have the most talent in? What if it's something that I have little expertise in, or only have an average level of knowledge about? Kaizen nodded in understanding. Thank you, Sakumo-sensei. I will follow what you said. Sakumo placed a hand on Kaizen's shoulder. That's good. Remember to just focus on improving yourself. Don't worry so much about the little things. Now then, have you ever trained with blades? Or only kunai? Knowing he had to lie, Kaizen replied, only kunai so far, but I haven't really had an opportunity to use anything other than that. Sakumo nodded, expecting such an answer. All right. We have a variety of weapons for you to try and practice with to see what suits you best. Other than that, I have a couple of different kenjutsu styles that you could choose to learn. The Hatake clan has a generalized style called the Silent Moon Blade style. This is meant to be a stealth-oriented kenjutsu style, meant to kill silently, as the name suggests. However, if forced into open combat, it also has strengths in defense and counterattacks. The other style I can offer to teach is my personal style, which is derived from the Silent Moon Blade style. I call it the Eclipsing Fang style. It emphasizes powerful, aggressive attacks designed to overwhelm opponents quickly. At the time when I developed this style, I didn't really think about others learning it. Because of that, it is highly specific and tailored to my strengths and advantages. If you want me to teach you this style, then you would need to understand the weaknesses of it and learn how to incorporate the techniques in a way that supports your individual strengths. Kaizen's brow furrowed as he adopted a pondering expression, his gaze fixed on Sakumo. I remember hearing about your fame for the white light chakra saber, and how it flashes in battle, he began. Is that connected to your style as well? Sakumo's grin widened at the question. No, that has nothing to do with either the Eclipsing Fang style or my tanto. With a flourish, he produced the infamous weapon and presented it to Kaizen. Kaizen took hold of the tanto, marveling at its intricate craftsmanship. As he inspected it closely, he could sense a faint connection to it through his own chakra. That feeling you're sensing is the only thing truly special about this blade, Sakumo explained. It was crafted from rare chakra metal, which is both expensive and highly effective in combat situations. He continued to educate Kaizen on weapons, explaining that most are limited in their ability to handle infused chakra before breaking. However, there are also unique and powerful weapons out there. Though Sakumo assured Kaizen that true strength should lie within oneself rather than depending on any outside sources. I won't say that you should never use a powerful weapon if the opportunity arises, but you should remember that it is only a tool. Becoming overly dependent on such things can hinder your personal growth and develop into a weakness. Besides, once you become skilled enough, almost anything can become a lethal weapon. Sakumo explained as he casually picked up a leaf and threw it as if it were a kunai. Surprisingly, it lodged itself into a nearby tree with a thud. Kaizen's eyes widened. What kind of monster is Sakumo Hatake? I guess his reputation wasn't unwarranted after all. As for my signature white chakra ... That was something I developed over many years of training, Sakumo revealed, sheathing the tanto once more. It's become synonymous with me, and often mistaken as a trait of my sword. Kaizen's mind whirled with new theories as he listened intently. It now seemed clear why Kakashi had never displayed the same white chakra as his father. Perhaps it could even be considered a developed Keki Genkai unique only to Sakumo himself. Kaizen's thoughts were then interrupted by Sakumo. Now then, let's find a suitable blade for you. It's essential to become familiar with the weight, balance, and feel of the weapon you'll be using. Kaizen followed Sakumo to the weapon rack, his eyes widening at the impressive array of blades before him. The variety here is incredible, he remarked, his voice tinged with awe. I've never seen such a collection. Sakumo nodded with a smile. It's important to have the right tool for the job. Each blade has its own strengths and purposes. Kaizen examined the weapons closely, taking his time to appreciate the craftsmanship of each one. Sensei, I would prefer to be well-balanced and versatile, rather than rely on a single blade for every situation, he explained. When I grow taller, I'd like to use a nodachi for the Eclipsing Fang style, especially in open battlefield scenarios where stealth isn't an option. But for the silent moonblade style, I think a ninjato would be more appropriate. Sakumo raised an eyebrow, clearly impressed. That's a very mature and strategic approach, Kaizen. It's wise to adapt your weapon choice to the situation. Kaizen reached for a practice nodachi, feeling its weight and balance. Despite its size, he felt a connection to the weapon, imagining how it would serve him in the chaos of open combat. He then selected a practice ninjato, appreciating its shorter length and lighter weight, perfect for the silent moonblade style. Sakumo observed Kaizen's choices with interest. You seem to know a lot about different types of blades, he commented. Kaizen nodded, a thoughtful expression on his face. Yes, sensei. Part of my studying into shinobi involved learning about samurai as well. I learned about their strengths, tactics, and the various weapons they used. It made me wonder how to combine the strengths of both shinobi and samurai. Sakumo's surprise was evident. That's quite insightful, Kaizen. Combining the discipline and techniques of samurai with the versatility and adaptability of shinobi could create a powerful combat style. Kaizen smiled, feeling encouraged by Sakumo's approval. That's what I theorized, sensei. I believe understanding both can help me become a more effective fighter. Sakumo nodded, clearly impressed by Kaizen's innovative mind. In that case, let's start with the basics for both, Sakumo said. We'll begin with some fundamental exercises to get you comfortable with each blade. Even though the nodachi shouldn't be used in live combat until you're tall enough to fully utilize its strengths, you can still begin learning to use it in practice and gain an understanding of both the blade and kenjutsu style. For the next hour, Sakumo guided Kaizen through a series of basic stances and movements with the nodachi. Kaizen focused intently, mimicking Sakumo's movements and absorbing every correction and piece of advice. Though he had lied about his inexperience with weapons, he really didn't have prior training with the nodachi. As the session progressed, it became clear that the nodachi posed a significant challenge for Kaizen. The blade's length and weight were demanding, and Kaizen's shorter height and less developed physique made it difficult for him to wield it effectively. His swings were slow, and his balance often faltered under the blade's weight. Sweat poured down Kaizen's face as he struggled to maintain the correct stances and execute the movements with the required strength and control. He clenched his teeth, refusing to give up. Determined to keep up with Sakumo's guidance, he began to circulate chakra through his muscles, enhancing his strength and endurance. As the chakra coursed through him, Kaizen felt his muscles responding, the weight of the nodachi becoming more manageable. His swings grew steadier, and his movements more fluid. He realized that while the nodachi was challenging now, it would become easier to wield as he grew older and stronger. In his past life, he would never have considered using such a weapon. But given the potential of this world, it would serve as a perfect weapon for him in open field battles. Kakashi, having finished his own set of drills, watched his father and Kaizen with curiosity. It was rare for him to see his father teach someone other than himself, and he was eager to see how Kaizen would progress. Kakashi noticed the effort Kaizen was putting into compensating for his physical limitations and felt a newfound respect for his determination. Seeing Kaizen struggle, Sakumo paused the training. "Kaizen, you're doing well. But remember that using a nodachi requires not just strength but also efficient movement. Don't force it. Let the blade's momentum work for you. Circulating chakra to enhance your muscles is a good idea, but make sure not to overstrain yourself." Kaizen nodded. "Yes, sensei. I'll try to focus more on the movements." With his chakra-enhanced strength, Kaizen continued the training, his movements slowly becoming smoother as he became more comfortable with the blade. He was determined to master the nodachi, knowing that it would become a formidable asset as he grew stronger. After the nodachi practice, they switched to the ninjato. Sakumo demonstrated the subtle, lethal movements characteristic of the silent moon blade style. Kaizen observed closely, feeling a sense of familiarity with the weapon. The ninjato had been one of the weapons he trained extensively with in his past life, and he found himself instinctively understanding each motion Sakumo demonstrated. As Sakumo moved through the initial stances and strikes, Kaizen mirrored his movements effortlessly. His hands and body flowed with the blade, executing the techniques with fluidity. Sakumo noticed Kaizen's ease with the ninjato and nodded in approval. "Excellent," Kaizen Sakumo said, his voice filled with genuine admiration. "Now, let's incorporate some stealth techniques." Kaizen moved into the shadows of the training ground as Sakumo demonstrated how to blend into the environment, using the ninjato for silent strikes. Kaizen followed, easily replicating the movements, his body moving instinctively. Sakumo increased the complexity of the drills, adding movement patterns designed to mislead opponents and create openings for decisive strikes. "Impressive," Sakumo remarked, watching Kaizen execute a series of advanced stealth strikes. "You have a natural affinity for this style." Kaizen smiled slightly, continuing to practice. He always appreciated the ninjato's lightness and the way it complemented his assassination techniques. Each strike was executed with lethal intent, each step calculated to maintain appropriate balance and minimize sound. The training felt almost nostalgic, as if he were reconnecting with a part of himself that had been dormant. After several more rounds of intense practice, Sakumo called for a break. "Remember," Kaizen advised, "each style has its strengths and weaknesses. The silent moonblade style is about subtlety and lethal efficiency, making it ideal for infiltration, assassination, and counterattacking. The Eclipsing Fang style, on the other hand, is about overwhelming power and speed. They are both challenging to learn, so it's possible that you may need to determine what style suits you best. Or if you're talented enough, you can continue pursuing both paths to become versatile, as you mentioned." Kaizen nodded, wiping sweat from his brow. "I understand, sensei. I'll do my best to learn both and see where my strengths lie." Upon first observations, you clearly have a natural talent for the ninjato, but given your physique and height, it is too early to say whether the nodachi will be a good fit. As you continue to learn, you'll better understand yourself and what works best." Kaizen bowed respectfully. "Thank you, sensei. I'll keep practicing and improving." As the training session concluded, Kaizen's excitement grew. Learning how to properly wield and master the nodachi was a completely new journey for him. Finding new challenges for himself was a rarity in his past life, so an opportunity like this was one he appreciated. "You've performed well today, Kaizen. After beginning to learn the basics, can you now guess which style Kakashi has chosen to learn?" Kaizen obviously knew, but he still acted like he needed to think for a moment. His movements indicated that he is solely focused on learning the Eclipsing Fang style. "Is that correct?" "That's correct. Remember to always observe shinobi and their techniques, attempting to analyze them to the best of your ability. If you continue to develop this skill, it will allow you to quickly decipher your opponent's weaknesses, even in general situations. Continuing to practice these observation skills is essential." Kaizen nodded, agreeing with Sakumo's statement. "All right. I believe you've trained enough for today. Go enjoy the rest of the day and continue working on the basics. The academy should have the swords you need to practice in their dojos. We will continue this training schedule as long as I am not on a mission or until your academy allows for individual training. You'll hear more about it soon." Kaizen thanked Sakumo once again before making his way back to the academy. He decided to shower and eat before training once again. The only people who became aware of this terrifying work ethic were Principal Kamiko and Hiruzen, who each tasked Ninja to observe Kaizen and protect him if the need arises. One could only imagine their expressions when they received the reports of Kaizen's training regimen. Hiruzen even began to doubt Kaizen's lineage at that point. Did we make a mistake with the DNA test and this kid is somehow part Uzumaki or Senju? How would he be able to train for such long periods of time otherwise? Not to mention he trains every day without rest. Chapter 35, More Than a Fight. Kaizen woke up earlier than usual the next morning because he wanted to begin working on some long-distance cardio. To do this, he decided to make use of one of the tracks on Academy grounds. After an hour of jogging at a steady pace, utilizing his chakra muscle recovery technique CMRT, he decided to push himself to determine how long he could maintain top speed. For the next 15 minutes, he ran as fast as he could, all without using the chakra muscle enhancement technique CMET. By the time he stopped, it wasn't because his chakra reserves were fully depleted, but that his lungs and heart were not developed enough to efficiently maintain oxygen supply to all of his muscles. He was physically exhausted, which provided a good reference point to build upon. This was something to be expected and part of the reason for the training to begin with. Kaizen decided to continue this morning routine each day, as he knew how vital a high amount of stamina would be to him in the future. In the afternoon hours, the training ground would hum with a different energy, as Kaizen focused on mastering chakra control. He visualized the chakra flowing through his body, enhancing his physical capabilities, allowing him to perform techniques with superhuman strength and speed. He continuously practiced utilizing more and more chakra, steadily increasing his control and thus increasing the output of his physical capabilities. Each session began with him practicing his taijutsu and kenjutsu at his absolute peak performance, focused on transitioning the experiences gained from his lucid dreaming into the real world. The evenings found Kaizen in the dimly lit corners of the Academy's library. Surrounded by several textbooks, he considered different topics of study as projects of his. His main project was catching up on this world's medical, chemical, biological, and anatomical knowledge and adapting what he previously knew to any new or differing information found in this world. To prevent him from burning out, he would give himself some side projects of things to study, like the various academic subjects being taught at the Academy. He wasn't yet sure if he wanted to graduate early, and if so, in what year, but he knew that studying now would give him the ability to later if he so chooses. Aside from that, he was pretty curious about the topics of study in this world, and how they added to the lore of Naruto, or even differed from what he might have remembered reading. The reason he is focusing so heavily on learning is that in both his past and current lives, he fully subscribes to the notion that knowledge is power. Considering how obscure or underexplored many of the concepts from Naruto were, who knew what he might discover through his reading? Aside from these activities, a good portion of Kaizen's days were punctuated with social interactions. He maintained his mask of friendliness with practiced ease. It had become much more natural for him to act in this manner through the weeks of required usage. One of the important events of the month was the upcoming tournaments. Deciding to seek more information, Kaizen raised his hand during one of the classes. "Sensei, could you tell us more about how the tournaments are structured?" he asked. Hiroshi-sensei paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. The Academy tournaments," he began, addressing the entire class. "These tournaments are a significant event here at the Academy. They are not just a test of skill, but also a key opportunity for student recognition and advancement." He continued, "The structure is quite detailed. Due to our large class sizes, we conduct preliminary rounds within the Academy first. Only the top 8 students from each grade bracket advance to the publicly displayed tournaments. This ensures that only the best represent our Academy, and also so the events last for a reasonable duration." Hiroshi-sensei walked over to the board and drew a simple diagram. "The public tournaments are held over the last 2 weekends of January, April, July, and October. Since this month is April, the tournaments will be starting soon with classes Q through Z competing on the 20th, classes G through P on the 21st, classes G through P on the 21st, classes D through F on the 27th, and finally, classes A through C on the 28th. The higher grade groups, being more advanced, tend to attract the most spectators. He turned back to the class, noting their attentive expressions. These events are open to the public, and citizens of Konoha can buy tickets, or even season tickets to attend. There are various seating options, including premium viewing areas with better amenities and complimentary food and drinks. The Academy gains sponsorships and sells advertising spaces to businesses in Konoha. They also allow businesses to rent spaces within the stadium to sell merchandise. These businesses have to pay a small percentage of their profits to the Academy, in addition to the rental price of the space. Overall, among other included features, these tournaments generate significant revenue for the Academy, serving as one of the sources of funding for our resources and training equipment. Another student raised their hand. Sensei, I remember hearing from somewhere about gambling being involved as well. Is that true? Hiroshi-sensei nodded. Yes, gambling is a part of the tournaments. Principal Kamiko personally oversees this aspect, ensuring it is well managed. There will be basic information on the students participating, such as their areas of talent, class performance, family clan, and so on. The Academy controls the betting odds, money collections, and subsequent payouts. Only those of the appropriate age and not involved with the Academy are allowed to participate in betting. Principal Kamiko has a committee in charge of ensuring no corruption takes place within these bets. The ones found attempting to cheat are severely punished by the village. Kaizen listened intently, absorbing the information. The tournaments were clearly more than just a competition. They were a complex event with multiple layers of significance. Any other questions? Hiroshi-sensei asked, looking around the room. Sensei, can you explain the specific rules governing the tournaments? One student asked Hiroshi-sensei. Hiroshi nodded, appreciating the question. Certainly, he replied, turning to address the entire class. The tournaments are structured to showcase different levels of skill and ability. For students in years 5 to 6, as well as those in classes A through C from years 2 through 4, the use of ninja tools, genjutsu and ninjutsu is permitted during their matches. This allowance reflects their advanced training and capabilities. He paused to let the information sink in, then continued. These matches are highly anticipated because they demonstrate a wide range of techniques and strategies. The inclusion of ninja tools and various jutsu adds layers of complexity and excitement, both for the participants and the spectators. For the other classes and years, including all Year 1 participants, the rules are different. You are restricted from using ninja tools, genjutsu, and ninjutsu in your matches. This is to ensure that you focus on developing a strong foundation in taijutsu first. Although this makes your matches less flashy, they are still fiercely competitive. The emphasis is on your physical skill, strategy, and technique. He looked around the room, making sure everyone understood. This distinction in rules highlights the progression of skills as you advance through the years. It's important to master the basics before moving on to more complex techniques. Another student raised their hand. Sensei, does that mean the Year 1 matches will be less popular? Hiroshi-sensei smiled. That is usually the case. It's mainly because spectators enjoy seeing the variety and flashiness of advanced techniques. However, do not underestimate the importance of mastering taijutsu at your level. The skills you develop now will be the foundation for everything you learn in the future. Kaizen understood the reasoning behind the rules. The explanation gave him a clearer picture of what to expect and what was expected of him in upcoming tournaments. Sensei, are there other benefits to performing well in these matches? Another student asked. Hiroshi-sensei's smile broadened. Yes, there are several significant benefits, he began. Firstly, performing well in these tournaments can affect your rank within your class bracket. High performance can lead to moving up to higher graded classes, which means more advanced training opportunities and resources. He continued. Additionally, doing well in the tournaments provides students with publicity among both citizens and shinobi of Konoha. These events are watched by many, including potential mentors and sponsors. Your performance could open doors for future opportunities once you graduate from the academy. He paused, letting the students absorb the information. Recognition in these tournaments can also lead to mentorship from more experienced shinobi. They might take a special interest in you, offering guidance and advanced training that you might not otherwise have access to. Moreover, Excelling in these matches demonstrates your capabilities and dedication. It shows that you are serious about your growth as a shinobi, which can positively influence how you are perceived by your peers and superiors. The class broke out into discussion upon hearing how important these tournaments could be. Some of them felt anxious and worried about their future, especially knowing that taijutsu wasn't their strong suit. Hiroshi-sensei raised his hand to signal for silence, noticing the concerns among the students. "I want to make one thing very clear," he began, his tone serious but reassuring. "These tournaments, while important, are not the end-all be-all of what defines you or your future as shinobi." The class seemed taken aback, and Hiroshi-sensei continued, "The academy offers many paths and specializations. For instance, someone who may not excel in combat could still become an exceptional medical nin, using their skills to heal and save lives. Similarly, a student with a keen sense for detail and tracking might become a top-notch hunter nin. These tournaments are primarily focused on combat skills, but they do not capture the full range of talents and abilities that are necessary for a well-rounded shinobi force." He glanced around the room, ensuring that his words were sinking in. "The academy evaluates a variety of aspects when determining class placements and ranks. Your performance in these tournaments is just one part of the picture. There will be other opportunities to showcase your individual strengths and specialties as you progress. Remember, all of you are still in your first month at the academy. You haven't experienced the full range of activities and evaluations yet. As you continue, you will have many chances to prove your skills in different areas. So while you should strive to do your best in these tournaments, do not feel discouraged if combat isn't your strongest area." Kaizen and his classmates nodded, a sense of relief spreading through the room. The understanding that there were many paths to success seemed to ease some of the pressure they felt. Hiroshi-sensei smiled warmly. "Each of you has unique strengths and talents. The key is to discover and cultivate them. The academy is here to help you grow in all areas, not just combat. Keep an open mind and take advantage of every opportunity to learn and improve." With that, the class session resumed, but the students now had a more balanced perspective on the importance of the upcoming tournaments and their own individual paths within the academy. Chapter 36: The Tournament's Arrival. The days for the tournaments to begin grew ever closer. The preliminaries for classes A through C took place over the course of a few days, with the top students from each year competing to secure their spots in the public tournament. Kaizen faced his opponents with ease, demonstrating a superior level of taijutsu and earning him a place in the final tournament without much difficulty. As Kaizen observed classes B and C, he noticed that none of the participants were familiar faces from the series he remembered. It puzzled him, making him wonder where notable characters like Obito Uchiha and Rin Nohara were placed among the various class grades. Their absence from the matches piqued his curiosity about the academy sorting process. Kaizen considered Obito Uchiha first. Based on what he remembered about Obito's initial talent level, Kaizen speculated that Obito would fall somewhere in the low G through P or high Q through Z range of class grades. Obito had shown potential but struggled with consistency and confidence early on. Kaizen reflected on how Obito went from having relatively little talent to becoming one of the strongest ninjas in the series in just a few years. He thought about the pivotal moments when Obito killed several ninjas of the Hidden Mist after Rin's death and orchestrated the infamous Kyuubi attack on Konoha. Although Obito wasn't a match for Minato at that point, he still managed to indirectly kill Minato and Kushina, traumatize a large portion of Konoha, and shift suspicion onto the entire Uchiha clan. Kaizen wondered what could have caused such a significant leap in Obito's talent and power. He couldn't help but hope that some of the absurdities from the Naruto series didn't become a part of his new reality. He remembered being incredibly disappointed with the use of Hashirama cells as a convenient plot device to solve most plot holes or explain incredible leaps in strength. Next, Kaizen thought about Rin Nohara. Rin was known for her gentle nature and strong aptitude in medical ninjutsu. He didn't remember much about her combat abilities, but he did recall her being an intelligent support medical ninja who was somehow capable of performing an eye transplant operation on the battlefield, taking Obito's left Sharingan and implanting it into Kakashi's left eye with seemingly little effort. If he had to guess, she would probably be in the high G through P range or possibly even Class F at the moment. He could see her talent over the course of her academy years improving to Class B or C, but it might be too much to say for a Class A ranking. After all, he isn't even entirely sure what all encompasses the decisions to put students within different graded classes, as well as their individual rankings. From what he has learned so far, Class A has incredibly high standards that will seemingly increase to higher levels as time moves forward. Kaizen also speculated about other key figures such as Kurenai Yuhi and Asuma Sarutobi. As far as he knew, they were a year older than Kakashi and himself. This meant they could possibly be in the academy now, competing in the Year 2 tournaments, or they might not be attending the academy until next year. The thought added an element of uncertainty, reminding him that he couldn't reliably predict everything about this world, even with his prior knowledge. After the preliminaries, the days passed until the tournament for classes A through C finally arrived. Kaizen woke up early, performing his usual routine and grabbing breakfast. He had been told that he would be escorted to the stadium sometime in the morning, so he returned to his dorm room and meditated until it was time to leave. Sometime after the sun rose, signaling the early morning hours, Kaizen's meditation was interrupted by a knock at his door. Upon opening, he was greeted by a group of academy staff and senior students who had gathered to escort him to the stadium. Among them was Hiroshi-sensei, who gave him an encouraging nod. As they began their walk through the village, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. Villagers paused in their morning routines to watch the procession. Some waved, while others offered words of encouragement and good luck wishes. The recognition from the villagers made Kaizen realize the significance of the tournament not just for students like him, but for the entire community. These tournaments were more than just a test of skill for the young shinobi in training. They were a beacon of hope for the entire village. For many, the tournaments were a welcome distraction from the bleak events in the world, and a chance to witness the promise of a new generation. He imagined that the tournaments were just one of many implementations by the village leadership to bring the community together and promote a happy atmosphere. These events served as a reminder that even in times of hardship, there were moments of joy and pride to be found. They showcased the strength and resilience of the village, proving that they could rise above their challenges and look forward to a brighter future. Kaizen chuckled a bit to himself. I'm starting to feel like a will of fire in formal thinking like this. The streets around them were alive with activity. Vendors setting up stalls selling an array of snacks, trinkets, and tournament-themed souvenirs. Brightly colored banners and flags fluttered in the gentle breeze, adding a festive touch to the scene. The rich aroma of freshly prepared food wafted through the air, mingling with the earthy scent of the morning dew. As they walked, Kaizen could hear the lively chatter of the villagers, the laughter of children playing nearby, and the occasional cheer from enthusiastic supporters. Each step closer to the stadium seemed to amplify the energy around him. It feels like this is a designated route for competitors in the tournament to take. If I had to guess, it's meant to excite the citizens while also getting the students worked up. It shows exactly who we will be protecting and fighting for in the future. I can't help but be impressed by the leadership's subtle approach. It serves as a pathos approach to fostering the will of fire within the students as well as decreasing the disconnect between the villagers and the shinobi who fight for them. Very clever indeed. While walking, Kaizen's senses were heightened as usual, every detail around him being observed. He noticed the interesting designs on several stalls, the vibrant patterns on several of the banners, and the eager expressions on the faces of those around him. The touch of the cool morning breeze on his skin was refreshing, contrasting with the warmth of the sun starting to rise. The crowd thickened as they approached the stadium. Families and groups of friends hurried ahead, eager to secure good seats. The atmosphere was almost electric, an energy that seemed to lift everyone's spirits. Children tugged at their parents' sleeves, pointing excitedly at the academy students making their way to the event. "Look, Mommy, it's the students from the academy," one child exclaimed, eyes wide with excitement. "Do you think we'll see some amazing jutsu today?" another child asked, tugging at his father's arm. Kaizen carried himself with a kind smile and reserved confidence, absorbing the scene around him. Some villagers called out to him as he passed by. "There goes Kaizen. I've heard he's one of the top students," an elderly man remarked, nodding in approval. "Good luck, Kaizen. We're all rooting for you," a woman shouted, waving enthusiastically. "I suppose they released information about us in the gambling halls either yesterday or the previous weekend. It would make sense if that's the case. Otherwise, bettors wouldn't be as willing to place money on people they know little to nothing about." However, something that Kaizen wasn't aware of was that during the previous weekend, and this weekend, the announcers would speak about the Year 1 students and other notable students among the upper years that were participating. The staff would also hang pictures of them around the stadium, where the audience would be able to clearly see them and their names. Those actions, as well as the information provided in the betting areas, made someone like Kaizen a lot more well-known than even he might have realized. There was no doubt that information about Kaizen's performances made him a popular student to watch out for, but what made him extremely popular among many civilians was his background as an orphan. There would always be a sort of gravitation towards people who come from nothing and are achieving success through their own unrelenting efforts. Many people of Konoha had this sort of feeling about Kaizen and wanted to see him succeed as a result. As they continued walking, Kaizen couldn't help but feel a sense of unity with his fellow competitors and spectators, all gathered for a common purpose. The anticipation in the air was contagious, and Kaizen felt ready to provide a good show for the people. Soon, the stadium came into view, its grand structure standing tall against the morning sky. As they approached, Kaizen was taken aback by its scale and the intricate blend of traditional architecture with modern enhancements. The outer walls were adorned with elaborate carvings depicting iconic shinobi of the village. Banners and flags bearing the academy's emblem fluttered in the breeze, adding vibrant splashes of color against the stone facade. The main entrance was bustling with activity as villagers streamed in, their excitement palpable. Kaizen noted the different seating areas as they made their way inside. The general seating was already filling up with families and groups of friends, their animated conversations creating a lively hum. In contrast, the premium sections were more reserved, with plush seats and viewing boxes that offered a perfect vantage point over the arena. These sections were adorned with elaborate decorations, indicating the status and prestige of their occupants. As they moved through the corridors, Kaizen's attention was drawn to the various merchants who rented spaces within the stadium. The clink of metal and the rustling of fabric filled the air as they prepared their goods. He could hear the cheerful banter between vendors and early customers, negotiating prices and exchanging stories. The concession stands were a flurry of activity, with cafeteria personnel from the academy working alongside local vendors to provide a wide array of treats for the attendees. Upon entering the competitor waiting area, Kaizen felt a shift in the atmosphere. The buzz of the crowd was replaced by a focused silence, broken only by the soft murmurs of students and the occasional clink of weapons being adjusted. The room was filled with students from various years, all preparing for their matches. Some were stretching, others practicing quick drills, each lost in their own pre-match rituals. Kaizen exchanged respectful nods with a few familiar faces. The atmosphere was a mix of tension and camaraderie, as they checked their equipment and went through last-minute warm-ups. He could sense the nervous energy in the room, the unspoken understanding that today would serve as a measure of their hard work and training. As Kaizen settled into a quiet corner of the waiting area, he sat down and began to meditate. He had already done all the necessary work, and now it was almost time to showcase his talents in front of the village. He hadn't expected such an opportunity to come so soon, but he was determined to make the most of it. After some time passed and it became time to begin, the energy in the stadium reached a crescendo as Principal Kamiko stepped onto a raised platform at the center of the arena. Principal Kamiko's voice, amplified by the sound system, resonated throughout the stadium. "Welcome everyone to the fourth and final day of the spring tournament for Konoha Core Ninja Academy," she began, her tone warm and authoritative. "Today we gather to witness the fruits of our students' hard work and training. Each of these students have been honing their skills and preparing to showcase their abilities in this esteemed event. Please join me in welcoming the top students of our academy." The crowd erupted into cheers, a wave of excitement washing over the arena. Kaizen felt a surge of happiness as he looked around, taking in the sea of faces filled with anticipation and support. The principal continued, her voice carrying the weight of her words. "These tournaments are not only about winning," she emphasized. "They are about learning, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what you believe you can achieve. It is about respect for your opponents, for your instructors, and most importantly, for yourselves. Kaizen glanced at his fellow competitors, each one standing tall, ready to prove themselves. Principal Kamiko's speech shifted to a tone of encouragement. To our students, this is your moment. Show us what you've got. Give it your all. And remember that every match is a step forward in your path to becoming a respected shinobi of our village. To our audience, your support is invaluable. Cheer for these young warriors, for your voices give them strength. The crowd responded with a thunderous applause, the stadium vibrating with their enthusiasm. Let the tournament begin, she declared, her voice echoing across the arena. Chapter 37, The Arena's Dance. With that, the opening ceremony concluded. The announcers took over, their commentary further igniting the crowd's excitement. Kaizen took his place among the other Year 1 competitors. As the announcers began explaining the structure of the tournament, their voices boomed through the stadium. Today's tournament features the top students from classes A through C of years 1 through 6. The first announcer began. Each year group will have their top 8 students competing in a series of matches to determine the best of the best. The second announcer chimed in. That's right. The competition will be fierce, and we're expecting to see some incredible talent. First up, we have the Year 1 matches. Let's give a warm welcome to these young warriors. The crowd roared in approval, their cheers echoing throughout the stadium. The tournament brackets for each year group were shown to the audience, highlighting the matchups. Kaizen scanned the brackets, quickly locating his name among the Year 1 competitors. He noted the names of his potential opponents, preparing himself for the matches ahead. The announcers introduced the first match with their usual enthusiasm. In the red corner, we have Kaizen. Known for his exceptional taijutsu skills and high intelligence, he's been making waves since joining the academy. And in the blue corner, we have Sora Hoshino, a speed and agility specialist from Class B. Kaizen stepped into the arena, feeling the eyes of thousands of spectators on him. The roar of the crowd was almost deafening, a sense of anticipation filling the air. Sora Hoshino, a lean boy with a determined expression, stepped forward. He bowed respectfully, and Kaizen returned the gesture. The match began with the sound of a gong, and the two competitors sprang into action. Sora darted forward, his quickness a challenge for most. Kaizen watched, noting the rhythm of his opponent's movements. As Sora launched a series of strikes, Kaizen dodged and parried, moving smoothly around each attack. He focused on Sora's footwork and noticed that Sora was telegraphing his movements, allowing Kaizen to easily anticipate his next choice of attack. The crowd reacted with gasps and cheers at each exchange, the announcers keeping up a lively commentary. Look at Sora go. But Kaizen is handling him with ease. Kaizen moved seamlessly, evading Sora's attacks. He ducked under a high kick, sidestepped a punch, and deflected a jab with his forearm. His eyes never left Sora, reading his intentions through subtle shifts in his stance. Sora is quick, but he's giving away his next moves. His footwork is too predictable, and his strikes lack subtlety. As he observed, he saw that Sora was too focused on offense, leaving gaps in his defense. He's leaving himself wide open. His aggression is his weakness. Sora pushed harder, his attacks growing fiercer. He unleashed a flurry of kicks and punches, hoping to break through. Kaizen stayed calm, stepping around each strike with grace. He's becoming reckless, Kaizen noted. His lack of successful hits is building his frustration steadily. This impatience will be his downfall. Kaizen could see Sora's level of immaturity in each overextended strike. He's too young and inexperienced. He doesn't understand the importance of balance in offense and defense. He's trying to win with sheer force, but that won't work against someone who can read him so easily. Each time Sora overextended or left an opening, Kaizen noted it but waited for the perfect moment to act. Timing is everything. I suppose it's best he learns now rather than during real combat. The crowd was on the edge of their seats, captivated by the match. Kaizen's reading his opponent like a book, one announcer said. He's using Sora's own tactics against him. Sora grew frustrated. his attacks becoming reckless. He attempted a spinning kick aimed at Kaizen's head. Kaizen anticipated the move, ducking and stepping inside Sora's guard. With a swift motion, he delivered a palm strike to Sora's chest, sending him stumbling back. Breathing heavily, Sora reset his stance and charged again. Kaizen sidestepped a punch and grabbed Sora's wrist, twisting it to throw him off balance. Sora tried to counter with a kick, but Kaizen deflected it with his shin. Kaizen began to notice the signs of Sora's fatigue. The delay in his reactions, the heavier breathing, and the frustration in his eyes. He knew the moment had come. As Sora launched another flurry of attacks, Kaizen saw the opening he needed. Sora overextended on a high kick, leaving his side exposed. Kaizen stepped inside Sora's reach and delivered a strong strike to his ribs. The impact forced the air from Sora's lungs, and he stumbled, trying to regain his balance. Not giving Sora a chance to recover, Kaizen moved in close, using a technique from his previous life. He executed a perfect wrist lock, spinning Sora around and pinning his arm behind his back. In a quick, controlled motion, Kaizen lifted Sora slightly off the ground and slammed him down onto the arena floor, using the momentum to maintain his grip and control. Sora's head bounced off the ground, concussing him enough to end the match. The crowd erupted in applause, the announcers declaring Kaizen the winner. What a display! Kaizen has shown he's not just a thinker but also a true fighter in the arena. Spectators cheered, their voices filling the air with excitement. Did you see that? Amazing. That was incredible. Kaizen is very talented in taijutsu. Among the spectators, the shinobi watched closely. They could tell Kaizen was holding back against Sora, which puzzled them. Why is he holding back? One shinobi murmured to another. He could have ended this much sooner. He must have a reason, another replied. Eyes narrowed in thought. Maybe he was testing Sora or trying to teach him something. Kaizen extended a hand to help Sora up, offering a nod of respect. Sora accepted the gesture, a look of appreciation in his eyes despite his defeat. Principal Kamiko, Hiruzen, and Sakumo sat in one of the private viewing areas, watching the match with keen interest. As Kaizen helped Sora to his feet and the crowd erupted in applause, each of them reflected on what they had just witnessed. Sakumo, observing his pupil with a knowing smile, remarked, Kaizen's kindness towards his comrades is evident. He held back, not wishing to embarrass Sora in front of such a crowd. It shows a level of empathy and respect that's commendable. Principal Kamiko nodded, her expression thoughtful. His restraint reminds me of the incident when the senior students first attacked him. He didn't retaliate with his full strength at first then either. His ability to read his opponent and maintain control under pressure is remarkable. It's a rare quality, especially at his age. Hiruzen, seeing Kaizen in action for the first time, stroked his beard thoughtfully. Kaizen's display today highlights his patience and combat awareness. He's not just overpowering his opponent, he's analyzing and adapting. This level of maturity in battle is quite promising. However, I would like to see him against opponents who can truly push him. Perhaps he would be better served fighting older students. Sakumo nodded. Considering Hiruzen's point, that's a valid observation. However, you must remember Kaizen's ability to enhance his muscles with chakra. This makes most opponents too slow and too weak to counter him effectively. The real test for him would be in fights that involve all aspects of combat, rather than just taijutsu alone. As they continued their discussion, Kaizen headed back to the waiting area. He had 10 to 15 minutes to rest before his next match. He took this time to meditate, centering himself as he always did. Kakashi approached him during this brief interlude. Kaizen, he began, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Why did you hold back against Sora? Kaizen opened his eyes briefly, giving Kakashi a knowing look. You can probably guess why, he replied vaguely. Kakashi nodded in understanding. I see. He is always thinking of others rather than solely seeking benefits for himself. My father has always been good at determining the talent and character of people. Perhaps I should be more considerate of others as well, Kakashi continued to think to himself as he went to prepare for his own match. Little did Kaizen know that his presence and actions were having an impact on Kakashi's personality. In the original series, Kakashi was almost always isolated and solitary. But in this life he had a loving family, and even someone his age that was more talented than him. Thus Kakashi had taken to having two role models. First his father, and now Kaizen, who he has begun to look up to, whether it be through talent or his character. Kaizen, unaware of Kakashi's conclusions, had his eyes closed, seemingly in his own world, unbothered by the events around him, until he suddenly heard his name. Our next match features Kaizen facing off against Kaito Hyuga, known for his Byakugan and Taijutsu prowess from Class B, the first announcer exclaimed, hyping up the crowd. Kaizen rose from his seated position, making his way back to the arena, ready to face his next opponent. Kaito Hyuga, a lean boy with intense eyes and the distinctive white eyes of the Hyuga clan, stepped into the arena. He bowed to Kaizen, who returned the gesture with equal respect. The sound of the gong signaled the start of the match, and Kaito activated his Byakugan, veins bulging around his eyes. Kaizen shifted into the rooted stance of the Leaf Dragon Fist style, which he had been practicing ever since Hiroshi-sensei introduced it to the class. His stance caught the attention of the shinobi in the audience, who recognized the rare technique. "Is that the rooted stance?" one shinobi whispered. "Looks like it. I didn't know any of the academy students were practicing it," another replied, eyes fixed on the arena. Kaito's attacks were swift and aimed at Kaizen's chakra points. Kaizen dodged and parried, moving smoothly around each attack. He could feel the danger of the gentle fist style with every narrowly avoided hit. Kaito's fingers almost brushed against his clothing, missing vital points by mere centimeters. To counter Kaito's attacks, Kaizen began to release chakra from the tenketsu points in his hands as he deflected each strike. This unique defense method caused a visible shock among the knowledgeable spectators. Even Hiruzen, Sakumo, and Principal Kamiko, watching from the private viewing area, were taken aback by Kaizen's advanced technique. "He's releasing chakra to counter the gentle fist strikes," Hiruzen murmured, his eyes widening in surprise. "I didn't know he could do that," Sakumo added, equally astonished. "It's incredibly advanced for someone his age." The crowd reacted with gasps and cheers at each exchange, the announcers keeping up a lively commentary. "Kaito's targeting is formidable, but can he overcome Kaizen's adaptability and technique?" the second announcer wondered aloud. Kaizen knew he had to end the match. Kaito's ability to see and strike his chakra points could easily cripple him if he wasn't careful. He began to use Kaito's focus on accuracy against him, disrupting his rhythm with unpredictable movements and creating openings for counterattacks. Sensing an opportunity after deflecting another of Kaito's strikes, Kaizen immediately channeled chakra to enhance the muscles in his arm, as he then delivered a powerful palm strike directly to Kaito's chest. The sound of the impact resonated through the arena, amplified by the chakra's force, sending Kaito staggering backward, his breath escaping in a shocked gasp. The young Hyuga tried to regain his breath, but the force of the strike left him disoriented. Kaizen didn't hesitate. He executed a follow-up sidekick to Kaito's abdomen. The added momentum and chakra infusion made the kick devastating, lifting Kaito off his feet and depositing him squarely on the arena floor, unconscious from the sheer force. Silence enveloped the crowd for a brief moment, shocked by the sudden end to what was expected to be a lengthy match. Then, as Kaito lay motionless, the arena erupted in applause, the announcers praising Kaizen's performance. As medical personnel attended to Kaito, ensuring his safety, whispers circulated among the shinobi present. Those who thought Kaizen had held back in his previous match nodded approvingly at his approach against a known dangerous opponent. His decision to end it quickly was wise. Against a Hyuga, prolonging the fight only increases the risk, a seasoned jonin commented to his peers, acknowledging Kaizen's tactical awareness. As Kaizen exited the arena, the respect from the spectators was palpable, their cheers a testament to their appreciation of a young prodigy who could balance mercy with the necessity of decisiveness. "My first strike only had a small amount of chakra circulating so it wouldn't cause any damage to his heart. The following kick, however, well, he will probably be hurting for a week or two after that." Kaizen may be confident in his skills, but he never thought of himself as invincible. He didn't see a point in risking a prolonged fight against a capable Hyuga. However, it did get Kaizen thinking about what would happen if one of his Tenketsu points were closed. He wondered what it would take to defend against it, or reopen the Tenketsu point. Perhaps it was a thought he should follow up on in the future. Chapter 38. Unexpected Revelation. Only one match remained, and it was against an opponent he respected. The excitement in the stadium reached a fever pitch as the announcers prepared to introduce the final match of the day. For our final match in the Year 1 bracket, we have a showdown between two prodigies. The first announcer began, his voice filled with excitement. In the blue corner, the second announcer added, "We have Kakashi Hatake, the son of Konoha's White Fang, Sakumo Hatake." The crowd erupted in applause as Kakashi took his place, his calm demeanor unshaken by the cheers. And in the red corner, we have Kaizen, who has already shown exceptional skill today, the second announcer declared, with Kaizen taking his place opposite Kakashi, giving him a nod of respect. The announcer paused for a moment, then continued, "However, before we begin the match, we have an important announcement to make. I'm sure many of you have been hearing the rumors swirling around that Sakumo Hatake has taken on a student." A hush fell over the crowd as they processed the announcer's words. Whispers and murmurs rippled through the audience, people leaning in to discuss what they had just heard. "Did you hear that? Sakumo Hatake has a student," one spectator whispered to another. "I thought it was just a rumor," another responded. "Who could it be?" The anticipation built as everyone tried to guess the identity of the mysterious student. The excitement in the air was palpable, and all eyes were on the announcer, waiting for the revelation. Well, today we are excited to confirm that student to be none other than Kaizen. The crowd erupted in a mix of gasps, cheers, and murmurs. The revelation sent ripples through the audience, sparking a flurry of reactions. Among the students, murmurs of surprise and curiosity rippled through the ranks. Some felt awe, while others harbored envy. "Kaizen is the White Fang student," one whispered to another. Spectators buzzed with speculation, impressed by the connection to the White Fang. "Can you believe it? Sakumo Hatake's student and son are fighting today," a civilian remarked to their companion. Respect and interest grew among the shinobi in attendance, recognizing the significance of Sakumo's mentorship. "No wonder he's so skilled. With Sakumo as his mentor, he's bound to be exceptional," a jonin observed. Among the more influential spectators, a couple of clan heads exchanged thoughtful glances, considering the implications of Kaizen's tutelage under such a renowned figure. "This changes things," one of them murmured. "Sakumo's student and his son are both top talents in the same year. We'll need to keep an eye on this group of students." Although this announcement served to increase Kaizen's reputation and fame among the civilians and shinobi alike, it also had some negative connotations that would be inevitable with someone in his position. There were several people who now contributed Kaizen's skills and progress to him being Sakumo's student, also due to the nature of Sakumo's reputation and feats from the Second Shinobi World War. There would also be a target on Kaizen's back going forward. He would be in the same camp as Kakashi in that regard. In the private viewing area, Sakumo raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. "I didn't expect you to announce it this way," he commented, his voice tinged with amusement. Hiruzen, who had planned this moment with Principal Kamiko, nodded with satisfaction. "It's better to establish this fact in an official capacity like this. I already arranged for the rumors to be spread leading up to this event, so Kaizen should become quite well known after today." Principal Kamiko leaned forward, her eyes keenly observing Kaizen. "He has consistently brought about surprises, but I'm curious to see how he handles this added pressure. He was only known to few beforehand, but from today onwards, he will have a large portion of the village keeping an eye on his developments and progress. Will he crumble under that level of responsibility?" Kaizen felt a new weight of responsibility after hearing the announcement, but continued to maintain his composure. He locked eyes with Kakashi, who acknowledged the announcement with a subtle nod. The rivalry they had formed under Sakumo's guidance added a unique dynamic to this match. With the announcement over, the gong sounded, signaling the start of the match. Kaizen and Kakashi moved simultaneously, each aware of the other's strengths and weaknesses. Kaizen held back, wanting to showcase Kakashi's talents without making it obvious. He maneuvered with a calculated pace, allowing Kakashi to shine while still demonstrating his own skills. The crowd watched in awe as the two prodigies clashed, their movements more advanced than their class year would suggest. "Kakashi's speed and reflexes are incredible," the first announcer exclaimed. "And look at Kaizen, matching him step for step." Kakashi appreciated Kaizen's subtle restraint, understanding that he was being given a chance to showcase his abilities. He fought with everything he had, pushing his limits and executing taijutsu techniques with great efficiency. Kaizen admired Kakashi's progress, knowing how much this match meant to him. Clearly, Kaizen could tell that being in this world has pushed Kakashi to work even harder than he would have otherwise. As the fight continued, he eventually found an opportunity to end the match gracefully. Kaizen feinted with a high punch, drawing Kakashi's guard up. In a quick movement, he shot in for a single leg takedown, catching Kakashi off balance. With a quick sweep, he brought Kakashi to the ground, immediately transitioning to mount position. From there, Kaizen quickly isolated Kakashi's arm, pivoting his hips and swinging his leg over Kakashi's head to attempt an armbar. Kaizen fell back, his legs wrapping around Kakashi's arm and torso. The goal was to use his own body as a lever, applying pressure to Kakashi's elbow and forcing it against the fulcrum of Kaizen's hips. This move could potentially dislocate or break the elbow if applied with enough force. However, Kakashi, sensing the danger, quickly defended against it. He clasped his hands together, preventing Kaizen from fully extending his arm. Kaizen recognized the resistance and knew he needed to transition quickly to maintain control. Without wasting a second, Kaizen smoothly shifted his weight. He released the armbar and maneuvered his legs over Kakashi's shoulder, rotating his body to transition into an omoplata, a shoulder lock. The move was seamless, his right leg hooking over Kakashi's arm while his left leg trapped it, and he rolled his hips to apply pressure. As Kaizen pressed down, Kakashi's shoulder joint was forced into an unnatural position. The omoplata twisted the arm behind Kakashi's back, leveraging Kaizen's body weight to increase the pressure. This submission targeted the rotator cuff and shoulder ligaments, causing immense pain and a high risk of dislocation. The crowd watched in astonishment as Kaizen expertly applied the submission, his grip firm but controlled. Kakashi struggled briefly but realized the futility. He tapped out, acknowledging Kaizen's superior technique. The arena erupted in applause, the announcers praising Kaizen. What a finish. Kaizen has shown not only his mastery of taijutsu but also his expertise in grappling techniques, one announcer exclaimed. Among the spectators, the students buzzed with excitement, civilians marveled at the display, and shinobi nodded in respect. Clan heads exchanged looks of approval, recognizing the potential in Kaizen's abilities. Back in the private viewing area, Sakumo smiled, pride evident in his eyes. Kaizen handled that exceptionally well, he said. It seems both my son and my student are making waves. Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction. Now I understand why you both think so highly of Kaizen. Despite knowing so many techniques, I've never seen those grappling moves before. It's remarkable to see such advanced methods in a student so young. His versatility and creativity in combat make me curious to see how his fighting style later develops. Kaizen helped Kakashi to his feet, offering a nod of respect. The crowd's cheers filled the arena, a testament to the remarkable display they hadn't expected from first-year students. With the first-year matches concluded, the rest of the tournament proceeded with a series of exciting bouts. Competitors from years 2 through 6 showcased their abilities, each match filled with various jutsu and well-planned strategies. The stadium buzzed with exhilaration as each round brought new surprises and spectacular performances. Despite the thrilling matches that followed, the talk of the village remained primarily focused on Kaizen. His substantial rise to fame within the village was due not only to his newly revealed status as Sakumo Hadake's student but also from the exceptional skill he displayed during his matches while only being 4 years of age. Whispers of his prowess spread quickly, from the bustling markets to the quiet training grounds. Students discussed Kaizen's techniques with awe, some inspired to train harder, while others harbored envy. "Did you see that submission move? I've never seen anything like it," one student exclaimed. Civilians marveled at the young prodigy's potential. Sakumo Hatake's student and his son are both incredible. The future of our village looks bright with talents like theirs, a villager commented. As the news of Kaizen's victory spread, it reached the ears of some of Konoha's most notable figures, including some of the Sanin. When Orochimaru received the news, his eyes gleamed with interest. A student of Sakumo with such skills. It seems the village's future is becoming more interesting by the day. Jiraiya was still in Amagakure taking care of and training the orphans who would later create the Akatsuki, so he naturally didn't hear about Kaizen at this point. However, the news did reach Tsunade, who was spending most of her time mourning within the Senju clan estate. She was currently at the beginning stages of what would later evolve into a gambling and alcohol addiction. The tournaments were something that she began to gamble on, so she naturally knew the information provided on the different competitors. Despite her depressed state, she was still surprised by the details of Kaizen's victories. Enhancing his muscles with chakra and coating his hands to defend against the gentle fist style that requires a high level of skill and talent. This kid might actually have something special. She paused, her thoughts drifting back to the Second Shinobi World War. The memories of losing her brother Nawaki and her lover Dan were still fresh, casting a shadow over her usual optimism. Tsunade had seen countless promising shinobi fall in battle, their potential unrealized. Her own grief was a constant reminder of the harsh realities of their world. Yet, hearing about Kaizen sparked a flicker of hope. Chakra enhancement at his age. That's no easy feat. It requires not only precise chakra control but also an understanding of one's physical limits. And coating his hands with chakra to counter the gentle fist. That's incredibly advanced. Most would be completely incapacitated by Hyuga's strikes, but he's found a way to neutralize them. Tsunade couldn't help but think about her clan. The Senju, who were known for their powerful chakra reserves and formidable abilities. She saw a glimmer of those legendary skills in Kaizen's achievements. Her own talent in medical ninjutsu, which required the utmost precision and control over chakra, made her appreciate the complexity of what Kaizen had demonstrated. Someone so young, at 4 years old, mastering techniques that many seasoned shinobi struggle with, it's remarkable. And he's doing this under the tutelage of Sakumo Hatake. But even Sakumo wasn't this talented. Her thoughts were tinged with a mix of admiration and sorrow. The war had taken so much, but perhaps it had also forged new strengths in the younger generation. Tsunade found a small comfort in the fact that her clan, the Senju, still had a presence in the village. They had been attempting to comfort and support her through her mourning process, something that she was grateful to have at this time. As she sat with these thoughts, she began to feel a somewhat renewed sense of duty. Perhaps she could find some solace in nurturing the next generation, ensuring that talents like Kaizen had the support they needed to reach their full potential. In a way, it could serve as a tribute to her lost loved ones, a way to honor their memory by helping to build a stronger, safer future for the village that they loved so much. Unknowingly, Kaizen's accomplishments had lit a tiny ember of hope within Tsunade's otherwise depressed state. Chapter 39, Obtaining the Badge. A few days after the tournament, on May 1st, Kaizen stood in front of Principal Kamiko in a small, formal ceremony. The room was filled with a select group of instructors and high-ranking academy officials. Principal Kamiko stepped forward, her expression warm and proud. Kaizen, today we honor your achievements and acknowledge your exceptional performance thus far, she began. Her voice carried a tone of genuine admiration. Your victories in the tournament were remarkable, showcasing not only skill but also an ability to adapt to different opponents, as well as your composure under pressure. Kaizen listened attentively, not having expected such a ceremony for receiving his badge. Principal Kamiko continued, but your success is not limited to the tournament or practical exams. You have also demonstrated academic excellence, achieving perfect scores on all quizzes, including the recent exam from yesterday. The gathered audience nodded in agreement, murmurs of approval spreading through the room. Principal Kamiko gestured towards a small, ornate box held by one of the instructors. It is my honor to present you with the Rank 1 Class A badge of the first year, she announced, taking the badge from the box and handing it to Kaizen. Kaizen accepted the badge with a deep bow. understanding that this was a big deal within the academy. The badge was beautifully crafted, a physical representation of his hard work and potential. Principal Kamiko smiled warmly at him. With this badge comes access to many opportunities such as advanced resources, training programs, mentorship opportunities, and many more. We believe in your potential, Kaizen, and we look forward to seeing you become a shinobi. As Kaizen attached the badge to his uniform, the room erupted into applause. The benefits and responsibilities of this new rank were immense, and he was ready to embrace them. Returning to class after the ceremony, Kaizen immediately noticed the changes in the room. Several familiar faces were missing, having been transferred out after the 1-month evaluation deemed them not fit for Class A. The absence of these students created a quieter, more focused atmosphere. In their place, a few new faces appeared. These new students wore badges from their previous class grades, indicating they were undergoing a 1-month evaluation to determine if they could remain in Class A. Kaizen observed them with curiosity, recognizing the blend of nervousness and determination in their expressions. They appeared eager to prove themselves worthy of their class advancement. I suppose this also works to keep students competitive with one another. After seeing the benefits of the different classes now, students of this year will most likely work much harder than before. If that's the case, then the upper year students are probably a lot more advanced than they would have been in the series. Those 4th year students I fought last month must have been towards the bottom of classes Q through Z. As Kaizen took his seat, his classmates couldn't help but react to his new rank 1 badge. Whispers and murmurs filled the room, a mixture of admiration and envy. Wow, he really did it, one student whispered, eyes wide with awe. He aced everything, both the tournament and the exams, another added, shaking their head in disbelief. Kaizen acknowledged their comments with a humble nod, offering a kind smile. He knew that this attention was part of the territory, but he wanted to ensure that his success didn't create unnecessary tension or ill feelings. The reasoning behind this is pretty easy to understand. There is simply no telling where his classmates might end up in life, whether dead, alive, strong, weak, or resourceful. Because of this, he didn't want to burn any bridges unnecessarily unless provoked. Until he became truly powerful, having as many different opportunities as possible to gain strength would be his best course of action. Rina, who had always been competitive, eyed him with a mixture of envy and grudging respect. I guess I'll have to work even harder now, she said, crossing her arms. Kaizen smiled at her. I'm glad to hear that, Rina. Throughout the day, Kaizen continued to engage with his peers, offering encouragement and support. He knew that fostering a positive and collaborative environment was crucial, not just for his own growth, but for the growth of everyone in Class A. He continued to handle the attention with humility, fully aware that such achievements would mean nothing in the long run. Over the next few days, Kaizen began experimenting with advanced chakra control exercises. Early one morning during these days of practice, Kaizen stood alone in the training grounds, the first rays of sunlight casting long shadows. He focused intently, visualizing his chakra network and channeling energy through the various pathways he had mapped out. Last month, Kaizen had figured out where all of his tenketsu points were located. Before moving on, he made sure that he mastered the ability to release chakra from the tenketsu points in his feet and hands, using it to enhance his movements and techniques. This turned out to be quite useful for him in the tournament, when defending against Kaito's gentle fist style. His current training was focused on a new goal, decreasing the time it took to complete a full cycle of his chakra through all 361 tenketsu points in what he referred to as his chakra circulation technique, CCCT. While he could already circulate his chakra fully, it still required a few minutes of uninterrupted focus. Kaizen had a few reasons for wishing to accomplish this. It served as a good way to increase his control, awareness, and affinity with his own chakra. The faster he could circulate the chakra, the better his control would be, and the easier it would be to call upon it whenever or however he wished. Although he had not confirmed it yet, Kaizen also felt that doing this would increase the ease in which he would be able to mold his chakra for various jutsu. There was also speculation on his part that mastering the circulating of his chakra would allow him to break out of genjutsu with ease, but he would be sure to test it in the future to confirm. Sweat trickled down his forehead as he maintained his concentration. He felt the chakra flow more smoothly, circulating through each tenketsu point with increasing efficiency. By the end of the week, Kaizen had made good progress. He could now complete the full circulation faster than before, taking only a couple of minutes, though he knew there was still a lot of room for improvement. Happy with his progress in that area, Kaizen decided to take on another challenge to test and possibly improve his current level of chakra control. Tree climbing. He knew that learning to walk up trees was a fundamental exercise for improving chakra control. Selecting a tall, sturdy tree in the training grounds, Kaizen focused chakra into his feet. With a deep breath, he took his first step onto the trunk. His foot stuck firmly, and with a sense of confidence, he continued upward. Each step was steady, his chakra control unwavering. In a matter of moments, Kaizen reached one of the higher branches, and, with a deft movement, flipped himself to stand upside down on it. The blood rushed to his head, but he maintained his balance effortlessly, feeling the chakra flowing steadily through his feet, keeping him securely attached to the branch. Deciding to push his limits, Kaizen chose to stay in this position and perform as many cycles of his chakra as possible while remaining attached to the tree. He closed his eyes, focusing inward. The familiar path of chakra through all 361 tenketsu points began, each cycle becoming smoother as he adjusted to the dual challenge of maintaining his grip and circulating his energy. As Kaizen began using the CCT, he noticed the previous feeling of blood rushing to his head receding. This intrigued him, leading him to ponder the connection between chakra and blood. Other than the fact that chakra pathways essentially run alongside blood vessels within the body, he wondered if there was a deeper interaction between the two systems. Perhaps the control of chakra could influence blood flow in more ways than he had previously considered. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he concentrated. The strain of maintaining the chakra flow and his position was testing his limits. Yet he persisted, feeling his control slowly grow more refined with each passing minute. The combination of physical exertion and chakra manipulation honed his skills in a way he hadn't anticipated. By the time Kaizen descended from the tree, he had completed numerous cycles of his chakra, each one slowly becoming more efficient than the last. The exercise had not only solidified his ability to walk up trees, but it also improved his overall chakra control. Satisfied with his progress, he began walking to his dorm while thinking about the next step. It didn't take long for him to decide to move on to water walking. After some rest and a quick meal, he headed to a nearby lake, its calm surface providing a suitable starting point. Standing at the water's edge, he focused chakra into his feet, feeling the familiar sensation of energy coursing through him. He took a cautious step onto the surface, feeling the resistance of the water beneath him. His previous mastering of the ability to release chakra from all tenketsu points in his feet paid off immediately. Kaizen found that maintaining his balance on the water surface came naturally. With each step, his confidence grew, and within a short time, he could walk and even run across the lake with ease. Encouraged by his swift mastery of the lake, Kaizen decided to take on a greater challenge: walking on a river. The flowing water would require a lot more skill and precise chakra control. He approached the river, the sound of rushing water filling his ears. Taking a deep breath, he focused chakra into his feet once more and stepped onto the moving water. The increased difficulty was immediately apparent. The flow of the river pushed against his feet, demanding more refined control. Yet, Kaizen's prodigious talent in chakra control shone through. After about 5 to 10 minutes of adjusting his chakra output and adapting to the river's currents, he could reliably walk on the river's surface. However, running and standing still on the river proved more challenging. Kaizen spent nearly an hour fine-tuning his chakra flow, learning to maintain his balance while in motion and when stationary. The constant movement of the water beneath his feet required continuous adjustments, testing his focus and control. By the end of his practice session, Kaizen could walk, run, and stand still on the river's surface with proficiency. It would still require a lot of consistent training before he would feel comfortable being able to do it instinctively, but he was very satisfied with his current level of chakra control. The more I train, the more I believe that retaining the mind I developed throughout my previous life has given me an immense advantage in this world. The memories would be the obvious advantage, but I think that it may have also made my spiritual energy incredibly high, which could explain my talent with chakra control. Now that the 1-month assessment is over for me, I don't have to attend class as strictly as before, according to Hiroshi-sensei. He said that so long as I attend for the mandatory lessons and graded assignments, then I will be fine. Of course, I also need to keep performing at a high level. But that shouldn't be an issue at this stage, since it can now be considered the start of the more individual-style training period. Principal Kamiko wanted to meet with me tomorrow to discuss my plans. Kaizen's thoughts then wandered to the list of privileges and generous stipend he received at his dorm on the day he got his badge. There were several things he wished to make use of, but he managed to stop himself, deciding it best to wait until his discussion with the principal before making his own choices. Chapter 40 Academy Departments. Kaizen met with Principal Kamiko Nara the next day to discuss his future development and training plans. The meeting took place in her office, a space that gave him a similar feeling to being in a library. Kaizen, congratulations on your achievements, Principal Kamiko began, her eyes reflecting a deep sense of pride and encouragement. You have proven yourself to be an exceptional student, not just in combat but also in your academic pursuits. Thank you, Principal Kamiko, Kaizen replied, bowing respectfully. I owe a lot to my teachers and mentors, including you. Principal Kamiko smiled warmly. You have a natural talent, but it is your dedication and willingness to learn that sets you apart. I understand you've been thinking about your future training and areas of focus. Yes, Kaizen confirmed. I've been considering how to develop a well-rounded skill set. If possible, I want to achieve proficiency in various specializations before deciding where to further specialize. I believe this approach will give me a solid foundation and allow me to make an informed decision about my future path. Principal Kamiko nodded thoughtfully. That's a wise approach, Kaizen. Sakumo and I discussed this at length, and he echoed the importance of balanced training. It's clear you've taken his advice to heart. I'll be happy to guide you in this process. They spent the next hour outlining a detailed plan that included exposure to multiple disciplines. Principal Kamiko emphasized the importance of each specialization, explaining how mastering different skills could provide strategic advantages in various situations. We'll start by ensuring you have access to resources and mentors in each area, she said. Medical nin training, tracking, intelligence, genjutsu, sealing, sensor techniques, weapon mastery, and summoning. These are only a few of our available departments, but they could serve as a good amount for you to begin visiting and learn from. Each field has its own merits and will contribute to your overall growth as a shinobi. Kaizen listened intently, appreciating the depth of her knowledge. He was particularly intrigued by the potential to combine skills from different areas to create a unique fighting style. Remember, Principal Kamiko continued, the goal is not to become a master of all trades immediately, but to understand the basics and find where your true strengths and interests lie. From there, you can focus your efforts on what you wish to further pursue. Kaizen nodded, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. I understand, Principal Kamiko. I'll work hard to absorb as much as I can from each specialization. I have no doubt you will, she replied with a confident smile. And remember, my door is always open. If you have any questions or need guidance, don't hesitate to come to me. As Kaizen left Principal Kamiko's office, he felt a strong sense of relief. With her guidance and the support of the academy, he felt ready to start working towards becoming a well-rounded and formidable shinobi. Over the rest of the week, Kaizen dedicated himself to learning about some of the various departments discussed within the academy. Principal Kamiko had arranged for him to attend introductory sessions in each specialization, allowing him to gain a broad understanding of their roles and techniques. Kaizen's first stop was the medical nin department. He was greeted by a seasoned medical nin who guided him through the basics of medical ninjutsu. The instructor, a middle-aged shinobi with years of field experience, began by explaining the fundamental principles of medical ninjutsu, emphasizing the importance of precise chakra control and a deep understanding of human anatomy. Medical ninjutsu is not only just about healing, the instructor began, her voice calm and authoritative. It's about understanding the delicate balance of life within the body. Our chakra can mend wounds, cure illnesses, and even counteract poisons, but it requires unwavering focus and extensive knowledge. Kaizen watched in awe as the instructor demonstrated a basic healing technique. She gently placed her hands over a small cut on a fish used for practice, and with a soft glow of green chakra, The wound began to close. The flesh knitted back together seamlessly, leaving no trace of injury. The ability to heal, she continued, is one of the most crucial skills a shinobi can possess. On the battlefield, a medical nin can make the difference between life and death, not just for themselves but for their entire team. The instructor then moved on to explain the various applications of medical ninjutsu beyond basic healing. She spoke of advanced techniques like cellular regeneration, which could restore damaged tissue at a microscopic level, and poison extraction, a vital skill for dealing with the myriad toxins shinobi might encounter. The instructor then showed Kaizen some basic exercises to improve his chakra control, emphasizing that the finer control required for medical ninjutsu was different from the brute force often used in combat techniques. She had him practice by moving a small amount of chakra into his fingertips and maintaining a steady flow, a fundamental skill for any aspiring medical nin. To her surprise, Kaizen performed the exercises with ease, his control over his chakra precise and steady. He moved the chakra effortlessly into his fingertips and maintained the flow without any sign of strain. Impressive, the instructor said, her eyes widening in admiration. You have an exceptional level of chakra control for someone so young. Most students struggle with these exercises at first, but you handled them flawlessly. Encouraged by his natural aptitude, she continued to show him more advanced exercises, each designed as a steady increase in difficulty to both test and refine his chakra control. Due to his prior rigorous training in honing his foundational control, he was able to meet each challenge with a similar level of proficiency. Kaizen, you have a rare talent for chakra control, the instructor said with a smile. I encourage you to consider studying within the medical nin department. Your skills would be invaluable here, and you could have the potential to become an extraordinary medical nin. Kaizen smiled and thanked her for her guidance, promising to consider her suggestion seriously. Next, Kaizen attended a session on tracking skills. He wasn't aware of how his skills would apply in a world involving chakra, so he listened for any differing tactics or advanced skill sets needed. The tracking nin instructor, a veteran shinobi with years of experience, began by explaining the basics of tracking and emphasized the importance of patience, keen observation, and an acute awareness of the environment. Tracking is an essential skill for any shinobi, the instructor began. Whether you're hunting down an enemy, searching for a missing ally, or gathering intelligence, your ability to follow trails and identify signs of passage can often make or break a mission. The instructor showcased how to follow trails, starting with the basics of identifying footprints. He explained how the depth and spacing of footprints could indicate the weight and speed of the person who made them. The terrain itself would also have a great effect on how the footprints would form, or whether they would form at all. He also pointed out how to discern the direction of travel and recognize signs of someone trying to cover their tracks. Kaizen noted these familiar concepts, eager to see how they might differ in this new world. The instructor moved on to demonstrate how to identify broken twigs, disturbed foliage, and other subtle signs of passage. He highlighted how changes in the natural environment, such as bent grass or displaced rocks, could indicate recent movement. Every detail matters, the instructor said. Even the smallest clue can lead you to your target. You need to train your eyes to see what others overlook. The instructor explained the importance of understanding different types of terrain and how they affect movement. For example, a forest provides cover but can leave many signs of passage, while a desert offers little cover but can quickly erase tracks due to wind. Mountains present their own challenges with steep inclines and rocky paths. Kaizen was lectured on how weather conditions such as rain, snow, and wind could affect the preservation and visibility of tracks. Rain could wash away footprints, snow could preserve them longer but also make them more visible, and wind could cover or reveal tracks in sandy or dusty areas. Understanding local weather patterns helped predict changes that might affect tracking. The instructor also explained that weather could erase someone's scent, making it crucial to use a combination of tracking techniques. The instructor then taught Kaizen how to recognize and identify different types of footprints, distinguishing between human and animal tracks. Analyzing stride length, depth, and pattern could infer the speed, behavior, and condition of the tracked individual or animal. For example, deeper prints could indicate a heavier load or a person running. Although he didn't have an example on hand, he mentioned that oftentimes after a battle, there will also be blood included somewhere along a person's path that can be used to track them as well. Kaizen was then made to practice noticing bent or broken plants, trampled grass, and displaced leaves. These signs indicated recent movement through an area. He was also shown to identify scuffed soil, displaced rocks, and other ground disturbances, which could provide clues about the direction and pace of travel. Observing changes in the canopy, such as broken branches or snagged clothing, provided aerial signs of passage. Ground-level signs included crushed grass or scattered debris, offering additional clues about the movement of the target. The instructor also made it a point to stress the importance of counter-tracking, a vital skill for any shinobi. Just as you can track others, enemies can track you. You must learn to cover your tracks, mislead pursuers, and recognize when you're being followed. Whether you become a sensor Neon, or just learn how to enhance your hearing, smell, and sight, these skills are very complementary and highly recommended in conjunction with tracking. Sensory techniques can enhance your ability to track at greater distances and with more accuracy. He then briefly spoke about some of the more advanced topics in the department, covering jutsu that can be very helpful when tracking. There are techniques that can amplify your senses, create false sense, or even mask your chakra presence to avoid detection. Mastering jutsu like these can give you a significant edge in the field. Once the introductory session was finished, Kaizen thanked the instructor and left. Although he didn't learn anything new in a practical sense, he was interested in the department's more advanced topics. He could imagine that he would have a lot to learn considering the various jutsu and enhancements of senses that a shinobi would have compared to a normal human. In particular, a skill like counter-tracking in this world would become vital. Chapter 41, Sensor. In the intelligence department, Kaizen explored the multifaceted art of information gathering and analysis. Intelligence gathering is one of the most critical aspects of our operations, the teacher explained. It allows us to anticipate enemy movements, disrupt their plans, and protect our village. Our work here is divided into several key areas: covert operations, surveillance, decoding messages, and data analysis. As Kaizen listened, he thought back to his previous life, where intelligence gathering had been paramount in various fields. The principles were similar, but the inclusion of chakra and jutsu added a layer of complexity and potential he found fascinating. First to be explained was the Covert Operations Division, where shinobi worked behind enemy lines, gathering vital information without being detected. Kaizen envisioned how these operatives would blend into their surroundings, use transformation jutsu, and employ genjutsu to gather secrets without raising suspicion. Covert ops require absolute stealth and the ability to think on your feet, the instructor noted. A single mistake has the potential to jeopardize the entire mission, which in some cases lasts years or decades. Kaizen thought back to how covert operations in his previous life involved undercover agents, spycraft, and deep cover missions. He speculated about Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin known for his espionage skills. In the Naruto series, Jiraiya was often touted as a great spy, but Kaizen found it hard to reconcile that image with Jiraiya's eccentric personality and distinctive appearance. He was always portrayed with long, spiky white hair, standing 191 cm tall, and wearing that loud, unmistakable outfit. Kaizen mused. How could someone so conspicuous blend into the shadows? Kaizen thought that Jiraiya's foolish personality might have been embellished for dramatic effect in the series rather than his reputation as a spy. In reality, his espionage skills likely relied more on his vast network of contacts, his ability to summon toads for reconnaissance, and perhaps subtle uses of transformation jutsu when necessary. Next, the instructor moved the discussion to surveillance techniques. We employ a variety of methods to monitor our enemies, he said, pointing to a generalized map of known enemy territories. These include physical surveillance, sensory jutsu, and advanced technological tools. Kaizen was particularly interested in the sensory jutsu aspect. Sensory ninjas could detect chakra signatures from great distances, allowing them to track movements and gather information without direct confrontation. Whenever we manage to intercept enemy communications, they are often encrypted, the instructor explained. Decoding these messages can provide us with critical insights into their plans and strategies. Kaizen was then taught an overview of the intricate ciphers and codes used in the Naruto world, and the tools and techniques employed to break them. The integration of chakra-based encryption techniques added a unique twist, making it an appealing new challenge for Kaizen. Once we gather intelligence, It must be analyzed and interpreted correctly, he said. This involves looking for patterns, identifying false information, and making strategic decisions based on the compiled data. Kaizen appreciated the difficulty of this task. In his previous life, data analysis was crucial in a variety of fields ranging anywhere from business to military strategy. As Kaizen was guided through each topic, he pondered their applications. Covert operations could leverage his skills in stealth and deception, areas where he had already shown proficiency. Surveillance techniques could be enhanced by his growing chakra control and learning sensory abilities. Decoding messages appealed to his analytical mind, always eager for a puzzle to solve. Data analysis resonated with his strategic thinking, where he could foresee the advantages of correctly interpreting intelligence to outmaneuver opponents. Another crucial division mentioned was interrogation and torture. The teacher explained that while this was a darker side of their work, it was sometimes necessary to protect the village. This topic made Kaizen's thoughts drift back to the techniques he had developed in the past, methods that, while often harsh, were effective in extracting the truth. He had learned to read body language, apply pressure through carefully chosen words, and create psychological scenarios that would force his subjects to reveal information, or at least point him in the right direction. Essentially, manipulation tactics are a higher version of gaslighting. And when verbal interrogation wasn't successful, then came torture. I suppose it should say something about me when there were many contracts that specifically requested for me to retrieve information from an already captured target. It makes me wonder if I will develop a similar reputation here. Combining my previous methods with genjutsu could be incredibly potent, Kaizen mused, using illusions to create fear or hope, manipulating chakra to induce feelings of untold pain. The possibilities are rather terrifying. Kaizen knew that most people would probably denounce this subdivision of the intelligence department. However, he knew the truth of the matter. The knowledge gained through such means could save countless lives, prevent disasters, and maintain the village's security. Although many hate to admit it, Kaizen didn't have any false ideas of him being a good person, so he wasn't simply offering flowery words to cover up an evil means to achieve a good outcome. His thoughts were strictly focused on determining logical paths to victory, and the torture and interrogation division would likely play a crucial role in future conflicts. As he was pondering, the teacher continued explaining that the intelligence department also had a branch dedicated to research and development, working on new tools and techniques. This included creating new jutsu, developing advanced technology, and finding innovative ways to use existing methods. Kaizen found this area fascinating as well. As that one famous saying went, necessity is the mother of invention. It also gives credence to Tobirama's inventions. Most of the jutsu he developed were originally made to combat against the Uchiha. It makes me wonder what was developed out of the First War and subsequently this recently ended Second War. I'd be especially curious to know more about someone like Hiruzen, who is often hailed as the professor. I would have to imagine that there are many techniques he is aware of, or developed that weren't explored in the series. Hiruzen essentially led Konoha through 3 wars in the series, was said to know every technique that wasn't a Keki Genkai in the Leaf Village, had access to all 5 basic nature transformations, and was hailed as the god of shinobi in his prime. Kaizen felt that the series really did a disservice to many characters, with Hiruzen being one of the largest. Although he was able to display some feats in the final war arc, it still felt like an incomplete representation of his spoken potential. As the session concluded, Kaizen thanked the instructor for the comprehensive overview. He left the intelligence department, making his way to the next introductory session scheduled. With all of these different specialized areas of the academy and their associated depth, Kaizen couldn't help but wonder how the legendary ninja in this world could graduate so early. Unless the standards for graduation weren't very stringent, Kaizen wouldn't be able to believe that people like Jiraiya, Orochimaru, or Tsunade would be able to graduate at 6 years of age if they needed to learn everything there was to offer. It's probably a multitude of factors. I highly doubt that the graduation standards are extremely high, whether it be physically or academically. Although it does stand to reason that there might be some form of hidden benefit to being a stronger graduate, or even being able to graduate early. There is also the fact that it would have been around 22 years since the Sannin had attended the academy. So many things would have most likely changed during that period. Instead of overthinking, I should just ask the principal the next time I meet with her. Knowing the situation with graduation requirements will allow me to better allocate my time and plan accordingly. For now, though, Kaizen made his way to the department that he felt the need to learn more about as soon as possible. He arrived at the next location to learn about Sensor Nin, shinobi who specialized in detecting and tracking chakra signatures. The teacher gave a brief overview and history before giving a more practical demonstration. Kaizen watched as the instructor closed his eyes and extended his chakra sense. He pinpointed the location of various individuals around the training ground with remarkable accuracy. This ability to identify specific chakra signatures intrigued Kaizen, especially since he had only heard about this skill in the series. Curious, Kaizen asked, "Instructor, how can I determine if I have the potential to become a Sensor Nin?" The instructor smiled, appreciating Kaizen's direct question. The first step is to test your sensitivity to chakra. Some shinobi are naturally more attuned to these energies, while others can develop the skill with practice. Let's see where you stand. The instructor instructed Kaizen to close his eyes and focus on his own chakra. First, calm yourself and focus on your chakra flow. Form the ram hand sign to help knead your chakra for sensory mode. Once you have a good visualization of your chakra, imagine it spreading out from your body like a field or pulse. Kaizen nodded and closed his eyes, forming the ram hand sign. He focused on his breathing, allowing his mind to calm. He visualized his chakra as a flowing river within him, steady and powerful. As he maintained the hand sign, he felt his chakra gathering and becoming more concentrated. "Good," the teacher said softly. "Now, picture your chakra expanding outward like ripples in a pond. Let it flow away from you, touching and sensing everything in its path." Kaizen did as instructed, imagining his chakra spreading out in all directions. At first it felt like trying to work a muscle he hadn't used before. But as he focused, he began to feel faint pulses of energy from the people around him. Each pulse was distinct, yet all felt part of the same underlying structure. "I can sense some type of chakra," Kaizen said, concentrating harder. He could sense faint pulses of energy, each one slightly different from the others. The instructor nodded. "Good. Now let's see if you can differentiate between them. Try to identify the number of distinct chakra signatures you can sense." Kaizen took a deep breath and focused again. He extended his chakra sense further, feeling the different energies around him. He began to notice subtle variations. Some chakras were stronger, others weaker, and he noticed each had a unique feeling seemingly built upon the underlying structure he initially felt. A rudimentary analogy would be as if each chakra signature was a uniquely appearing house in their species, in this case human, served as the underlying structure. Although he would need to test it. For the sake of the analogy, each species would probably have its own structure that distinguishes them from humans as well as appearances that overlie that structure. "There are 5 distinct signatures," Kaizen said after a moment, his voice succinct. The instructor's eyebrows rose in surprise. "Very impressive. Now, try to describe the differences you feel between them." Kaizen focused again, this time paying attention to the details. One is very strong and steady, another is slightly erratic. There's a softer, almost calming presence, and 2 others that are somewhere in between. The instructor smiled broadly. "You have talent for this, Kaizen. Not many can differentiate between chakra signatures so quickly and accurately." Kaizen opened his eyes, surprised at his own ability. "That is good news. Sensor Nin abilities can be developed with training," the instructor explained, "but you seem to have a natural aptitude. With further practice, you could become exceptionally skilled in this area. Not to mention, there are also the normal senses which can be enhanced as well. Some clans have more affinity with certain sense enhancements than others, but it is generally a test of one's chakra control. For now, let's continue practicing." By the end of the session, Kaizen had made significant progress. He could now extend his sensory range to cover the entire training ground, identifying and differentiating between the chakra signatures of his fellow students and instructors. Although a minor accomplishment, in the grand scheme of things, it was another technique that would prove fundamental to Kaizen moving forward. Chapter 42, Nature Transformation. Kaizen's next session was with the Genjutsu specialists. a crucial part of any shinobi's training. The instructor began by explaining the principles of genjutsu, how it manipulates the flow of chakra in the victim's brain to create illusions. This could range from simple distractions to complex, multi-layered hallucinations. The versatility and danger of genjutsu lay in its ability to deceive and manipulate opponents, often without them even realizing it. The instructor demonstrated how illusions could target each of the 5 senses: sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch. For sight, he created an illusion of a tree that wasn't there. For sound, he made it seem like there were footsteps approaching from behind Kaizen. For smell, he conjured the scent of burning wood. While for taste, he made Kaizen believe some water he was drinking tasted sweet like dango. Lastly, for touch, the instructor created the sensation of rain falling on Kaizen's skin. Kaizen was then taught the basics of genjutsu, starting with how to cast a simple illusion. The instructor explained that to successfully utilize genjutsu, one must have an affinity with yin release. As genjutsu relies on manipulating the flow of chakra in the opponent's brain to affect their senses, this manipulation is inherently linked to yin release, which governs the power of imagination and mental energy. To determine Kaizen's potential in this area, the instructor provided a basic test device to see if he possessed an affinity for yin release. This test will help us see if you have the natural talent needed for genjutsu. Focus on your chakra and visualize it as a form of mental energy, the instructor advised. Kaizen focused inward, visualizing his chakra as the instructor had described. As he did so, the testing device began to react, its readings spiking dramatically. The device started to whir and buzz, and then unexpectedly it sparked and shorted out. The instructor's eyes widened in shock. This has never happened before. Your affinity for yin release is overwhelming, Kaizen. The device couldn't handle it. Kaizen felt a surge of curiosity after hearing this. His rebirth into this world had given him a second chance to hone his skills, and his trained mind from his previous life was once again proving to be an immense advantage. In addition to this revelation, he wondered if his soul was also stronger than normal. He felt it would be logical, and knew that it was a topic he wished to explore later when he became strong enough. In regard to the device breaking, he imagined that 3-Mo Sharingan or Manjikyo Sharingan users with them active would achieve similar results. He could also see someone like Yakumo Kurama, who hasn't been born yet, achieving similar results. These devices were most likely only used for academy-level students, so if anything, it reaffirmed Kaizen's advantages in the spiritual and mental energy department. Despite that, encouraged by the results, Kaizen began practicing manipulating his chakra to interfere with the teacher's perception. The instructor guided him through the process, explaining how subtle changes in the chakra flow could create convincing falsehoods. Genjutsu is about finesse and precision, the instructor explained. You need to carefully manipulate your chakra to alter the opponent's perception without them noticing. Start with something simple, like altering the perception of sound. Kaizen's first attempts were rudimentary, but he was soon able to grasp the fundamental concepts. He practiced casting a simple genjutsu that altered the perception of sound for a brief moment. With a more focused effort, he made a faint noise seem louder, causing his instructor to turn his head, as if hearing something that wasn't there. The instructor nodded approvingly. Good, you've managed to create a basic auditory illusion. Now let's try something visual. Kaizen concentrated again, this time focusing on creating a visual illusion. He imagined a small, flickering flame in the corner of the room. Channeling his chakra with care, he projected the image into the instructor's field of vision. The instructor blinked in surprise, seeing the flame for a moment before it vanished. Excellent work, the instructor praised. Visual illusions are more challenging because they require precise control over the opponent's visual cortex. You definitely have potential in the usage of genjutsu. Kaizen absorbed the instructor's words about the visual cortex, reflecting on his previous understanding of genjutsu from the series. It never seemed like genjutsu had a requirement for understanding the intricate anatomy or the associated pathways involved in the senses. He couldn't help but marvel at the magical effects of chakra, which appeared to compensate for the user's lack of in-depth knowledge. This realization opened up new avenues of thought for Kaizen. What would happen if someone who was extremely skilled in genjutsu also possessed a profound understanding of the pathways involved in how the brain processes the different senses? The only example he could immediately think of was Kabuto. But even then, Kabuto didn't use genjutsu often. The idea of combining advanced medical knowledge with genjutsu intrigued him. A genjutsu user with detailed anatomical knowledge could potentially create even more effective illusions, targeting specific parts of the brain or nervous system. This synergy between disciplines could lead to new, powerful techniques. The potential for creating undetectable and inescapable genjutsu would be immense, and Kaizen made a mental note to explore that concept in detail at some point. As Kaizen continued to practice, he observed the practical applications of genjutsu. Offensively, it could be used to disorient enemies, create false targets, or induce fear and confusion. Defensively, genjutsu could serve as a means to escape, hide, or mislead pursuers. Kaizen learned that some skilled shinobi could layer multiple genjutsu on top of each other, creating incredibly complex and convincing illusions that were difficult to break free from. One of the most critical skills Kaizen learned was how to recognize and break free from genjutsu. The instructor emphasized the importance of mental fortitude and chakra control. To break free from an illusion, you must recognize it first, the instructor said. Once you do, disrupt your chakra flow to counteract the genjutsu. A common method is using the tiger hand sign. Kaizen watched as the instructor demonstrated the tiger hand sign, forming his hands into the specific seal. The tiger hand sign helps you focus your chakra in a concentrated burst, making it easier to disrupt the genjutsu. It's a quick and effective way to regain control over your chakra flow. Kaizen practiced this diligently, focusing on disrupting his chakra whenever he felt the pull of an illusion. The sensation was disorienting at first, but he quickly adapted, using his strong chakra control to break free from simple genjutsu. The instructor would cast various basic illusions on him, and Kaizen would counteract them by disrupting his chakra flow, effectively dispelling the illusions. Kaizen understood that mastery of genjutsu was not just about casting powerful illusions, but also about training one's mental resilience and chakra control. A shinobi who could effectively resist genjutsu could be a very valuable ally or an annoying opponent. As Kaizen mastered the basics of recognizing and breaking free from genjutsu, he grew curious about the broader applications of yin release. It was one of the more mysterious nature transformations from the series, with very few areas being directly associated with it, such as the Nara clan's shadow techniques. However, Kaizen felt that it had much more potential than what was shown in the series. Leaving the thought for later, he continued to practice the basics for now. Kaizen was determined to build an extremely solid foundational base in multiple areas, knowing it would make advanced techniques much easier to learn, develop, and master. By the end of the session, Kaizen felt a deep sense of respect for the art of genjutsu. He was happy to learn that he had an affinity for yin release, as it would perfectly complement his chakra control. Kaizen decided that developing and incorporating genjutsu techniques would make him a more versatile and unpredictable shinobi. Later in the day, Kaizen traveled to the weapons specialist department. Here, he was introduced to a diverse array of weapon techniques and maintenance procedures essential for any skilled shinobi. The department boasted a vast collection of weapons ranging from traditional kunai and shuriken to more exotic choices like kusarigama, naginata, and bow staff. Kaizen's teacher for this introductory session, a seasoned weapon specialist, began by explaining the history and significance of each weapon in the context of the ninja world. Understanding the history and evolution of these weapons can give you insight into their best applications and strategies, the instructor noted. Each weapon has a story and a purpose that can enhance your combat style. Kaizen, already well-versed in the history and usage of most weapons from his previous life, listened intently, noting the subtle differences in how the weapons were used in this world. He was particularly interested in learning how chakra could be infused into weapons to enhance their lethality and utility. While exploring the array of weapons, Kaizen found himself particularly drawn to a few weapons. Curious about their applications amongst shinobi, he approached the instructor with his interest. "Can you show me the uses of senbon wire strings and the bow and arrow in the context of a shinobi?" Kaizen asked. The instructor nodded, appreciating Kaizen's curiosity. Of course. Senbon, for instance, are often used for pinpoint accuracy. When thrown accurately, they can target pressure points, causing paralysis or even death without much bloodshed. They're particularly favored by medical nin, who usually coat them with poison. Next, The instructor showed him the versatility of wire strings. Wire strings can be used in numerous ways, setting traps, immobilizing opponents, or even enhancing the control of thrown weapons. Skilled shinobi can manipulate wire strings with chakra to create complex and deadly setups. The bow and arrow caught Kaizen's attention the most. The instructor explained, though not as commonly used, the bow and arrow can be highly effective for long-range attacks. Kaizen tried his hand at using the bow, practicing shooting arrows at distant targets. He appreciated the skill required and considered how this could complement his fighting style. He briefly contemplated the idea of infusing arrows with chakra, which could add another layer of potential to this ancient weapon. Before the session ended, Kaizen asked, "How can chakra infusion enhance these weapons?" The instructor explained, infusing chakra into weapons can significantly increase their effectiveness. For instance, a chakra-infused kunai can cut through tougher materials and retain its sharpness longer. With senbon, chakra can enhance their penetrating power. Wire strings can become more durable and flexible, allowing for more complex traps. And for arrows, chakra infusion can increase their speed, impact, and even allow for elemental enhancements. The teacher also mentioned that it was a pretty advanced application, that most ninja wouldn't be capable of learning due to the amount of focus and chakra control it takes to perform and maintain. Not only that, but trying to do so in combat can split one's focus if they're not skilled enough, which can ultimately cost someone their life. After the explanation, Kaizen thanked the teacher and left, feeling pleasantly surprised by the utility of each department he had visited thus far, appreciating how each specialization could play an equal part in making him a balanced shinobi. Chapter 43. Fuinjutsu. The sealing experts of the next department introduced Kaizen to the world of Fuinjutsu, a field shrouded in mystery and immense potential. As Kaizen entered the training area, he was greeted by the sight of intricate symbols and diagrams etched into the ground and walls, each representing a different type of seal. The instructor, a Fuinjutsu master, began with an overview of the art. Fuinjutsu, or sealing techniques, are among the most versatile and powerful tools available to a shinobi, the instructor explained. From containment and protection to enhancement and storage, seals can be used in countless ways. Kaizen watched intently as the teacher demonstrated a containment seal, carefully drawing the necessary symbols with a brush dipped in ink. The symbols glowed faintly as the seal activated, creating a barrier that trapped a practiced dummy within an invisible chakra field. This ink is specially constructed to be chakra conductive, the instructor explained. As you draw the seals, you must infuse your chakra into the ink. This is essential for the seal's activation and effectiveness. Kaizen nodded, understanding the importance of this process. Seals can be used to trap enemies, the instructor continued, but they can also protect allies. This is a basic containment seal, designed to hold an enemy in place. But with the right knowledge, you can create seals that heal, strengthen, or even teleport. Fascinated, Kaizen was then shown a protection seal. The teacher placed it on a piece of parchment, which then enveloped itself in a protective barrier. This seal can shield you from physical and chakra-based attacks, the instructor explained. It's particularly useful in combat situations where you need a quick defense. The instructor then led him to a scroll covered in various symbols and characters, each meticulously drawn. The first step in mastering Fuinjutsu, the instructor began, is to understand the symbols used in drawing seals. There are thousands of different types of symbols, each of which doesn't have a specific function by itself but can play a role in creating a function when combined with others. Kaizen's eyes widened at the vast number of symbols before him. This scroll is a copy of one of the original scrolls given to Konoha by the Uzumaki clan. It's unknown what every symbol is used for, and it's even speculated that there are many more symbols that haven't been discovered yet. Konoha has only managed to effectively utilize a few hundred of these symbols in various seals. Even then, we haven't scratched the surface of all the possible combinations. Kaizen nodded, understanding the depth of the challenge before him. The instructor went on, even Kushina Uzumaki, the last known living Uzumaki, doesn't know the purpose of most of these symbols. Despite that, she is undoubtedly the most skilled in Fuinjutsu within the village. The versatility and potential of this art were so great that many villages feared the Uzumaki clan, leading to their destruction from a combined attack during the Second Shinobi World War. Kaizen thought about the implications of such power. The Uzumaki clan's Fuinjutsu knowledge was formidable, and the fact that Konoha only had a fraction of their expertise hinted at the possibilities yet to be unlocked. The instructor then guided Kaizen through the basics. Despite the thousands of symbols, you'll start by learning the ones we know how to use effectively. Each combination can create a variety of effects, from simple storage seals to complex barriers. Precision and concentration are crucial. A single mistake in drawing a symbol can alter the seal's function, render it useless, or cause it to backfire. Kaizen studied the scroll intently, committing to memory the intricate shapes and patterns of various symbols. He noticed sections dedicated to containment, protection, storage, healing, and more, each made up of a combination of these symbols. Once Kaizen had a solid grasp of some basic symbols and their potential combinations, the instructor moved on to practical applications. He placed a simple completed storage seal beside Kaizen's workspace for reference. Now, let's test your calligraphy, patience, memorization, and talent for this art, the instructor said, handing Kaizen a brush and a pot of chakra conductive ink. Infuse your chakra into the ink as you draw. Kaizen dipped the brush into the ink and began to draw a simple storage seal on a piece of parchment. He carefully replicated the symbols he had studied, using the reference seal as a guide. The process required intense focus, and Kaizen found himself sweating slightly as he concentrated on maintaining a steady flow of chakra into each stroke. His hand moved with deliberate precision, ensuring each symbol was accurately represented. The instructor observed Kaizen's progress, nodding approvingly. Remember, the key to a successful seal is not just in the drawing but in the consistent infusion of chakra. Your chakra flow must be steady and controlled. Kaizen took the advice to heart, adjusting his technique to keep his chakra flow even. As he finished the last symbol, the seal glowed faintly, indicating that it was complete. The instructor examined the seal and smiled. Well done, Kaizen. Your first storage seal is a success. With practice, you'll be able to create more complex seals and understand the deeper intricacies of Fuinjutsu. Although this is the most rudimentary of storage seals, only able to store the space of a single kunai, it is an incredible achievement for your very first try. Now the instructor said, handing Kaizen another parchment. The only way for you to become better is through consistent practice and studying. I want you to continue inscribing this same seal until you either become mentally exhausted, run out of chakra, or can inscribe the seal with your eyes closed. This repetition will help you internalize the process and improve several aspects of your abilities from concentration to chakra control. Kaizen didn't say another word as he began practicing diligently, inscribing the storage seal repeatedly. He focused on each stroke, ensuring that his chakra flowed evenly through the brush and into the ink. The initial attempts were slow and meticulous, taking 20 to 30 minutes per seal. However, as he continued, his movements became more fluid and confident. He could feel his control improving with each seal he completed. As Kaizen practiced, he found himself fascinated by the versatility and power of Fuinjutsu. He understood that mastering seals could offer significant strategic advantages, from trapping enemies to safeguarding allies. The potential for innovation and customization within Fuinjutsu was vast, and was also what excited Kaizen the most. This reminds me of programming from my previous life, Kaizen thought. Although not strictly the same, the core ideas are similar. Both require accurate input to achieve a desired output. In programming, a single error in the code could cause the program to work inefficiently, function incorrectly, or fail entirely. Here, an error in the seal could have similar or worse consequences depending on the seal being constructed. Hours passed, and Kaizen continued to practice, driven by the desire to master this simple seal. His hands began to move almost instinctively, the symbols becoming second nature. It was now taking him 10 to 15 minutes to complete each seal. Despite the growing fatigue, he pressed on, determined to meet the instructor's challenge. By the time he finally stopped, he had filled separate parchments with 20 perfectly formed seals, each one glowing faintly with stored chakra. He had mastered the process of inscribing this first simple seal with his eyes closed. The only improvement to make would be shortening the time it took for him to inscribe each seal, which still required 10 minutes. The instructor looked over Kaizen's work and nodded approvingly. You've made excellent progress. With continued practice and study, you'll be able to tackle more advanced seals. Remember, this field of study is not for the weak-willed or the impatient. There will be countless hours of studying and research involved. To even be considered as sufficiently skilled will take years of training. I am not saying this to dissuade you, but rather to be upfront with the requirements needed to be successful. The choice is yours, but I do hope that you choose to continue as you clearly have the talent needed to succeed. Kaizen smiled as he agreed to continue learning, humbly thanking the teacher for being patient and guiding him through some of the basics. He even asked if he could continue practicing, to which the teacher laughed. That isn't a problem. In fact, it's usually the opposite, where people can't wait to leave or go home. This process is without a doubt mentally taxing, so I admire your mentality. Just remember to not push yourself too much. Your knowledge and skills must be built step by step. There are no shortcuts in this field of study. Kaizen nodded, thanking the man before continuing to inscribe seals. As he practiced, Kaizen couldn't help but reflect on the series he knew. The Uzumaki clan, renowned for their mastery of Fuinjutsu, had created seals of incredible power and complexity. Despite the limited exploration of Fuinjutsu in the series, it was clear why the Uzumaki were feared enough for multiple villages to unite against them. Their ability to create unpredictable seals that could control, protect, and destroy was unparalleled. Fuinjutsu offers so much potential, Kaizen thought. The series only scratched the surface, but even that was enough to show its dominance. If I can master these techniques, I could create seals that give me and my allies significant advantages in battle. By the time Kaizen finished for the day, he had inscribed 40 more seals, cutting the time it took him down to 5 minutes per seal. He only stopped due to almost running out of chakra. His mind wasn't exhausted, so it made him wonder if it was his physical body that was bottlenecking his chakra reserves. It made sense, as even if his spiritual energy was currently making up the majority of his chakra, it still wouldn't be able to fully utilize all of it due to the lack of sufficient physical energy to balance it out. Kaizen felt that the restriction could most likely be circumvented in some way, but for now, the only thing he can do is continue exercising while waiting for his body to grow. Understanding that he shouldn't be too greedy, Kaizen stood up before turning in the materials used for inscribing seals, as well as the seals themselves. Surprisingly, Kaizen was given some remuneration for the seals he made. Even though they were simple, they could still be sold to civilians or low-level shinobi at a profit. Kaizen wasn't surprised that the seals could make money, but he figured that he wouldn't be able to make money from them until he began purchasing his own materials. This added benefit gave him even more motivation to continue inscribing seals when he had the time. As he traveled home for the day, Kaizen felt that his introduction to Fuinjutsu left him with a newfound appreciation for the art. He envisioned creating his own unique seals, combining his knowledge from his previous life with the new skills he was acquiring. Although the series didn't do Fuinjutsu justice, he was determined to change that and make proper use of it. Chapter 44, Summoning Department. Kaizen's final introductory session of the week covered the summoning department. Summoning has always been a highly revered and versatile technique in the world of shinobi. The session began with an overview of the summoning jutsu, detailing the various processes of forming contracts with summoning creatures. Kaizen learned that summoning contracts most often involve a ritual where the user offers their blood to bind the contract, aligning their chakra with the summoning animal. I don't remember there being exceptions to this rule in the series. The differences just keep adding up. As he continued to listen, Kaizen's thoughts turned to the intricate connections between summoner and summon. He wondered if the process of binding one's chakra and blood to a summoning creature might indicate a deeper connection, possibly even involving the user's soul. In the Naruto world, where chakra itself was a fusion of physical and spiritual energy, this idea held weight. Kaizen speculated that this connection could explain why the bond between summoner and summon was often so strong and enduring. Kaizen thought about notable summoners like Jiraiya and his contract with the toads of Mount Myoboku. He pondered how Jiraiya's strong bond with the toads might go beyond mere chakra alignment, potentially involving a deeper spiritual connection. This could be why the summoning creatures were willing to fight alongside their summoner with unwavering loyalty, and why they could communicate so effectively. Another example that came to Kaizen's mind was Sasuke's sacrifice of Manda to save himself during the fight with Deidara. This event made Kaizen speculate if there were different levels of contracts that could be made. While Jiraiya's contract with the toads seemed akin to a familial bond, Sasuke's appeared more like a reluctant agreement. Kaizen theorized that if true, then these varying levels of relationships could significantly impact the summoner's effectiveness. A reluctant agreement, like Sasuke's, might lead to complications. The summoning creature might not always obey the summoner, and in extreme cases, such as being sacrificed, the species might become hostile altogether. Although Sasuke's case didn't result in outright hostility from the snakes, it was a risky move that could easily backfire if done wantonly. Reflecting on his own potential summoning options, Kaizen realized the importance of choosing a summoning creature wisely. The bond he would form would not only enhance his combat capabilities but could also influence his spiritual and emotional well-being. The instructor continued, "There are many intricacies to learn about the various summoning contracts. Each contract has its own terms and nature, which could include the culture of the species, the attitude of specific summons, and various restrictions that different species might have if a contract is formed. For instance, some contracts are merely binding agreements, while others are said to spiritually restrict the summoner from making another contract." Kaizen listened intently as the instructor elaborated on the complexities. Depending on the species or the contract itself, a summoner might only be allowed to have that one singular contract. There have been countless research studies into the field, and some theorize that the strength of a user's soul might have something to do with specific contracts or summons that one can acquire. The spiritual connection is not just a matter of chakra but also involves one's essence. The instructor then explained, some contracts demand a high level of respect and mutual understanding. The culture of the species plays a significant role in how they interact with their summoner. For example, some species may value honor and bravery, while others might prioritize cunning and intelligence. Understanding these cultural nuances is crucial for a successful partnership. The teacher continued their explanation, stating that summoning creatures can serve various roles in combat, reconnaissance, and support. They provide unique abilities and skills that complement the summoner's own capabilities. The instructor demonstrated a summoning jutsu, calling forth a sleek, armored falcon that appeared in a swirl of smoke. "This is my summoning partner, Arashi." Falcons are known for their speed and sharp vision, making them excellent for reconnaissance and aerial combat. Kaizen marveled at the majestic bird, understanding the vast potential of summoning creatures. "Are there other restrictions I should be aware of?" he asked. The instructor nodded. Yes, some species may impose limitations on the summoner's actions. For example, certain contracts might restrict the summoner from engaging in specific activities or require them to uphold particular values. The relationships between summon and summoner often vary depending on the factors previously discussed. Kaizen considered this carefully. So, it's not just about the power they bring but also the responsibilities that come with it. Exactly, the instructor confirmed. Choosing a summoning partner is a significant decision that should not be taken lightly. The right summoning creature can become a lifelong ally, offering invaluable support in various missions and battles. It's essential to weigh the benefits and obligations of each contract. The instructor then demonstrated a quick series of hand signs, and with a burst of chakra, Arashi disappeared in another puff of smoke. Summoning jutsu is more than just calling a creature. It's about forming a bond and working in harmony with your summon. The stronger the bond, the more effective your cooperation in critical situations. As the session continued, Kaizen became particularly curious about a technique he didn't remember reading about in the series. It is a derivation of the summoning jutsu known as the chakra resonance transference. This technique allows a user to transport themselves to a location of summoning animals that best aligns with the individual. It is considered pretty ancient, with it being passed to humans by some of the oldest known summons as a way of fostering trust and nurturing future relations. However, this was said to have happened well before the founding of Konoha, with very little definitive explanation of an exact origin. Due to the research and experiments conducted throughout the years, it has been theorized that the alignment of the individual most likely refers to the user's soul, rather than their chakra alone. Many users with the same chakra nature have received different results. Even when two people attempted to disguise their chakra signatures to be the same before performing the technique, their results still differed. Closely related familial blood often achieved the same or similar species, which might indicate that genetics play a factor as well. However, outside of the immediate blood family, this consistency no longer applied despite blood relations. An important note to consider about chakra resonance transference is that it is not intended as a means of escape during combat. Instead, it serves as a unique method for gaining an opportunity to establish a summoning contract with animals that share a strong affinity with the user. To perform this technique, a ritual must first be conducted. The user aligns their chakra and blood with a blank summoning contract, which mirrors their chakra and life force. The ritual involves intricate seals and the drawing of symbols on a specially prepared scroll. Throughout this, the user must continuously pour as much chakra as they can into the seals and scroll. Supposedly, the more of their chakra that is used in the ritual, the better the alignment will be between the user and location transported. Once the ritual is complete, the user can activate the reverse summoning technique, transporting themselves to the summoning animal's domain. The instructor emphasized the significance and risks associated with this technique. This ritual can only be performed once in a person's lifetime, he explained. If you attempt to use the technique again, nothing will happen. It's crucial that you choose the right moment to perform this ritual. Ideally, it should be done when you believe you have reached your pinnacle or near pinnacle of strength to earn the respect of the summoning animal you encounter. Kaizen listened intently, absorbing the instructor's words. He learned that there have been cases where users died after performing the ritual, unable to return. The ritual scroll lights up, mirroring the user's chakra and life force. If the lights go out before the user returns, it indicates death. The session continued with lectures on the training, development of techniques, and scouting within the summoning department. Established contracts with summoning animals require continuous training and development to maintain a strong bond and improve combat effectiveness. The department conducts specialized training programs for summoners to streamline their growth and enhance their abilities. Kaizen learned that scouting missions are also an essential part of the department's activities. These missions are a safer alternative to the reverse summoning ritual and aim to discover new summoning animals and establish new contracts. Scouts travel to various regions, searching for potential summoning animals and negotiating contracts with them. The idea of reverse summoning and the associated risks fascinated him, highlighting the blend of mystical and practical elements in the Naruto world. Kaizen left the session with a lot to think about and plan for in the future. The summoning contracts were never so deeply discussed or explored in the series. Considering everything I have learned, it appears that I will need to rely solely on my own strength for the foreseeable future. I want to perform the chakra resonance transference ritual, but that isn't within the realm of possibility for me as of now. I doubt it would likely take at least a decade for me to gain the strength necessary to protect myself, and possibly longer, depending on where I am summoned. Kaizen knew he could make contracts with already established species within the village, but that wasn't something he would feel satisfied with doing. He always held himself to a higher standard, one that many would consider impossible to live up to. It reminded him of a saying he came up with in his last life when someone questioned him about his unrealistic expectations. The moon appears each night, as if a fleeting illusion of a dream unexplored. With most who can only sit aside and watch, who is he that dares to gaze past and reach for the stars beyond? Chapter 45, Chakra Crystals. These departments represented only a few of the more popular specializations within the academy. There were several more available for study, each offering unique skills and techniques. Kaizen couldn't help but be immensely surprised at not only the competency of the village management with regard to the academy, but also the forethought into its structure and implementation. Given how important this place was to the village, he suspected that there were several benefits the academy afforded to shinobi as well. At least I can't say that I have nothing to do or work towards. Even the few departments I visited will take me months to build proficiency, much less mastery. Taking into account that they are only a fraction of the total amount within the academy, I can see why so many ninja prefer to specialize in only one or two areas. Knowing he would be meeting with Principal Kamiko tomorrow to discuss his progress, Kaizen decided it was a good time to get his nature affinities checked. As of now, I am only aware of my affinity with yin release, but it would be best to have a complete picture. Depending on the results, it will have a large effect on my future path. He was fully aware that understanding his elemental affinities would be crucial for his future training and development. Unlike some of the lower grade classes that use chakra paper, Class A students had access to more advanced tools for this purpose. These tools were designed to provide a much more accurate measurement of a person's affinity. After reading one of the campus maps, Kaizen made his way to a specialized facility within the academy. The building was sleek and modern, a testament to the village's investment in their top students. The facility was equipped with cutting-edge technology, reflecting Konoha's commitment to technological innovation and the nurturing of the next generation of elite shinobi. Kaizen spoke to one of the technicians and identified himself with his badge. He filled out a few forms before being guided to a room filled with various sophisticated devices, as well as an entire team of scientists. The technician that guided him explained that these tools could measure chakra nature with far greater accuracy than the basic chakra paper or any other devices used in lower-grade classes. Curious about the facility's exclusivity, Kaizen asked, "If these devices are so advanced, why aren't they being used on every student? Wouldn't that benefit the village as a whole?" The technician nodded, understanding the question. These devices are powered by chakra crystals, which are incredibly valuable resources within the world. Many battles have been fought over them, and their availability is limited. We have to use them judiciously. That's why only the top students, like those in classes A through F, have access to these types of devices that use them. Kaizen pondered this explanation and then asked, "So what's the difference between the device I'm about to use and the other advanced devices used by students in classes B through F?" The technician smiled, appreciating Kaizen's curiosity. The difference lies in the quality and type of chakra crystal used. The devices for classes B through F use lower-grade chakra crystals, which still provide accurate readings but not to the same extent as those used for Class A. Even within Class A, there are varying levels of device sophistication. The one you are about to use is equipped with higher quality chakra crystals, specifically reserved for the #1 ranked student from Class A of each given year. Kaizen's interest was piqued. How exactly do these chakra crystals work to power the devices? The technician motioned for Kaizen to follow him to a larger table where several scientists were gathered. One of the senior scientists, a man with graying hair and a kind smile, took over the explanation. Chakra crystals are special in that they can store and amplify chakra. When integrated properly into our devices, they can enhance the sensitivity and accuracy of chakra readings. Essentially, these crystals act as both a power source and a magnifier for chakra signatures. Another scientist, a woman with sharp eyes and a quick mind, added, "The crystals are cut and refined in a specific way to maximize their efficiency. Lower-grade crystals have more impurities, which can interfere with the readings. Higher-grade crystals, like the ones in the device you will be using, are much purer and provide a clearer, more detailed analysis." A younger scientist chimed in, "We also have to be careful about how we use them. Each crystal has a lifespan, and overusing them can deplete their effectiveness." "Can you explain more about their lifespan?" The senior scientist answered, "Chakra crystals form naturally over long periods, often requiring specific environmental conditions to develop. As they are used, the chakra inside is gradually depleted, causing the crystal to shrink visibly. Once the chakra is completely drained, the crystal crumbles into dust. The lifespan of a crystal depends on its initial size, purity, and the intensity of its use." Another scientist added, "The depletion process is why we use them sparingly and reserve the best crystals for the most critical applications." Kaizen nodded, absorbing the information. "So, the device I'm about to use, how is it different from the ones used by other Class A students?" The senior scientist smiled. "The device you will be using has some of the most refined and powerful chakra crystals available, much more so than the ones used for other Class A students. It's the current most cutting-edge piece of technology designed to provide an unparalleled level of detail in chakra nature analysis. This level of precision has been deemed essential for students of your potential. Additionally, this device is also capable of detecting rare chakra natures and affinities that might go unnoticed with less sophisticated equipment." Another scientist elaborated, "Chakra crystals are incredibly versatile, as you can probably imagine. There is an entire department dedicated to research and development of their uses. They are being considered in medical applications to stabilize and enhance healing jutsu, storing large amounts of chakra crucial in life-saving procedures." There are also considerations for weapons, tools, armor, and communication devices, just to name a few of the other areas of development. It sounds like these crystals are incredibly scarce and valuable. How does the village manage to acquire them? The technician smiled. Acquiring chakra crystals often involves extensive exploration and sometimes negotiation or conflict with other villages. The crystals are considered a strategic resource, much like rare metals or precious gems. Konoha has dedicated teams that specialize in locating and harvesting these crystals, ensuring we have a steady supply for our most crucial needs. Continuing, he explained, even when discovered, actually extracting the chakra crystals is a complex and dangerous process, often involving deep underground mining in hazardous conditions. The refining process requires advanced techniques to remove impurities, and even then, high-grade crystals are rare. The younger scientist added, because of their rarity and the immense effort required to obtain and refine them, chakra crystals are also used as currency among the wealthy elites in the world. They are a symbol of status and power, often traded in high-stakes deals and used to secure alliances. Kaizen was fascinated. So their value goes beyond just their practical uses. They hold economic and social significance as well. Exactly, the senior scientist affirmed. To shinobi, or those who interact with them, chakra crystals are more valuable than gold or precious gems. It is not unheard of for entire wars to be fought over rich deposits of chakra crystals. Controlling these resources can shift the balance of power between villages and nations. Given that this chakra measurement technology is new and other uses are still being researched, what have they been used for until this point? For it to become so valuable to shinobi, there must have been other uses discovered as well, right? The scientists were quite impressed with the deductive reasoning of a student so young. It reassured them that the valuable crystals would be helping someone with such strong potential. One of them answered, "That is correct. The broader applications we have discussed are more of a recent discovery. Their primary usage before was to increase the strength of shinobi. Shinobi can absorb the chakra from them to either increase their natural affinity with a particular element, or it can serve to permanently increase a shinobi's chakra reserves." Kaizen's eyes widened at the idea of such a use. It even reminded him of some of the cultivation novels he used to read where they would use spirit stones to increase their cultivation. The idea felt conflicting given that there wasn't really any form of cultivation within the Naruto world that he was aware of. It didn't sound impossible, given the nature of chakra and intricacies of the chakra network. But it certainly didn't seem like something that would be easy to do. Refusing to believe that there was such a good thing, he asked, "There's no way it is such a simple process and benefit, right?" The senior scientist nodded, a knowing smile on his face. "You're correct. The process is not as straightforward as it sounds. Absorbing chakra from the crystals requires a significant amount of skill and control. If done improperly, it can lead to chakra pathway damage or even death. Only the most skilled and experienced shinobi can safely harness the chakra from these crystals." Another scientist elaborated. "Furthermore, the type of crystal also plays a role in the process. Higher grade crystals, which are purer, are easier to absorb and provide more potent benefits. Lower grade crystals have more impurities, making the absorption process more challenging and less effective. It's a delicate balance that requires extensive training and precise chakra control." The senior scientist continued, "Even for those who are highly skilled, the process is time-consuming and yields only small improvements. The absorption of foreign chakra into one's network is highly difficult to do without error. The shinobi must learn to convert the foreign chakra into their own, which involves a meticulous process of aligning the new chakra with their natural flow. Any misalignment can cause disruptions in their chakra pathways, leading to severe consequences." Kaizen listened intently, understanding the complexities involved. "What about the nature of the crystal? How does that affect the process?" The younger scientist explained, "Depending on the nature of the chakra crystal, the foreign chakra can have different effects. For example, a fire-attuned crystal has the potential to enhance a shinobi's affinity with fire, but it can also introduce volatile chakra that's difficult to control. The shinobi must not only absorb the chakra but also stabilize it within their own network. This adds another layer of difficulty to the process." A seasoned researcher joined the conversation, adding more depth to the explanation. "Additionally, the time required for absorption is significant. A shinobi might spend weeks or even months gradually integrating the chakra from a single crystal. Rushing the process can lead to chakra overload, which is extremely dangerous. Even after successful absorption, the improvements are incremental. It's not a method for instant power, but a slow and steady enhancement. Another scientist mentioned, this process also seems to be limited by the individual's natural affinity and capacity. Not every shinobi benefits equally from the crystals. Some might see only minor gains, while others, with the right compatibility, can achieve more noticeable improvements. Kaizen thought about these explanations, recognizing the parallels to cultivating techniques in the fictional worlds he had read about. So it's not just about having the crystal, but understanding how to use it properly and being patient with the process. The senior scientist nodded. Exactly. Mastering the use of chakra crystals requires knowledge, patience, and precise control. It's a long-term investment in one's abilities, not a shortcut. And because of their value and the risks involved, they are reserved for those with the highest potential. If it has so many negative potential effects with so seemingly few benefits, then why are they so coveted for that purpose? Kaizen asked, still trying to wrap his head around the process. The senior scientist smiled, appreciating Kaizen's critical thinking. In a world governed by power, any enhancements to strength will always be coveted. Those who successfully absorb chakra crystals over time have been said to gain significant benefits. For instance, a shinobi who successfully integrates fire-attuned crystals might find their fire jutsu becoming noticeably stronger than those using the same jutsu and amount of chakra. It's not just about adding more chakra to their reserves. It's about refining and enhancing the very nature of their abilities. Another scientist chimed in, it has also been rumored that there have been cases where the absorption of these crystals can induce beneficial mutations in a shinobi's chakra or affinities. For example, it has been speculated that someone might be able to develop a Keki Genkai, or a combined nature transformation, that would have been almost impossible without the crystal's influence. There have also been rumors that this process has helped shinobi in the development of new jutsu. Kaizen's curiosity deepened. Has there been any research on these mutations and their long-term effects? There has been very little, if any, research on the topic due to the scarcity of acquisition and distribution of said crystals. I'm sure only the most senior officials in the village would have reliable answers about the details and validity of such stories. It is an incredibly complex field of study that is still very new and full of unknowns. Kaizen nodded thoughtfully. Their rarity, vast potential, and effort required to obtain them make the crystals even more precious. It's extremely impressive that the village would invest so much in its top students. The senior scientist continued, indeed, the investment reflects our commitment to nurturing talent and ensuring that our most promising shinobi have the best tools at their disposal. With the right resources, we believe students like you can achieve great things for Konoha. Kaizen continued, speaking with the team of scientists for a bit longer, until they decided it was time for him to use the device. Learning all of this new information has actually been exciting. I'm very curious to see what the device will say about my nature affinities. Chapter 46, Chakra Nature revealed. Following that, Kaizen was guided towards the device, a sophisticated apparatus that emitted a gentle and consistent vibration. Upon sitting down and resting his hands on the armrests, the technician started the calibration procedure. This will be a comprehensive scan, the technician said. Simply remain calm and allow the machine to perform its tasks. As the device activated, Kaizen felt a gentle hum of energy coursing through his body. The machine began to analyze his chakra, displaying various readings on the console screen. The screen displayed a detailed map of his chakra network, illuminating the points of energy distribution throughout his body. The machine started processing his chakra, and he experienced a soothing sensation spreading throughout his body. The numbers representing his affinities began to appear on the device's display. The atmosphere in the room was filled with anticipation as the scientists closely observed the incoming data. The values spanned from a possible 0 to 100, with higher numbers indicating a more pronounced affinity. Kaizen observed with great interest as the numbers rapidly increased. His water nature readings quickly reached 100, followed by corresponding readings for yin and yang. However, the device encountered difficulties as the numbers began to blink and eventually displayed question marks, suggesting that the values being measured were beyond its capacity. As the device was processing Kaizen's chakra, The scientist's murmurs of disbelief filled the room. "I've never seen this before," one of them exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. This machine was constructed earlier this year and has been used to test a few of the elite shinobi in the village. Nobody has ever pushed the value so high, much less past its limit like this. The senior scientist, equally baffled, leaned in closer to examine the readings. What's even more baffling is that this device is extremely accurate, going into decimal places to identify a person's chakra nature. For example, if someone identified as having a lightning nature on a chakra paper, it simply means their chakra has an affinity for lightning release. On this device, however, they would still have readings for fire, water, wind, earth, yin, and yang release, albeit in very low number values. Another scientist nodded while adding, "The only releases that most people have a value of 0.4 are the Keki Genkai releases." This device can measure even the faintest affinity for the basic nature transformations, something that lower-grade methods like chakra paper can't do. It reveals the full spectrum of a person's potential affinities, even if it is incredibly low for certain elements. The room fell silent as the scientists absorbed the anomaly of Kaizen's results. One of the younger scientists, clearly puzzled, voiced the question on everyone's mind. "It's unheard of for someone to show zero affinity for all the basic nature transformations except for water, yin, and yang. What could this mean?" The senior scientist looked thoughtful. "This is indeed peculiar. Normally, we would see at least a minimal affinity for the other elements like fire, wind, and earth, even if it's just a tiny value. The fact that Kaizen has zero affinity for these suggests that his chakra nature might be extraordinarily specialized." Another scientist speculated, "It could be that Kaizen's chakra network is uniquely attuned to these three releases to the exclusion of all others. This might mean that his potential in water, yin, and yang release is far beyond the norm, compensating for the lack of affinity in the other elements." A researcher added, "We've never encountered a case like this before. This could lead to exceptionally powerful techniques within these domains, but it also means he might be limited in his ability to learn and use techniques from other elements." Kaizen listened, his mind racing with the implications. "Does this mean I won't be able to learn any jutsu outside of water, yin, and yang release?" The senior scientist hesitated before responding. "We're not entirely sure, Kaizen. We've never encountered a case quite like yours before. It could mean that you have zero talent in every other element, which would be highly unusual. Alternatively, it might suggest that your affinity for those elements is so low that even our advanced device can't detect it, just as your affinities for water, yin, and yang are too high for the device to accurately measure." Another scientist added, "We designed this device to measure affinities with great precision, but it's possible there are limits we weren't aware of until now. Your results are pushing the boundaries of what we understand about chakra nature." Kaizen paid close attention, taking in every detail of the explanation. "So, in normal circumstances, when someone uses chakra paper and finds out they have a lightning nature affinity, they might think they have no affinity for other elements. But this device would show that they still have some level of affinity for all basic nature transformations, just at very low values." The senior scientist nodded. "Correct. The limits of the method of measurement in traditional techniques like chakra paper can lead to misconceptions about one's true potential. This device, however, was constructed to provide a more nuanced and accurate assessment. For instance, someone with a high affinity for lightning would still have small but measurable affinities for other elements. It's just that their talent for those elements is significantly lower." Another scientist chimed in. "This means that even shinobi who believe they can only use one or two elements might have the potential to develop abilities in others, albeit with more effort and training. The decimal places in our readings help us understand these minor affinities, which can sometimes be nurtured to enhance a shinobi's versatility." The senior scientist continued, however, "Seeing your results, Kaizen, is unprecedented. Your readings for water, yin, and yang have surpassed the device's capacity to measure, indicated by the question marks. This means your affinities for these releases are off the charts, beyond anything we've encountered since this device was created." Kaizen, intrigued, asked, "What were the highest results measured before mine?" The senior scientist paused, reflecting on past readings. "The highest reading we've recorded on this device was 84 for fire release, and it was from none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Lord Hokage is known for his extraordinary mastery of all basic elemental releases, but his affinity for fire release is particularly exceptional. Another scientist elaborated, for comparison, the other advanced devices used in Class A have limits that would only measure up to about 50 on the device you are using now. Anything past 50 on this device is exponentially more difficult to achieve. The devices for classes B through F, using lower-grade chakra crystals, typically measure up to about 10 on the device you just used. The sensitivity of the machine you are using is currently unparalleled, normally allowing us to detect even the faintest affinities. Kaizen's interest was piqued, so all of my affinities surpass even the highest recorded affinity. The scientists exchanged excited glances. Yes, and what's more fascinating, one of them began. People's chakra affinities are at their weakest during childhood. These affinities naturally grow stronger as a child matures into adulthood. This means that your current values, which are already beyond our device's ability to measure, are likely to become even more potent as you age. Another scientist chimed in. This is unprecedented. If your affinities are this strong now, we can only speculate on how powerful they will become when you reach adulthood. This opens up remarkable possibilities for your future development. Kaizen's mind raced with possibilities. This level of affinity was something he had never expected. Is it possible that my affinities could allow me to develop unique techniques, or even a Keki Genkai? The scientists exchanged glances, clearly excited by the question. It's certainly within the realm of possibility, the senior scientist said. With your extraordinary results, you might be able to create techniques that others would find impossible. While developing a Keki Genkai typically involves inheriting specific genes, your exceptional chakra nature could potentially lead to something akin to it through innovative jutsu creation. Another scientist elaborated. Most known Keki Genkai are believed to be combinations of two basic elemental natures, like ice release combining wind and water, or lava release combining fire and earth. However, it's worth noting that our understanding of Keki Genkai has evolved. For instance, wood release was initially believed to be a combination of earth and water. However, with the development of these advanced devices, it has been proven that wood release requires not only earth and water but also yang release. This revelation has deepened our understanding of how these elements interact and combine to form new abilities. A third scientist joined in, adding, while we are unaware of any existing Keki Genkai deriving specifically from a combination of yang, and water, that doesn't mean it's impossible. In fact, your unique affinity might enable you to pioneer entirely new fields of ninjutsu. Yin release deals with imagination and spiritual energy, creating form out of nothing, while yang release deals with vitality and physical energy, giving life to form. Combining these with water release could yield innovative and potentially powerful results. The senior scientist nodded. You see, yin release is used in genjutsu, creating illusions and manipulating the mind. Yang release is used in techniques that enhance physical abilities and vitality, like the shadow clone jutsu, which gives physical form. Water release, on the other hand, is versatile and adaptable, often used in both offense and defense. Theoretically, the interplay between these natures could allow you to manipulate water in ways that incorporate both spiritual and physical aspects, potentially leading to new and unprecedented techniques. Another scientist pointed out, despite your potential, developing such techniques will still require extensive experimentation and training. You'll need to deeply understand the principles of each chakra nature and how they can interact. The path will be challenging, but given your affinities, you have a unique opportunity to explore uncharted territory. Kaizen considered the implications. His rebirth into this world and his trained mind from his previous life had already given him an edge, but this discovery opened up entirely new avenues for growth. He could potentially develop techniques that had never been seen before, combining the spiritual and physical manipulation of chakra with the fluid adaptability of water. After some more conversation and confirmation tests of Kaizen's chakra nature, he left the facility and returned to his dorm to study for the remainder of the day. However, the scientists were busier than ever with their further analysis as well as the reports constructed to send to the principal and the third Hokage. As Kaizen walked back, he couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement. The confirmation tests had solidified the reality of his situation, pushing him to rethink his training regimen and future goals. Back at his dorm, Kaizen delved into his studies with renewed vigor. He also began theorizing frameworks for techniques that might become possible with his affinities. This was no longer just about becoming a strong ninja. It was about redefining the limits of what was possible in the world of shinobi. Meanwhile, the scientists at the facility were in a frenzy of activity. The readings from Kaizen's tests were not just rare, they were unheard of. The implications of such strong affinities in a young student could shift the understanding of chakra manipulation and development within the village. Detailed reports were quickly prepared, filled with data hypotheses and potential strategies for nurturing Kaizen's abilities. These reports were immediately flagged as top priority and sent to Principal Kamiko and the third Hokage. Chapter 47: Profound Implications. Principal Kamiko sat alone in her office, her eyes fixed on the top priority report detailing Kaizen's chakra nature results. The usually serene expression on her face wavered as she scanned the data, each line more perplexing than the last. The report highlighted Kaizen's extraordinary affinities for water, yin, and yang releases, each surpassing the maximum measurable capacity of the Academy's most advanced device. "This can't be right," Kamiko muttered, her brow furrowing in disbelief. She flipped through the pages again, hoping to find some error or misinterpretation. The implications of these results were staggering, and she wasn't ready to accept them without scrutiny. Doubt gnawed at her, and she wondered if the device had malfunctioned or if there had been a mistake in the testing process. The office, usually a place of quiet contemplation, now felt stifling as Kamiko wrestled with the enormity of the information before her. She reached for the intercom and called for the head scientist responsible for the test. "Get Sato here immediately," she instructed her secretary, her voice betraying the urgency she felt. Minutes later, Sato, a seasoned scientist with a reputation for meticulous work, entered the office. He noticed the tension in Kamiko's posture and the open report on her desk. "You wanted to see me, Principal Kamiko?" he asked, his tone respectful yet curious. Kamiko didn't waste any time. "Explain this to me," she said, pointing to the highlighted sections of the report. "These readings can't be accurate. What happened during the test?" Sato adjusted his glasses and leaned over the desk to review the data. "Principal Kamiko, I understand your skepticism. These results are unprecedented, but I assure you, the device was functioning perfectly. We ran multiple confirmation tests to verify the initial readings." Kamiko's eyes narrowed. "Multiple tests, and they all showed the same results?" "Yes," Sato confirmed. "Kaizen's affinities for water, yin, and yang releases are off the charts. The machine couldn't even quantify them." Kamiko leaned back in her chair, her mind racing. If what Sato said was true, Kaizen possessed potential that went far beyond anything she had ever seen. "This means we need to rethink our approach entirely," she said, more to herself than to Sato. "Precisely," Sato agreed. "Kaizen's unique chakra nature requires specialized training and resources. We've never encountered someone with such potential." Kamiko nodded, already planning the next steps. "I'll need a detailed explanation of the confirmation tests you conducted, Sato, and prepare a summary of your findings for the third Hokage and Sakumo Hatake. They need to be informed immediately." "Of course," Sato said, bowing slightly before he left the office. Left alone again, Kamiko allowed herself a moment to process the situation. Kaizen's results were completely unexpected. She couldn't believe that she was still underestimating Kaizen after all this time. Taking a deep breath, she began drafting a plan to provide him with the resources and guidance he would need with his affinities in mind. This plan would involve the top instructors at the academy and, crucially, the insight and experience of the third Hokage and Sakumo Hatake. Kamiko knew that nurturing Kaizen's potential was a responsibility that required careful coordination and the full support of Konoha's leadership. Kamiko's thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. Her secretary entered, handing her the confirmation tests and a summary from Sato. "Thank you," she said, taking the documents. She glanced over them quickly, impressed by the thoroughness of the tests. She then turned her attention to the draft report she would send to the third Hokage and Sakumo. As she wrote, she outlined the proposed steps the Academy would take to support Kaizen's development and highlighted the importance of their involvement in the process. Meanwhile, At the Hokage's office, Hiruzen sat down with a detailed report on Kaizen's chakra nature results spread out before him on the desk. His calm demeanor shifted to one of deep contemplation as he processed the implications of the findings. His eyes scanned the data, and his brow furrowed in concentration. The sheer magnitude of Kaizen's affinities for water, yin, and yang was staggering. Hiruzen had seen many extraordinary shinobi in his time, but these results reminded him of the monsters he grew up watching. The first Hokage and Madara Uchiha were the only names he could think of that would be able to match such results. He thought of Tobirama-sensei and believed that his affinity for water might have been just as strong. Even then, all of this speculation would be in all of their primes. Hiruzen doubted they would have been in the same league as Kaizen's affinities at the same age. He leaned back in his chair, rubbing his chin thoughtfully as he considered the potential impact on the village. The readings seemed to defy conventional understanding, pushing the boundaries of what was previously thought possible. Hiruzen's mind went through the historical records of shinobi who had exceptional chakra control and affinities, none of whom matched what he was seeing in Kaizen's report. The only shinobi that I can think of that might come close to the same affinity with water would be Tobirama-sensei and the Hazuki clan from the Hidden Mist Village. It's very strange, though. I haven't witnessed anyone with such strong affinities at such a young age, not to mention we already cross-referenced Kaizen's DNA among all DNA samples we have ever captured, with Hazuki included. Nothing matched whatsoever. The third Hokage's office, adorned with relics and mementos from past battles and significant events in Konoha's history, seemed to hold its breath as Hiruzen delved deeper into his thoughts. He recalled the highest recorded affinity he had ever seen. His own fire release affinity, which had peaked at 84 on the very device that now struggled to quantify Kaizen's power. The stark comparison underscored the rarity and potential of Kaizen's abilities. Extraordinary, he murmured, a mix of awe and concern in his voice. Hiruzen knew that such strong affinities in one so young were both a blessing and a potential burden. The village had always prized individuals with unique abilities, but this level of potential came with its own set of risks and responsibilities. Kaizen was already considered as a future pillar of our village, but these results amplify that statement numerous times over. For him to already have affinities stronger than my highest result at the age of 4, there is simply no telling where his potential lies and what he can achieve for the village. Hiruzen's concern also extended to the possible dangers. Powerful affinities could lead to overconfidence or a lack of balance in one's abilities. Moreover, the political implications within the village and beyond could not be ignored. Such power, if not properly managed, could become a target for those who sought to exploit or diminish Konoha's strength. Reaching for a scroll, Hiruzen began drafting a message to Sakumo Hatake, Kaizen-sensei. He knew that Sakumo's involvement would be crucial in shaping Kaizen's abilities and mindset. As he wrote, Hiruzen also planned to call for an urgent meeting with Principal Kamiko. The coordinated effort of the Academy's leadership, alongside Sakumo's mentorship, would be essential in developing a tailored training regimen for Kaizen. Hiruzen's strategy aimed not only at nurturing Kaizen's potential, but also at safeguarding the village's interests. His talent has gotten to a point that needs addressing. He can no longer be treated like another normal student. As the leader of Konoha, I cannot ignore such an important future asset to our village. If his will of fire is as strong as I've heard from Kamiko and Sakumo, then he might very well become a candidate for Hokage in the next couple of decades. With the message to Sakumo completed, Hiruzen sealed the scroll and handed it to a trusted Anbu operative. Deliver this to Sakumo Hatake immediately, he instructed. The Anbu nodded and disappeared in a blur, leaving Hiruzen to ponder the next steps. Hiruzen then turned his attention to organizing a comprehensive review of the training protocols for prodigious students like Kaizen. He would need the insights of his most trusted advisors to ensure that every aspect of Kaizen's development was considered. The third Hokage's mind was a whirl of strategies and contingencies, each designed to maximize the potential and mitigate the risks associated with Kaizen's extraordinary affinities. His mindset returned to levels seen in the previous war, his namesake of the professor showing its validity. The rest of the day proceeded with Sakumo, Kamiko, and Hiruzen reacting to the reports and further updates. Hiruzen called for the two to meet with him, and some of his trusted elders to discuss the initial findings more in depth. Danzo, Koharu, and Homura were initially furious at Hiruzen for keeping Kaizen's talent hidden for so long, but they were quickly rebuked by Hiruzen and Kamiko. They were informed of the circumstances surrounding Kaizen and the context of his rapid development as a result of his young age. After all, in normal circumstances, nobody would believe Kaizen's progression at 4 years old over the course of a little over a month if they hadn't witnessed it like Hiruzen, Sakumo, and Kamiko. If Kaizen were in the room, he would have been surprised by the three elders' reactions. After receiving the explanations, they understood Hiruzen's reasons and were no longer upset. Kaizen, who is familiar with the Naruto series, would never have placed the word logic in the same sentence as the three elders, but this reality was constantly proving to be starkly different in many ways. From there, the talks of Kaizen and his potential continued. After much deliberation, considering the seriousness of the situation and the necessity for the right decision to be made, they decided it was best to call a meeting of the clan heads of the village, along with some of the elite shinobi stationed within the village that might be helpful in this process. While Hiruzen and the elders scheduled the meeting, Principal Kamiko informed Kaizen that they would need to postpone their meeting for now. Kaizen accepted her decision and thanked her for informing him before returning to his studies. If I had to guess, my chakra nature results must have caused quite a stir among the higher-ups in the village. If the people in this world are as competent as I suspect, then they will likely start forming plans for me beyond what's already been provided by Sakumo-sensei and Principal Kamiko. I can't blame them. Anyone with common sense would choose to do the same. I just wonder what they will have in mind. Chapter 48, Game-Changing Talents. The meeting to discuss Kaizen and his potential was set for the following Sunday, giving everyone a week to prepare. Although Kaizen's future would be immensely important to the village, they didn't believe that waiting a week to discuss would matter much. There are many factors to consider when calling for a meeting of so many important shinobi at this point in time. Although the Second Shinobi World War was declared over in an official capacity, all nations and hidden villages are still on high alert. The cessation of major hostilities hadn't erased the lingering tensions, and the specter of conflict still looms large over the shinobi world. Covert on-boom missions are frequently being conducted, along with small skirmishes between hidden villages on borders. These confrontations, while not officially recognized as acts of war, are reminders that the current peace was tenuous at best. No village has yet retreated from their previous battle lines, each prepared to defend its territory and interests. Tensions are very high in the world, despite the affordance of peace granted to those living in places like Konoha. Given these circumstances, the workload of the different clan heads within the village has increased significantly. During the war, meetings were held multiple times a month to ensure coordination and strategy alignment among the various factions within Konoha. Now, tasks were being delegated from the Hokage's office to each major clan, entrusting them with the responsibility of maintaining order and readiness, with formal reports being made weekly to the Hokage's office. Of course, emergency circumstances have their own unique methods of delivery to the Hokage for efficient decision-making. Since the war's official end, the frequency of meetings among the clan heads had decreased, with bi-monthly gatherings becoming the norm. The most recent meeting took place earlier this month on the 1st, addressing immediate concerns and ongoing strategies. However, the upcoming meeting to discuss Kaizen was given special priority, signifying an anomaly within standard practice. The clan heads were informed a week in advance, with the generalities of the meeting's purpose highlighted while emphasizing its critical importance. At first, the clan heads were quite alarmed, expecting an emergency regarding a re-emergence of war, but were quickly relieved and confused upon seeing the primary purpose for said meeting. Although nurturing talents was commonplace among the Konoha's elite, it was unheard of for the clan heads to be required to meet over such a matter. The village elders, experienced shinobi who had seen multiple conflicts and peace treaties, were among those expected to be present at the meeting. They understood the delicate balance that must be maintained in times of fragile peace. The integration and development of a prodigy like Kaizen were not just matters of training but of strategic importance to the village's future security and standing among the other hidden villages. Such was the case for any predictable prodigy in the making within the village. It was the reason why Hiruzen took Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya under his wing when they graduated many years ago. Recognizing their immense potential, Hiruzen knew that nurturing their talents was crucial, not only for their personal growth but also for the strength and reputation of Konoha. Orochimaru's genius, Tsunade's unparalleled medical ninjutsu, and Jiraiya's diverse skill set each contributed to the village's prowess and stability. During the turbulent times of the Second Shinobi World War, the presence of these prodigies became even more significant. Orochimaru's brilliance in ninjutsu and his relentless pursuit of knowledge and power made him a formidable force on the battlefield. His strategic mind and ability to create innovative jutsu were invaluable to Konoha's war efforts. Orochimaru's contributions went beyond combat, as his experiments and research provided new insights into the nature of chakra and jutsu, pushing the boundaries of what was considered possible. Tsunade, with her unmatched expertise in medical ninjutsu, played a critical role in saving countless lives during the war. Her ability to heal grievous injuries and her development of new medical techniques were crucial to maintaining the fighting strength of Konoha's forces. Tsunade's presence on the battlefield not only boosted morale but also ensured that the village could sustain its operations despite the heavy toll of war. Despite her heavy personal losses, she was able to maintain untold amounts of professionalism until the war was declared over. Although she is currently facing an internal battle of mourning for loved ones and a suspected diagnosis of hemophobia, her contributions and strength shown for Konoha have proven immense. Jiraiya, who became known for his versatility and unconventional methods, provided a different kind of strength. His skills in espionage, combined with his powerful combat abilities, made him a key player in gathering intelligence and executing critical missions behind enemy lines. Jiraiya's ability to adapt to various situations and his strong sense of loyalty to Konoha made him a vital asset during the war. His wide-ranging abilities and his role as a mentor to younger shinobi helped to inspire and guide the next generation, ensuring that Konoha's future remained bright. Hiruzen's decision to personally mentor these three was a strategic move that paid off immensely during the Second Shinobi World War. The legendary Sannin, as they came to be known, were not only symbols of Konoha's strength, but also pivotal figures in securing the village's victory. Their diverse talents and unwavering dedication showcased the importance of recognizing and cultivating prodigious talent within the village. The village's investment in such individuals is not just about winning battles but also ensuring long-term stability and growth. By fostering the talents of its prodigies, Konoha has created a legacy of strength and resilience that serves as the foundation for future generations. Before them, Hiruzen himself was guided by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, whose wisdom and foresight ensured that promising talents were cultivated with appropriate care. Tobirama's emphasis on teamwork and the development of specialized jutsu laid a foundation that allowed Konoha to thrive and adapt in times of both war and peace. This tradition of mentorship and cultivation of talent became the cornerstone of Konoha's enduring strength. Tobirama's approach was deeply rooted in his understanding of the potential and power of shinobi when properly nurtured. He believed in the importance of fostering a sense of unity and cooperation among shinobi, understanding that individual talents, when brought together, could achieve greatness beyond their singular capabilities. Speaking of prodigies, Minato Namikaze, a rising star within Konoha's shinobi forces, had already begun to make a significant impact with his exceptional abilities in space-time ninjutsu. At 15 years old, Minato has displayed incredible talent in learning Tobirama Senju's Flying Thunder God technique, although he had not yet achieved the level of mastery required for its full combat application. Minato's rapid ascent through the ranks has been closely monitored and supported, with the village investing significant resources into his training and development. His presence has already become a symbol of Konoha's resilience and ingenuity. In addition to the prominent figures previously mentioned, Sakumo Hatake and Fugaku Uchiha were also recognized as exceptionally talented young shinobi, each poised to lead their respective clans into a new era of strength and influence within Konoha. Despite their more private nature, both shinobi were nurtured and supported by the village, understanding the critical roles they would play in its future. Sakumo Hatake, known as the White Fang, was hailed as the future of the Hatake clan and a cornerstone of Konoha's strength. His exceptional abilities and wisdom were highly respected, but his humble nature often downplayed the extent of his prowess. Sakumo saw himself as a true citizen of Konoha, dedicated to the village's ideals and willing to fight selflessly for its dreams. His commitment to protecting Konoha and his clan has been unwavering, and his actions during the Second Shinobi World War solidified his reputation as a both powerful and reliable shinobi. It was during this conflict that Sakumo's might was revealed to be greater than that of the legendary Sannin combined, suggesting that his power was at least on par with someone like Hanzo of the Salamander. Bogaku Uchiha, on the other hand, has been seen from a young age as the future of the Uchiha clan. Known for his exceptional sharing in abilities and tactical affinity, Fugaku's potential was evident from a young age. The village elders and clan leaders made special note to further nurture his talents, understanding that Fugaku's growth would be pivotal for both the Uchiha clan and Konoha as a whole. Countless other prodigious talents could be discussed, such as Kushina Uzumaki, or the many heirs of the noble clans, but it would highlight the same fact. Konoha has dedicated themselves to raising the newer generations to the best of their abilities, sparing no expense or resource. This approach, initially fostered by Tobirama, has led to the current dominance that Konoha is perceived to have within the shinobi world. However, the reason for the upcoming meeting's importance goes beyond the nurturing of young talents into future pillars of Konoha. Despite the attention other young prospects previously mentioned have commanded, not a single one required an entire meeting comprised of Konoha's clan heads to discuss their future development. Whether it be age, records, intellect, attitude, leadership, skill, technique, or natural talent, Kaizen has presented a level of significance that has the potential to single-handedly change the course of Konoha's future, whereas the other talents would no doubt play their own role in this venture. None have commanded the same level of consideration as a Tobirama Senju, Hashirama Senju, or Madara Uchiha. Kaizen represents that level of potential at the young age of 4 years old. It is simply a level of potential for his age that is both unheard of and irrefutable. Although Kirigakure and Tsunagoku should never be underestimated, the most prominent threats to Konoha during the past several decades have consistently resided in Kumogakure and Iwagakure. They have both been recognized throughout the world as among the top powerhouses in all areas of development, similar to Konohagakure. For Kaizen, a similarly meticulous approach to nurturing talent was now being considered. The elders and village leadership recognized that his uniquely high levels of chakra affinities could set him apart as a shinobi of unpredictable potential. By investing in his development now, they aimed to secure Konoha's strength and stability for years to come, ensuring that the village would remain a formidable force on the global stage. As the date of the meeting approached, preparations of the village's top-level authorities ramped up. The Hokage's office was abuzz with activity, ensuring that all necessary documents, reports, and data were ready for presentation. Principal Kamiko, meanwhile, was finalizing her comprehensive training plan for Kaizen, ensuring that it was polished and backed by the insights gathered from the top instructors Kaizen has interacted with, as well as Sakumo Hatake. Sakumo himself spent the week reflecting on Kaizen's progress and potential. He called for a couple additional training sessions with Kaizen, subtly gauging his reactions to different techniques and challenges. Sakumo's goal was to gather as much first-hand information as possible to provide a detailed account of Kaizen's capabilities and needs at the meeting. Kaizen quickly noticed that these sessions deviated from their usual routine. Sakumo was incorporating more complex scenarios and mental exercises, pushing Kaizen to think critically and adapt swiftly. And the subtle changes in their training made Kaizen realize that Sakumo was testing him, likely to assess the full extent of his potential in light of the chakra affinity results. This realization spurred Kaizen to perform to the best of his abilities, eager to demonstrate his strengths and address his weaknesses. Mentally, Kaizen excelled. He tackled problem-solving exercises with ease, his mind quickly breaking down complex situations and devising effective strategies. He once more demonstrated the ability to stay calm under pressure and think several steps ahead, reinforcing Sakumo's belief in Kaizen's exceptional cognitive skills. However, the physical drills revealed Kaizen's current limitations. His young age and lack of strong physique became apparent as he struggled to keep up with the more demanding exercises. Despite his best efforts, Kaizen found himself lagging behind in endurance and raw physical strength. He noted his own frustration but used it as motivation to push harder in his training, understanding that his physique would continue to be a hindrance for several years to come. Sakumo observed Kaizen's efforts closely, making detailed notes of his performance. He recognized the disparity between Kaizen's mental acuity and physical prowess, acknowledging that while Kaizen's intellectual capabilities were impressive, his physical development needed more time and focused training. That isn't to say that Kaizen was weak for his age. Rather, Kaizen actually displayed the strength and speed of a low-level genin when using the Chakra muscle enhancement technique. Sakumo was incredibly impressed with him, but knew that complacency was a forbidden word for those with the desire to become strong in this world. Not only that, but compared to his mental acuity, Kaizen's physique was clearly a major weakness and bottleneck of his. However, one aspect of Kaizen's performance particularly surprised Sakumo: his ability to sense chakra. During one of the exercises, Kaizen was able to locate Sakumo's hidden position, an impressive feat that showcased his talent for sensory ninjutsu. Of course, after knowing that Kaizen had this ability, he masked his chakra signature in future exercises in which Kaizen was unable to pinpoint his location again. That was to be expected given Sakumo's level, but it was a pleasant reminder to Kaizen that he should never be comfortable with his current level of skill or abilities. Additionally, Kaizen demonstrated his proficiency in chakra control by running up trees and across water with ease, skills that many young shinobi struggled to master. Sakumo noted these abilities with interest, gaining more respect for Kaizen's work ethic. "Your ability to sense my location was impressive," Kaizen Sakumo remarked during a break. "And your chakra control is already at a level that many genin would envy. Keep honing these skills, they will serve you well." Sakumo gave him the rest of the week to focus on his studies. Meanwhile, Sakumo spent time reviewing his notes and preparing a report, ready to present his current understanding of Kaizen's potential and the steps needed to nurture his talents. During the week, throughout the village, whispers of Kaizen's uniquely high chakra affinities began to spread among the higher echelons of shinobi. While the full details were kept confidential, the knowledge that a student with such potential was among them sparked a mixture of curiosity, excitement, and cautious optimism. Among the ranks of Konoha's shinobi, many carried the heavy burdens of war. The scars of the Second Shinobi World War were still fresh, and the memories of fallen comrades weighed heavily on their hearts. These warriors, who had faced the horrors of battle and the loss of friends and allies, often found it challenging to maintain hope in a world that seemed perpetually on the brink of conflict. Yet, the news of Kaizen's extraordinary potential began to ignite a renewed sense of responsibility to protect the emerging talents within the village. They understood that even the legends of old needed time to grow and develop their abilities. Chapter 49: Explosive Seals. Outside of the training sessions with Sakumo, Kaizen kept up his familiar routine of exercise while also placing more emphasis on studying ahead of the first-year academic topics. Most of the material he was covering wasn't foreign to him, which made learning and remembering everything a much easier task. Although I could put more emphasis on training, I doubt I will achieve much better results than my current workload. Until I become older, I will have many limitations on my training plans. It will be better in the long run if I can learn all of the academic material needed to graduate early in case that becomes the right path for me. I intended to ask Principal Kamiko about it, but I guess I will have to wait now that our meeting was canceled. During this week, Kaizen also worked on improving the practical skills he has learned thus far rather than spreading himself too thin while trying to learn too many new things all at once. It's been several days since I started learning Fuinjutsu. For such a low-level storage seal, it has been a lot more troubling to master than I initially thought he mused. I've only gotten my time down from 5 minutes to inscribe a seal to 4 minutes. Despite the numerous possibilities that field has to offer, it will be an insanely high time drain before I am able to reach a high level. Kaizen's foray into Fuinjutsu was a testament to his thirst for knowledge. The intricacies of seals fascinated him, but he quickly realized the immense patience and accuracy required to master them. Even the process of inscribing a basic storage seal continuously tested his concentration and control over chakra. Yet, he found the challenge invigorating, pushing him to refine his technique further. Each time Kaizen sat down to inscribe a seal, he felt a familiar sense of purpose and focus, reminiscent of his previous life's relentless pursuit of self-improvement. The repetitive yet intricate nature of Fuinjutsu demanded his full attention, allowing no room for error. This level of dedication and the continuous mental challenge it provided were exactly what he craved. In his prior life, Kaizen had often felt bored due to the lack of new challenges to face. From his earliest memories, self-improvement and the relentless pursuit of higher attainment were ingrained into him. His peers often viewed him as a madman, bewildered by his unwavering work ethic and the impossibly high bar he set for himself. In this new life, that same drive persisted, shaping his every action and decision. Unbeknownst to Kaizen, Hiruzen and Principal Kamiko were well aware of his rigorous training regimen. They had taken steps to increase security around him, assigning guards to watch over him from the shadows. The reports they received on his training were both impressive and concerning, highlighting the extent of his dedication and the extraordinary lengths he went to in order to improve. If I can master Fuinjutsu, it could become a significant asset, Kaizen reflected. Seals have so many applications, from combat to utility, and it could give me the edge in various situations. He understood that this discipline would not yield quick results, but he was willing to invest the time and effort needed. Kaizen marveled at the diversity of Fuinjutsu, noting the different ranks of seals: FED, C, B, A, and S. Although I suspect that there are higher ranks, and it was even hinted to me that the Uzumaki clan leader was capable of using seals higher than S rank, which is a scary thought in and of itself, he pondered. Then there are statuses within each rank, which I would probably imagine there to be some sort of equivalent within shinobi ranks as well. The statuses go from low to mid to high, with peak being the top status of a seal within a given rank. Kaizen had learned this information after inquiring about the storage seals he was inscribing and how to make them more effective, including expanding their capacity. His current storage seal was considered a low F rank, and he knew that higher ranks would greatly increase both complexity and utility. Such complexity was evident across many different types of seals. As an example, Kaizen had been instructed to begin learning a different seal since he could inscribe the low F rank storage seal with ease. Given a list to choose from, he decided on the explosive tag seal, recognizing its potential utility in various situations. He faced similar difficulties when learning to inscribe the explosive tag seal, managing to complete it after half an hour on his first try. He could still recall the humorous exchange he had with his instructor. So what are the safety precautions for activating an explosive tag like this one? Kaizen asked, his curiosity piqued. Well, usually there would be high precautions with any type of explosive, but in this case there is nothing to worry about. This is a low F rank seal after all. The seal you learned has a 3-second timer after activating it with your chakra, the instructor explained with a reassuring smile. The instructor then invited Kaizen outside, activating the seal on the ground a few feet away. The result left Kaizen both confused and frustrated. The explosion was akin to a firecracker from his previous life. It would only pose a danger to a civilian holding it in their hands. The fact that this low-level explosive had taken him so much time to inscribe certainly irritated him. If the result is only this, then what use does the seal have? Kaizen asked, his tone reflecting his disappointment. Well, it wouldn't be useful to any shinobi, but civilians buy these types of seals for recreational fun on holidays. It also provides Fuinjutsu users with base levels of experience with this category of seals. The higher-ranked versions often retain a similar base of symbols as the ones used in this rank, the instructor explained, chuckling at Kaizen's reaction. I know you mentioned the level of complexity playing a factor in a seal's strength as well as its subsequent rank, but is there no way to allow a seal like this one, for example, to jump ranks without increasing the complexity of its symbol structure? The instructor chuckled. You have a great mind, Kaizen. You are correct in your line of thinking, as there are indeed ways to circumvent ranks with lower-level seals. Although there are many ways to do so, they will not be the most efficient way of achieving the same result as a higher-ranked seal. Some of the only real scenarios that I can think of for that would be a Fuinjutsu user who is unable to inscribe higher-level seals, or someone that doesn't have enough time to inscribe them. One of the ways that you may have already considered is to pour more chakra into the ink as you are inscribing the seals. However, this can be dangerous depending on the type of seal you are inscribing, as it could easily result in a catastrophic failure. For the low F-ranked explosive seal, the formation of symbols can only handle a certain amount of chakra input in the inscription before the formation breaks down and the seal detonates, the instructor warned, his tone growing serious. So, theoretically speaking, if I were to pour more chakra into this F-rank explosive seal, how much more powerful could it become? The instructor's brow furrowed. Theoretically? Well, you might boost it to a high F rank. How much you can push the limits is also dependent on the initial rank and strength of the seal formation. But I must stress, Kaizen, this is not a recommended practice. And why's that? Kaizen asked, his mind already racing with possible uses for overcharging seals. Because, my eager student, you'd be playing with fire. Quite literally, the instructor chuckled, though his tone remained serious. Overloading a seal is like trying to fit an elephant into a mouse hole. Something's bound to give, and it's usually explosive. Kaizen nodded, absorbing the information. But what if we were to modify the seal structure slightly? Perhaps add a stabilizing formation to handle the increased chakra load. The instructor raised an eyebrow, impressed by Kaizen's quick thinking. Now you're venturing into the realm of seal modification, a dangerous but fascinating field. It's possible, but it requires a deep understanding of seal mechanics and chakra flow. Could you teach me? Kaizen asked, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. The instructor let out a hearty laugh. Slow down, speedster. You've just learned to crawl. Let's not jump straight to running marathons. Master the basics first, then we'll talk about pushing boundaries. You shouldn't even think of modifying seals until you are at least capable of producing B-rank seals. Kaizen nodded thoughtfully, absorbing the information. He realized that while shortcuts existed, they might also present significant risks. Thinking back on that conversation left Kaizen with a better understanding of the Fuinjutsu system. The low F-rank explosive seal now only took him 10 minutes to inscribe, but of course, that was still considered unacceptable to him. I suppose when I get the time down to 5 minutes, I'll start working on another seal while also improving the others. Learning more of the symbols and some base formations of the symbols used should be my main priority for Fuinjutsu right now. Knowing he needed to keep studying, Kaizen brought his thoughts back to the books in front of him. He would worry about his Fuinjutsu skills later. While Kaizen was studying peacefully in his dorm, there happened to be a bad situation unfolding in another part of the village. Chapter 50, Cruelty. Might Guy walked through the quieter streets of Konoha, his green jumpsuit and gleaming teeth catching the light of the late afternoon sun. He was on his way to a training spot, driven by his unwavering dedication to be strong like his father. Despite the lower activity of the area, the air buzzed with an undercurrent of mockery as a group of older genin noticed him approaching. They appeared to be around 13 to 14 years old, maybe a year or two out of the academy. "Hey, look who it is," one of them sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. "Isn't that my guy? The weirdo in green spandex?" The others snickered, their eyes gleaming with malice. "Yeah, the guy who runs laps around the village and does push-ups in public." "What's the matter, Guy?" "Training for a circus." Guy's determined expression faltered slightly, but he kept his head high. He tried to walk past them, but they blocked his path, circling him like vultures. "Hold on. Doesn't that mean he is Might Dai's son?" one of the genin exclaimed, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "The eternal genin who never passed the Chunin exams? What a joke." Laughter erupted from the group, harsh and mocking. "Yeah. They say he's still a genin at 25 years old. Must run in the family, huh? You're destined to be a loser too, Guy." Guy clenched his fists, the mockery of his father's name cutting deep into his heart. "Don't talk about my father like that," he said, his voice shaking with suppressed anger. "Oh look, he's trying to be tough," one of the genin jeered, shoving Guy backwards. "What's the matter, Guy? Can't handle the truth? Your father's a failure, and so are you." The genin's words hung in the air, sharp and venomous. Guy's muscles tensed, his jaw clenching as he fought to maintain his composure. The circle of tormentors tightened around him, their sneers growing wider with each passing moment. "You know what?" another genin chimed in, his voice dripping with mock sympathy. "Maybe we should start calling him Might Not instead of Might Guy. It's more fitting, don't you think?" Raucous laughter erupted from the group, echoing off the nearby buildings. Guy's fists trembled at his sides, his knuckles turning white from the strain. Or how about might never, a particularly nasty-looking genin suggested, elbowing his friend. As in, might never become a genin, might never amount to anything, might never escape his loser father's shadow. Guy's resolve wavered, the weight of their words threatening to crush his spirit. He took a deep breath, trying to center himself, but the onslaught continued. "Hey Guy," one of them called out, feigning curiosity. "Is it true that your dad wears that ridiculous green jumpsuit too? Or is that just your special brand of weird?" Another genin jumped in, his voice filled with mock concern. "Maybe it's a genetic defect." The group howled with laughter, slapping each other on the back, as if they'd just heard the funniest joke in the world. Guy's breathing became ragged, his chest heaving with the effort of restraining himself. Guy's voice came out low and dangerous. "Stop it. You don't know anything about my father or me." But his words only seemed to fuel their cruelty. The ringleader of the group stepped forward, his face twisted in a malicious grin. "Oh, but we do know, Guy. We know that you're both pathetic. Your father couldn't even pass a simple exam, and you're going to be following in his footsteps, aren't you?" "Yeah," another chimed in. "I heard he spends more time doing handstands than actual ninja training. Is that how you plan to defend the village, Guy? By walking on your hands?" Guy's jaw tightened, his teeth grinding together as he fought to maintain his composure. "You're wrong about us. My father is a great man, and I'll prove it to all of you." A chorus of derisive laughter erupted from the group. One of the genin wiped a mock tear from his face. "Oh, that's rich. The only thing your father's great at is being a laughingstock. I bet he practices those ridiculous speeches in front of the mirror," another chimed in, puffing out his chest in an exaggerated impression. "The power of youth. What does that even mean?" The group's laughter echoed through the street, drawing occasional curious glances from passers-by. Guy's face burned with a mixture of shame and anger, his fists clenching and unclenching at his sides. "You know what the ringleader said," tapping his chin thoughtfully. "I think I figured out why Guy and his dad wear those green jumpsuits. They're trying to blend in with the vegetables at the market. It's the only way they can feel useful." Another genin jumped in, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, come on now. I'm sure they have other talents. Like, being excellent scarecrows. Those poses would definitely keep the birds away." Guy's voice came out as a low growl. "That's enough. You don't know what you're talking about." The ringleader raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. "Oh? Did we hit a nerve, Guy? Or should I say, might never amount to anything?" One of the genin nudged his friend, snickering. "Hey, maybe we should start a betting pool. How long do you think it'll take Guy to make chunin, or even for Guy to make genin? I'll put my money on never." "Nah. That's not fair," another replied with a grin. "We should at least give him a chance. How about 50 years? That should be enough time for him to master the art of failure, just like his old man." Guy's chest heaved with barely contained rage, his nails digging into his palms. "My father is twice the shinobi you'll ever be. He may not have passed the exams, but he has a heart of gold and the strength of 1,000 men." The group fell silent for a moment before bursting into even louder laughter. "Heart of gold," one of them wheezed between guffaws. "More like a heart of lead, weighing him down, keeping him from ever advancing." "And strength of 1,000 men," another added, wiping tears of mirth from his face. "The only thing he's strong at is being a constant disappointment." The ringleader stepped closer to Guy, his voice dropping to a mock whisper. "Face it, Guy. You're living in a fantasy world. Your father is a joke, and you're the punchline. The sooner you accept that, the better off you'll be." Guy's body trembled with suppressed emotion, his voice coming out strained. "You're wrong. I'll show you all. I'll become the greatest shinobi this village has ever seen." Desperation surged through Guy. His mind raced, and without thinking, he turned on his heel, attempting to sprint away from the cruel circle. But the genin were quicker. They blocked his path, pushing him back into the center of their ring. "Where do you think you're going?" "Loser," another one jeered, shoving Guy hard enough to make him stumble. "You can't just run away from the truth." Before Guy could respond, another genin grabbed his shoulder, spinning him around and delivering a swift punch to his gut. Guy doubled over, gasping for air. The pain was sharp and immediate, but the insults hurt even more. "You're nothing but a joke," Guy, another voice chimed in, this one dripping with disdain. "You and your dad are both destined to be losers. Why don't you just give up now?" Guy struggled to catch his breath, the edges of his vision blurring with tears he refused to let fall. "I'll never give up," he whispered, but the words felt hollow, even to him. Another genin stepped closer, his voice low and menacing. "Listen here, you little freak. No amount of hard work is going to change the fact that you're a talentless loser, just like your old man." The mocking words echoed in Guy's mind, and he could no longer contain his rage. "Take that back," he shouted, lunging at the nearest genin with a punch, but his inexperience and youthful anger betrayed him. The older genin retaliated swiftly. One grabbed Guy by the arm and twisted it behind his back, while another landed a hard punch to his stomach. Guy gasped, doubling over again in pain. The others joined in, their kicks and punches raining down on him with brutal efficiency. The beating lasted minutes and was relentless, and Guy was seen on the ground both unconscious and bleeding. "Pathetic," one of the genin spat, kicking Guy's limp body one last time before they walked away, their laughter fading into the distance. Several minutes passed, and the quiet street remained undisturbed. It wasn't until a passing villager spotted Guy, lying motionless on the ground, that help finally arrived. The villagers' eyes widened in horror as they saw the extent of Guy's injuries. "Help! Someone! Help!" they shouted, their voice ringing through the air. A pair of Uchiha police officers patrolling nearby heard the cries and rushed to the scene. Their eyes, instinctively sharp and scanning the surroundings for any further threats, took in the sight of Guy's battered form. One officer knelt beside Guy, assessing his condition with a practiced eye. Blood trickled from multiple wounds, and his limbs appeared twisted in unnatural angles, clear signs of severe trauma. "We need to get him to the hospital immediately," one of the officers said, his voice tense with urgency. The other officer activated his Sharingan, the three tomos spinning rapidly as he scanned the area for any hidden dangers or lingering attackers. "I'll ensure our path is clear," he said, his voice steady despite the tension. With careful, yet swift movements, they lifted Guy, supporting his broken body with practiced ease. The officer with the Sharingan took the lead, his heightened perception guiding them through the streets. The normally bustling village seemed to blur around them as they focused solely on getting Guy the help he desperately needed. As they moved, the Sharingan-activated officer constantly scanned their surroundings, his vision picking up even the slightest movement. His partner, carrying the brunt of Guy's weight, moved with determination, his thoughts solely on the injured boy in his arms. "We're almost there," the lead officer said, his Sharingan catching the glint of the hospital's lights in the distance. They pushed on, their pace quick but controlled, ensuring Guy's injuries were not exacerbated by their haste. Upon reaching the hospital, they were met by a team of medical personnel, already alerted by the officer's radio communication. One of the senior physicians, a stern-looking man with a reassuring presence, took one look at Guy and barked orders to her team. "Get him into the ER stat. Prepare for emergency surgery and notify the trauma unit." The officers gently placed Guy onto the stretcher, their eyes meeting the physician's with a silent plea for him to save the boy. "He's in your hands now," one of the officers said, his Sharingan slowly deactivating as the immediate danger seemed to pass. The medical team quickly wheeled Guy into the emergency room, the doors swinging shut behind them. The Uchiha officers stood in the hallway, their hearts heavy with the sight they had just witnessed. Despite the grim nature of a shinobi, seeing someone so young and full of potential in such a state always struck a deep chord. After transferring Guy to the ER, the physician quickly assessed Guy's condition in greater depth, his face immediately turning grim afterwards.